Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Sekiro Gaming Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya, an almost 5-year-old child, was simple. Like many other children, he liked chocolates, his mother and All Might, a seemingly invincible hero who saved everyone with a smile. God did he love All Might, he was obsessed to the point of draping his room in All Might merchandise, he watched All Might videos in his free time and thought about All Might. You get the point. Here, we see a young greenish-black-haired boy go about his way with his hand clasped firmly in his mother's. The former number 6 hero, Telekinetic Synapse, is now retired after having a child at the age of not that her age had any bearing on her ability, but that she simply wanted to be there for her child since his father was killed in action, was what she told Izuku. Shaking her head to not think of such heavy thoughts, she looks at Izuku who is downright vibrating from excitement. Inko chuckles at how happy her son is, his energy is contagious. Izuku, upon hearing her, speaks up. "Hey! Why are you laughing, Mom?" he asks. "It's nothing, Izuku, just looking at how excited you are makes me happy is all," she said with a smile etched on her face. It was true, just looking at her son filled her with an incomprehensible warmth, he was the light of her life, truly. She understood now what her mom and older friends were talking about now. Her attention turns from her thoughts back to Izuku when he speaks up. "Mom. Of course, I'm excited, Mom. I get to find out what quirk I have, I hope it's super cool like yours," Izuku said with excitement running through every word. "Now Izuku, my quirk wasn't as strong as it is now at the beginning, you know." "I know, Mom, I'm just excited I get to train it like Kaken, he's been at it for 2 months already. He's way ahead of me now," Izuku said with a fire in his eyes that screamed for competition. She hums, thinking back to the boy, wondering what exactly he meant by training. Ah yes, Mitsuki's kid, he manifested some explosive quirk, huh? Quite flashy, said Inko. Did gently making popping candy in your hands qualify as training? It even had the caramel smell down. She wonders if methods have changed these days. Her son breaks her thoughts once more. "We're here, Mom, let's go," said Izuku, speeding ahead whilst tugging at his mother's arm. She releases a short breath. "Slow down, the building isn't going anywhere." "So, the young man here, eh?" said the doctor. He looked young, but old at the same time. Maybe it was the stress of the job, Inko thinks, nodding. She wouldn't ask his age just to not be rude, or end up surprised. "Aha! My name is Midoriya Izuku." The room had a sterile smell that Izuku didn't really like and was way too cold for him. Wasn't a hospital supposed to be comfortable? His mother seemed to notice, draping her cardigan over him. He smiled at her, she smiled back. The doctor was of average build, he wasn't too tall, was relatively skinny and had brown hair. Inko may have spotted a few gray ones, and there were definitely wrinkles near his eyes, and God, those eye bags looked painful. But she figured a doctor would know the harm of not getting good sleep. "I'm Dr. Yoshimi, normally during quirk checkups you would receive a detailed pamphlet about what your quirk is, we don't designate a doctor just for the news anymore, a database takes care of any questions that pop up." "So why have you called us doctor?" questioned Inko with worry clear in her tone. "It's nothing to worry about, Miss Midoriya, we decided to call you too because the database did not have anything on your quirk." "Eh?" exclaimed the mother-son pair. "This just means his quirk is going to be unique to him is all, again like I said, nothing to worry about." "Doctor, please finish what you have to say at one instance, otherwise, I'll die of a heart attack, we wouldn't want an extra patient on a happy day would we?" "I suppose not," said the doctor with understanding eyes. So, what's my quirk then?" said little Izuku, eager to train to surpass Katsuki. "We have an analysis of what your quirk is, but I would like to remind you that it is exactly that, an analysis. Once your quirk manifests it could be completely different from what we theorized, so don't make too many assumptions of what it is. We believe, your quirk has something to do with the hippocampus part of the brain, the part that controls thought and memory. We have a few hypotheses for what it could be. 1. Speed thinking, your thoughts will be accelerated to unknown degrees. 2. Deduction, high IQ, most police detectives have this quirk, it allows one to deduce situations quickly and make quick conclusions to whatever scenario comes up. 3. Telepathy, though this one is unlikely since it involves the entire hippocampus instead of the partial part and the enhanced brain to send brain waves. Now I'd like you to come visit 3 months from now on the 18th of December to figure out what his quirk is and to add it to the database, and just a standard checkup, this is mandatory." "All right then, Izuku, you're okay right?" "I'm okay, Mom, just confused is all." I understand Izuku, but we'll visit Yoshimi-sensei in 3 months again, okay? Inko said with worry for her child. Okay mom, can we go now? I'm a little hungry, we waited for him for a while. Izuku said looking at the doctor for his dismissal. Yes, of course, you two are free to go, just remember to come back at the 18th is all. Now, off you go, I have another appointment soon. He said. They both offer their salutations and leave. Izuku had drifted into a deep slumber, and in the dead of the night, was experiencing something unique. It's cold. I'm hungry, and my body hurts. He thought, gritting his teeth. Where in the world am I? Scratch that, why am I wet? Oh, this is. Oh well. Should I try opening my eyes? But the pain. Oh Shinobi, open your eyes. Said a slender voice above him. Who? Before he could look, the person was already gone. Now, there were two problems: his voice was different, and looking at it so was his body. But before he could question anything, a letter dropped nearby. It read, Kuros Wolf, your destiny awaits you at the Moonview Tower. Escape from the well and find the tower bathed in moonlight. Even without a blade, you can reach it. Stay silent. Stay vigilant. Before he could think about what the letter was about, his body was already on the move. It seemed he had no control over his movements, yet he was all too familiar with everything. Were these memories? Izuku woke up in a cold sweat with his breathing heavy and hair disheveled. Of course he did, he just lost an arm, did he not? He felt his left arm just to be sure. It was there. He was okay. At that moment Izuku felt unsure. Whatever that dream was felt too real. The wounds inflicted by Genichiro of Ashina felt like they were still there, they felt like memories. Was he Wolf, the shinobi of the divine air? Or was he Midoriya Izuku, son of the number 6 hero? Oh well, these thoughts can wait until he quenches his thirst and changes his shirt. He walked over from his room down the stairs to the kitchen. He opened the fridge and drank some water. Water had never tasted this good before. He drank like a man on the desert. WHK just found an oasis. He took the liberty to check the time. Shorthand on 5, longhand at 12? Izuku normally slept until 7, after which his mom would wake him up and prompt him for breakfast and a shower, before sending him off to a primary school nearby. Now, he was up at 5? What was he supposed to do? He didn't exactly feel inclined to go to sleep. Weirdly enough, I don't feel tired, maybe I should review my fight with Genichiro. Wait. His fight? Does he already believe that he is the Divine Heir's wolf? Scratch that, what the hell does the Divine Heir's wolf even mean? The memories seemed to be ingrained into his body, his soul. When the doctor said hippopat, wait no, hippocat? Hippo whatever, the doctor said memories, right? Could these be memories of whoever Wolf is? I'll think about that later. For now, the fight. Making the way to the escape route was relatively simple, clearing out some soldiers stationed to guard, or in other words keep Lord Kuro imprisoned, then killing the general. It was easy. Too easy, almost like it was second nature? That definitely can't be Norm Dash. His mother's worried voice broke his train of thought. Izuku? Why are you up so early? Did you have a nightmare? Inko asked her son worriedly. He shook his head. No, Mom, I'm alright. But I think I've understood what my quirk is. Or so he thinks anyway. A small, amused smile played on her face as she spoke. Is that so, young man? Though as much as I'd like to ask, it's 5:30 in the morning now, you should go back to sleep. It's the weekend, you know. As if on cue she yawns, Lord knows I'd like to go back to bed. Okay Mom, I'll tell you later, he muttered the last part. She raised a questioning brow. What was that? Her voice carried finality as she questioned him. Nothing Mom, I'll head off now. Good night Ikin. Said Inko as she made her way to the fridge to get some water. Good night, Mom, he said as he made his way upstairs to his room. Seriously, he has too much energy when it's about quirks, just like his father, thought Inko with a smile on her face. I can't sleep, thought the young cinnamon roll. It's not because of the memory, it's something else, like I've woken up completely? A side effect of the quirk? I feel oddly energetic, powerful even. Izuku pondered as though a ghost had woken up from his body. A quirk-analyzing ghost to be specific. He thought back to the fight, he could feel the adrenaline as his heart started thumping quickly. He immediately calmed down. It is unbecoming of a shinobi to show their emotions. Keep them locked away, they are not of use in what action you should take. Think with only your mind, all else is secondary. Boomed an old, tired voice of some grandpa Izuku had fading memories of. Lord Kuro, the dive heir, was shaken up at his bloody and disheveled appearance, a pacifist, the boy seems to be. He stepped forward, trying to say something, pulling him back immediately the boy drew his blade, the draw was sloppy, it seemed his time in the well had made him rusty. This will come to pass. You face Genichiro Ashina. I was beaten. Completely and thoroughly, I don't know what it was, but it was as though I was at odds with my own body. I lost my arm, it was replaced with a burning sensation near the start of my bicep, a searing unending pain. Until I blacked out from blood loss and seemingly died, causing me to wake back up. It was strange. One instance I felt strong after beating the commander at the castle gates, then came Genichiro Ashina and handed my butt to me. I wonder what happens next in the memory. He gets out of bed, folds the blankets and dusts the sheets. It can't possibly end there, right? The quirk seems to trigger only in my dream. Well, today's Saturday, so no school, and even though it's only 6 in the morning, I'm starving. I'll go make myself some cereal for now. Mom's usually in bed till 8:30 a.m. on off days. And made some cereal he did, climbed onto the dining table and looked out the window as he ate his blueberry-flavored cereal. Watching the sunrise as he finished his meal, he brushed his teeth on the front porch, washed his face and started freshening up. He felt ready for battle now. Mom isn't up yet, it's almost 7 now, she should be up soon. Should I study the way Wolf fought? This quirk is weird. In one instance I feel alive as the wolf, and another where I wake up. It's like another life of mine. What did our art teacher say? Identity crispy? Cruise ship? Crises, yes that's it, identity crisis. I'll get to sword swings for now, the backyard should do, I'll look for a stick there. Looking for a sword-like stick for a good 5 minutes for him to finally find one that fit his tiny stature. Wasting no time, he quickly started imitating Wolf's moves. He could faintly imitate Wolf's swings, but really it looked like he would fall any second. So he recentered his feet before getting back into stance, bending his knees and starting again. 30 minutes later, which Izuku could swear felt like an eternity, he was tired, his arms were sore and his shoulders felt like they would fall off like loose screws. Well, he was only 5 after all, at least he made some semblance of progress. Each time his swings were shaky and off balance, he recentered his feet and reset. By doing so a multitude of times, he could feel his swings get steadier and more precise. But, no more of that, he was tired and thirsty, swings can wait, his parched throat comes first. He hears faint music coming from upstairs as he makes his way to the kitchen, his mom's room probably. She likes listening to music first thing in the morning. Love me like you say do, sung Inko at the top of her lungs. Seems she's in a good mood today. Well, I need to finish up with the homework for now, I'll train again in the evening. Maybe I should ask Mom for a bakken, wooden training sword, to train with. Mom, can I ask you something? 3 months have passed since young Izuku first started dreaming. His mom found out about these dreams and it seems to her it's a combat memory. It's not like she's a quirk expert and they were gonna go to Dr. Yoshimi tomorrow anyway. Meanwhile, Izuku had been having the same dream once every week. Each time the dream would be the same, but different. No change in the scenery or the words spoken, just the way the battle was fought. Wolf Izuku felt sharper with each mistake he made. Every time he made an error, he immediately corrected and compensated for it. Any major wound he gained he would recover with a part of his quirk? It didn't matter now, he needed to beat Genichiro to pass this stage of the memory dream. At the beginning of battling Genichiro, when his memories first started, he was trying to read the swings of his sword. This proved slow and inefficient. So he slowly integrated trying to read his torso instead of his hands, the twitches of his muscles instead of the blade. The gigantic bow on his back? Honestly not much to worry about, the draw was heavy so each move was telegraphed and easy to evade, not even worth trying to parry. Now this was it. He was almost there now, to the promised land. Genichiro was wounded heavily, panting and his breath shaken. Just a bit more pressure and he would crack. There's something cutting the wind behind me. I need to turn, . And turn he did. He saw an oncoming shuriken aimed right at his head, which he immediately parried. However, this massive opening gave Genichiro what he needed to strike. Wolf quickly turned around, and when he did, his arm was cut off. Izuku woke up in tandem to losing his arm, and was frustrated. All that progress in besting him, only to get double-teamed on? I suppose this isn't a life of honor anymore. He got out of his bed and looked at the clock in his room. It was the same as every morning, 5 a.m. It took him 15 minutes to get done with his morning duties. He got to his sword swings before having breakfast. Bakken in his right hand, he started with the single-handed sword style Wolf used. His strikes were precise and held as much strength as his 5-year-old body could hold. After an hour, the sun was almost exiting the horizon. It being later than usual signified the winter. Well, it would, if there was no snow. Dusting himself off, Izuku made his way into the kitchen and made himself some oatmeal since his mom had said, cereals are poison. Now that you've started training, stick to oatmeal, and so he did. His mom's word was law so far as he was concerned. A rattle could be heard on his mom's door. No music today, she never liked the winter did she? We're opposites in that regard. Wait. Did I hear her door opening? The kitchen is far from her room that's upstairs, must be cause of the battle memory. Heightened senses, faster reflection action? I wonder how far I can go with memories alone. The checkup with Yoshimi-sensei was today at 9:30 a.m.? Shouldn't take too long I suppose, the last one took like 20 minutes at the maximum. Always the early bird Izuku, asked Inko whilst rubbing her eyes. Of course, I adore the winter unlike you, replied Izuku. I don't get what's so nice about the cold you know. Makes getting out of bed all the more difficult. Inko said with a yawn. Well, take the summer for example, it's sticky and hot, and there's nothing you can do besides turning the AC on in your home. In the winter, however, you can put on winter clothes. Izuku said putting his red hoodie on. That would make sense if you wore anything other than hoodies. Well he is only 5 now, maybe his taste will change over time, she thought in worry. I would if anything else felt so nice. Said young Izuku with a pout. Oh whatever, we leave in 30 minutes now, I trust you've eaten? Yes, Mom I finished the cardboard meal. Oh hush now oatmeal is healthy. Shutting Izuku's snarky comment down. Has he grown taller? He used to be at my waist just a month ago. Izuku, can you come here for a bit? Sure can. Yep, you've definitely grown taller, almost coming up to my chest now. Pretty surprising honestly. Pretty neat, must have something to do with the quirk, stated Izuku. Well, let's leave now, the hospital is about 15 minutes away. We should get there by 9:15. The results remain inconclusive, stated Dr. Yoshimi looking about as confused as Inko and her son. Doctor? Surely there must be something wrong with the method being used? Asked Inko rhetorically. Even though her quirk was a powerful mental quirk, it didn't take this long to find out what it was. Trust me Ms. Midoriya, our team is just as confused as you are. We have a possible solution, but no solid answer. You can come back once Izuku is 15 years of age. Maybe it's a quirk that requires his body to be at a certain point. That would explain his sudden spurt of growth. I don't get it. I don't understand at all. In my 25 years of working here, that machine has been updated more than my computer back home. How can it be this confused? Seriously, it's almost the year 2324. Thought Yoshimi. Seriously? I suppose that's plausible, said Inko. Oh well, Mom I'm getting bored here, we've sat here for like an hour already waiting for the stupid machine to work. We apologize for the inconvenience we've caused for our gross incompetence, I'm extremely sorry but that is the only solution we have in our books. Said Dr. Yoshimi with a 90-degree bow. It's quite alright. Thankfully our home is only a 15-minute walk from here. We don't mind, don't we Aizu-chan? Yeah it's fine, even All Might can't save everyone you know. Besides it's not like it's your fault. You tried your best. You win some you lose some. The kid's surprisingly mature. Weird, I thought for sure he would throw a tantrum. What a sweet kid. Thought Yoshimi, all too used to dealing with children being brats. Thank you very much for your understanding. Here, kid candy for you. Handing a blueberry jelly for the kid to grab. Thanks, sensei. Wolf felt distraught. He had lost. His lord was taken away and there was nothing he could do. That's what he thought anyway. Imagine his surprise when he woke up next to a homeless-looking old man who was sculpting Buddha idols. He felt his left arm as he woke up, there was a wooden prosthetic in place of it that felt just like his flesh arm. As he felt truly awake, he asked, "What is this?" Said Sekiro with confusion clear in his tone. "So you're awake. Looks like death is not your fate just yet, it's only been some time since I found you. Your master still lives. He is confined within the Ashina castle. They will make use of his bloodline should you delay." He took a deep breath in before continuing. "The arm that you lost will give way to something more useful. You'll learn to appreciate its worth. With it, your death won't come easy." Hearing the news of his master, Wolf immediately made his way to leave, but was stopped by the sculptor. "I wasn't finished. Here, take this." The old man handed Sekiro 2 books, one of which looked handmade. "What is this?" "The handmade book is for later, when you find items of use bring them to me, and I'll fit them into that fong of yours. I suggest reading the other book now. It contains basic shinobi arts and knowledge." "Thank you," Wolf said, bowing his head in respect. "You can thank me by bringing me some tea to drink," said the old man, shooing him away. Sekiro got the hang of the grappling hook easily, it took a few falls, but he was pretty used to pain. He made quick work of everything in his way. He made quick work of it him with his flame vent. He could see the bridge leading to the castle. Resting for a short while, he thought back to the battle on the field and his meeting with Tangu. Around 30 minutes ago. "My name is Gyubu Masataka Oniwaya," said a man now identified as Gyubu the demon, as he rode his way along the large field they were in. As I breathe you will note past these gates. The man and his horse were now directly in front of Sekiro, who by now unsheathed his blade and stood with it by his side. Deafening cries of metal clashing metal were the only things that echoed throughout the battlefield as Sekiro masterfully parried each strike, and each time the demon took time for a breath, he struck the demon thrice. The battle Gyubu was fighting was a losing one. This was proven as Gyubu heaved and took a deep breath, forgetting that a deadly man was right in front of him. Sekiro wasted no time in jumping up high and stabbing his Uchigatana clean through the man's back. "Genichiro Dano. Forgive me," said Gyubu the demon with regret clear in his tone. Sekiro had made quick work of the demon. He was past his prime after all. And all that practice with Genichiro only made the fight more humiliating for Gyubu the demon. XXX. Sekiro wasted no time in heading towards the castle. He was close to his lord and that was all that mattered to him. He worked his way through the roofs of the castle, before finding an opening that led inside. Quickly making a path upwards, Sekiro saw a member of the elite guard of Ashina, kneeling in a large room. He made quick work with the self-proclaimed swordsmaster. The guy only stuck to one move, the Ashina cross. What do you expect? Wasting no time in dilly-dallying, Sekiro made his way from the window to the roof, which led to an overlooking balcony. There he was, Lord Kuro speaking with Genichiro, and behind Genichiro was a woman? Oh well, doesn't matter. That velvety smooth voice though. He could swear he recognized it. He shook those thoughts for now. Immediately dropping onto the balcony, he spoke. "I have come to receive you, my lord. This will take only a moment," spoke Sekiro, unsheathing his katana with the last statement directed to Genichiro. "I see," replied Genichiro as he too drew his blade. The man spoke with no malice. His actions were made with only the future in mind. "As you breathe, the power of the dragon's blood can never be mine," he stated, readying his stance. "Face me," Sekiro said with utmost confidence, nodding at his master to ask him to leave. Sekiro dashed forward, performing a downward slash on Genichiro's torso before immediately backhand springing backwards, waiting for Genichiro to strike. The strike had left a small crack through his armor and blood could be seen dripping from it. Genichiro, not wanting to give any more opportunities than necessary, dashed forward with a slash aimed at Sekiro's left shoulder. Sekiro, having 3 months of practice on Genichiro's moves and polishing his own, saw this coming a mile away. A sharp, metallic sound signified his masterful parry, leaving Genichiro open for a small instant. An opening, no matter how small or insignificant, is something Sekiro has learned to exploit through months of death. Driving forward his sword in a diagonal aim to damage Genichiro significantly, he connected his blade, causing Genichiro to flinch and backpedal. Sekiro wasn't having any of it. His master was waiting. Dashing forward in a flurry of strikes, he connected multiple hits before backing off. "What the hell is this? Just a day ago you looked about as ready to fight as a wet kitten. What the hell changed?" Genichiro spoke, flabbergasted. Sekiro scoffed. "My third eye opened," he replied with amusement clear in his voice. "Come at me, Kuro-sama shouldn't be kept waiting any longer." Genichiro now tried to strip his armor. Keyword, tried. "What are you doing? Have you given up?" Sekiro spoke, confusion evident in his tone. "I need to shed my armor to draw upon the power of Tomo's lightning. Do you mind?" Genichiro was annoyed that he wasn't allowed to strip. "No, go right ahead. I'll crush you all the same," replied Sekiro with iron resolve in his voice. As Genichiro started stripping through his armor, he saw Sekiro move at blinding speeds towards him. Unarmed he was, to strip quickly. Quite the blunder Genichiro had made. He felt his head fall. "Fool! Did you really think I would fight you with honor after what you did? A shinobi would know the difference between honor and victory. You should know now too," Sekiro said as he scoffed. Walking away to where his master was, he heard shuffling behind him. He saw the woman who was with Lord Kuro. "Who are you?" asked Sekiro with his flesh arm gripped around the tsuba of his katana. "I mean you no harm, shinobi of the divine air," said the woman. "You were at the dilapidated temple. You said your name was Emma. Try to remember this time." The woman now identified as Emma spoke with a neutral tone. Her eyes spoke a different story though. Their conversation is cut short when she gasps. "Genichiro Dano. Is this the rejuvenating waters?" Emma spoke with horror clear in her voice. Sekiro's head snapped back as he looked to see Genichiro walking up as he himself had once done in the fight against that stupid Fing bull. Whoever made that bull. Back to Genichiro. "Ashina. This land means everything to me," spoke Genichiro with regret in his voice as it broke. "For her sake, I will shed humanity itself. He claimed with an iron heart. Resurrection. Claimed Sekiro as he readied his blade once more. Indeed. Genichiro confirmed as he stood next to the railings. So long. He then proceeded to jump off the tall castle. Huh? Spoke one Izuku Midoriya as he opened his eyes. I guess he needed to escape? He could have just asked if he could leave though. Isn't he royalty? Did he need to kill himself to leave? Izuku asked no one in particular. Oh well, training first, thinking later. Besides sword swings, maybe I should train my body? I'm only 5, it might be a little inefficient. Maybe just cardio, thought one Midoriya Izuku after finishing up his sword swings. He was confused. From what he read on the internet, cardio was good for heart health, burning calories and overall leg development. Perhaps if he asks mom to buy a treadmill? He was standing at 4 feet 11 inches now, quite tall for his age if he does say so himself. She'd prefer buying a treadmill to letting me go outside at 6 a.m., Lord knows. The loud music coming from upstairs signified his mum had woken up. Pouring water into his now finished bowl of oatmeal, he drank a cup of water and headed upstairs to take a shower. He'll ask mom about it after school. Finishing his shower and heading on to get dressed. He went to his room and put on a black hoodie and some gray sweatpants. He headed onto the sofa and wished his mom a good morning as he sat beside her to watch some TV. So, make any friends at school? Asked Inko. Not really. Katsuki's been acting weird since his quirk manifested almost 7 months ago now. He picks on people and calls them extras? I've tried stopping him, but besides that, the atmosphere in class is weird. They think I'm all buddy-buddy with him, so I'm mostly avoided. And I haven't hung out with Katsuki for a while now. He's turning into a bully. Oh. That sounds horrible, honey. Are you sure you're okay? Of course. I prefer reading books and meditating over some loud, brash kids any second of the day. You're a kid too, you know. You should make some friends. Inko said, worried her son might turn into a monk. I would if they quieted down a little. It's always, let's play this, let's play that, with them. Oh, honey. You sound like an old man with that tone. Can't help it. The memories make me feel older. The memories? Oh, you mean your quirk. Tell me about it. Oh right. Well, from what I can tell, these are the memories of Japan as far as I can tell from the surroundings. There is a supernatural aspect, but we'll get to that later. The memories are of a shinobi veteran. He serves the young lord of Ashina. I don't quite know what PRD this is in, but it's quite the long time ago. Blades, spears and flintlock pistols and rifles over quirks and modern weaponry. I'd say 800 to 900 years ago. He serves his lord, protects him. Dies for him a multitude of Tim Dash. Dies? Do you experience that? Well, yes, but no. His bodily constitution is different from others. He was trained to be a shinobi for the majority of his life. His senses are heightened, and his blows are extraordinarily strong. His muscles were more durable. All in all, he's kind of a superhuman. Something called dragon's blood flows freely through his body. It grants him immortality. Oh, so he can't die. What happens then? When does he get killed? He wakes up again. Injuries healed and all. That's amazing, I guess. You sound like you don't believe me. No, honey, that's not it. It's just that. I sound like a schizophrenic? Asked Izuku. She winced, wondering where he'd heard of the term. Yes. I get that it's your quirk, and I don't have any idea what it is, but immortality? Especially in a time so long ago? Like I said, Mom, I'll look into it later. You want to unmute the TV or should I go on? Oh no, by all means, continue. So this immortal man has a sole purpose in life. Protect the young lord. He fails the first time, in Hirata Estate. An invasion at the perfect moment, an inside job. He fails again in the field where the moon shone brightest. He lost his arm in that field. Replaced by a prosthetic later. He wakes again and makes his way to the castle his lord has been confined in. Cutting down all manner of creatures like weeds invading a flower orchid. Ogres, spies, troops, wolves. All were cold for his lord. I see, he must have had good training if he did all that with no quirk. Quirks aren't everything, Mom. This world is shaped in such a way that it's made to look that way. Inko gave no response. Stunned at the conversation her overgrown 5-year-old could hold up. Perhaps it's the quirk. Yes, the quirk. It's totally the quirk. Midoriya Izuku was well aware of the way certain people were treated. Having a heroic or flashy quirk meant having sung praises about you, inflating your ego. Such things are useless on the battlefield, where there is only yourself and your enemy. Your ego is to be killed. It doesn't matter who you are or what you do, the only thing that matters is coming out alive. Having a big ego meant having a weakness to be exploited. This is proved in Bakugo Katsuki's case. His ego was massive. The bigger your ego, the more fragile it is. His training made him who he was. It was torturous, inhumane even. But it was necessary. To survive in such a volatile land. Where death ran rampant. Where the only thing separating life and death was a shuriken flying through the wind. He seems like quite the resolute man. He wasn't always. He failed, lost his purpose, and failed again. But then again, failure is the best teacher after all. Said Izuku, reminiscent of an old owl. A loud ringtone cut their conversation short. Oh. Hi Mitsuki. It's been a while. Yeah, no work this evening. Yeah sure, your house then? Okay. Will Izuku be there? Let me ask him. You remember Auntie Mitsuki, right? Izuku nodded in response. They're inviting us over for dinner at 7 p.m., you wanna come? Izuku thought about it for a minute. Perhaps he could strike up a conversation with Katsuki about his odd behavior. It could also prove meaningless since literally everybody encourages his behavior, even the teachers. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, he supposed. Yes sure, I'll come. How long are we to go? I was hoping to purchase a few books. Not too long. Mitsuki and Masaru work early tomorrow, even on Christmas Day. We should be back before 9. When do we leave? They're right down the block, so 5:30 should be okay. Alright then. Should I order the books online? Just tell me the name, I'll get them for you. Musashi's Dakoto, and The Art of War. She raises a brow, wondering where he had even heard of those titles. Are you sure that's not too advanced? Positive mom, I think I can bulldoze through all of primary and middle school with relative ease. Okay then. I always knew he was smarter than his peers. But this much? Maybe he's a genius? Or maybe it's just the memories he talks about. Yes. It's the quirk, totally the quirk. The two are sitting in Katsuki's room on 2 bean bags. The silence is rare, but appreciated. So, what's your quirk, bookworm? So much for silence. Izuku raises a brow as he looks up from his newly purchased book. How original. He chuckles. If you want to know so much, you can address me by my name first, Katsuki. Katsuki looks annoyed, his cheeks gaining color. Just tell me you goddamn extra. Both children were sitting in Katsuki's room. The adults were doing adult things in the living room. The house was pretty decently sized and had a modern feel to it. That word again. No. I won't. What's the matter with you? You were all muttery and scared before. What the hell happened? You, Ome, again, huh? Katsuki. The way you speak to others has drastically changed since the arrival of your quirk. You belittle and bully people. Yeah well, they're goddamn weak. The weak obey the strong. Is that what a hero would say? Katsuki closes his mouth shut. He had no reply. Is that what All Might would say? You want to be better than All Might, no? At this, he speaks again, balling his fists at his side. Of course goddamn it. Then tell me, does All Might swat away civilians like flies? No, he's a hero, of course he wouldn't. Exactly. He's a hero. He cares for the weak. Katsuki. Are you the same? Do you not hurt other people who have done you no wrong? Answer me. I was just showing them their places. That's not how it works. Do you regret your actions? Katsuki had a solemn look on his face. Izuku decides to push it. If you do, apologize to them. You are still a child. A blank canvas. You can change. Okay. Listen now. Do not lose yourself to power. Strength and power are two different things. The boy sits back down and raises a brow. What do you mean? Villains can be powerful, too. However, they use that power for a selfish purpose. I'm not saying that all heroes are selfless. But, in most cases, villains cause harm. That is because even though they hold power, they are weak of mind. True strength, on the other hand, is different. You don't need to be flaunty or flashy to truly be strong. Katsuki. Be strong enough to be gentle. Be strong enough to be kind. Be resolute in your actions, and hesitate not in front of uncertainty. That, in my opinion, is true strength. To be strong in both body and mind. I'm going to be real. I don't understand most of what you said, but I got the gist. I'll stop that sheet, okay? I suppose that'll do. Said Izuku in resignation. Katsuki spoke up, also, when the F, did you get all monk mode? That'll have to be when my quirk arrived, I suppose. Replied Izuku as he laughed. He's glad he's inside of a room now, with the windows closed. The bite of winter chill was hard to shake off, but there were lit candles and incense burning in the room, a floral aroma emanating and warmth embracing Sekiro's body. He knelt in front of his master, who was observing a shrine of sorts. "I have come to receive you, my lord," said Wolf with a bow. His master was a child, that spoke with a soft voice and an even softer heart. "You have fought long and hard to come here, Wolf," started Kuro, kneeling down in front of him. The fact that his master respected him as an equal made his heart clench. He really was too kind. "Let us leave Ashina," Wolf said, intent on finishing the mission he failed. The boy shook his head, a sad smile playing on his features. "Loyal Wolf, there are too many people in this land that are drunk over the power of my blood. They plague this land. This power harms their minds. I wish to sever the ties of immortality. I implore you, help me along this journey." Kuro, the divine child asks. "Father." Sekiro thought back on the iron code made by his father before answering. "I cannot. I am sworn to protect you, my lord." Kuro kneeled in front of his shinobi. "How many times did you die for me? Once? Twice? Or is it a number so great it cannot be counted?" Sekiro really had no answer. If his goal required him to die 100 times, he would. "I do not wish to bind you to this land forever, it would be cruel for me to do so. The immortal oath is one that leaves men seduced. It deviates them from their path, and corrupts them, shreds them of their humanity. Please, Wolf. I cannot do this alone." Kuro pleaded as he knelt in front of Wolf. "By your command." Wolf gave in upon seeing his lord's eyes. Kuro smiles brightly, and Wolf is all the more glad for accepting. "All right. Now to go about severing immortality, Lord Takaru must have some texts about it. He was the divine heir before me. I'll look for them in the castle's library. You go and talk to Lord Ishin in the tower nearby." Wolf walked upstairs to the balcony. He fought Genichiro. In the stairwell stood Emma. "I take it you spoke with Lord Kuro then?" "I did. He told me to go see Ishin. He wishes to sever the ties of immortality." Wolf noticed Emma grimace at those words even if only for an instant. He filed that away for later. "Ishin-sama likes to go for walks often. If he isn't in the castle, you'd find him near the castle gates." "Walks, eh? Thank you for the information. I'll be back." The neighboring castle wasn't too far. Following the nightjar smoke, a bright pink color that nightjar shinobi used to keep track of routes, he got to the castle quickly. He didn't find Ishin there. A note was left instead. "Dear Emma. The Ashina castle gate has grown loud with the sound of scurrying. The Tengu will see to the rats. Worry not. Ishin. Rats. Tengu? Has he grown senile or something?" Emma said to look at the castle gates. "I'll go there I suppose." And go he did. He found a bunch of dead, purple hakama-wearing men just opposite of where he fought Gyubu the demon. Moving into the tower he found a gray-haired man wielding a sword kneeling against one of those men. He stood up once he heard. Wait, heard? He heard Wolf walk in. "That can't be right. Another rat." Spoken with a deep voice that boomed throughout the tower. "No. Those eyes say otherwise. A starving wolf. Before I cut you down, let me hear your name." No reply was offered from Wolf. "Tell me your name," the old man wearing a Tengu mask demanded. Wolf had no reason to give this man his name. The man seemed amused at his lack of answer. "No name to give to me, is it?" Tengu asked while chuckling. "You shinobi are all the same. You all die nameless. With no one to mourn you. Rude. But that left arm of yours. The shinobi prosthetic? It reminds me of." Tengu burst out laughing as he sheathed his sword. "That's it. A one-armed wolf. I like it. Sekiro. That is what I shall name you." "Who are you?" Sekiro spoke for the first time. "I am the Tangu of Ashina," he said whilst laughing. "Definitely senile. Come Sekiro. Care to hunt some rats with me?" "What? Rats have snuck their way into Ashina. They scurry about like they own the place. There are many different types of rats but they must be cut down. Every last one of them. It seems you have a talent for killing. Allow me to help you hone that talent." "What'll it be Sekiro? Will you hunt down rats with me?" Tengu spoke demanding an answer. He seems to care about this land just like Kuro. "Should I help him? I need to speak with Ishin anyway and this will help hone my blade so I guess no losses from my end." "Very well. Excellent. You'll need this if you're with me." He handed a letter to Sekiro. The letter described different types of rats or spies in simple terms. Dwarfs of the Senpu Temple. Shadows of the Interior Ministry, the men wearing purple hakamas. "I've already cut them down," said Sekiro in a deadpan. "Is that so?" Tengu had a glint in his eye as though he was appraising Wolf. "Yes, they were in my way of rescuing Lord Kuro. So I killed them." "I see. Here you go. A reward for killing the rats." Tengu handed Sekiro what seemed to be a martial arts tome. In the Ashina school, there are no hard or fast rules. You just win your battles. That's all there is to it. Thank you. Sekiro thanked Tengu in a deadpan, wondering why he gave him the book. Be on your way now. Izuku woke up at his usual time now. 5 a.m. as always. He thought back to the book and what it spoke of. Aura. The time period I was in during those memories. Quirks came around the 2015s. A little more than 3 centuries ago. But the time I was in was further back in the Edo period maybe? Ashina. I'll look it up on the internet later. I wonder though, is it even possible for a normal human to be that strong? Wait. It clearly is. Wolf existed. He's strong, his torturous training made him strong. Faster than the eye could see. Strong enough to disintegrate concrete. Hell, I bet he could redirect lightning with his sword. The basics of aura, strength. That was chapter 1. What Owl taught him was definitely different. Hide it completely. Use aura to augment strength only when necessary. Kill all sound. He definitely focused more on finesse than raw power. He washed up and got to the backyard. However, instead of starting sword swings, he sat down and began meditating. Feel it completely. Your presence. The sounds you hear. The wind brushing past your skin. Omit all sight. Sight is secondary, instinct comes first. Owl put Wolf in a blndfld as he struck harshly with a sword. I can't exactly ask Mom to hit me, but with the memories this should be simpler. After what seemed like an hour, he finally made a breakthrough. I can sense. The birds are high in the sky. The squirrels burrowed in the tree resting in its nest. The cold winter wind brushing upon my skin. Augmentation can come later. I don't think my body is up to par yet. Sensing is more than enough. For no W that is. He heard his mother's door click even though he was in the backyard. She's up already? What time is it? He went in through the living room shutter and checked the clock above the sofa. It was already 6:30 by the time he got done. Odd. Did I get lost in my thoughts? Morning, Mother. I see there was no music today either. Tough day at work yesterday. The kids at UA are a handful. If only everyone could be like my baby boy. Cooed Inko as she pulled Inko into a hug. And winter still isn't gone yet. She said as she broke the hug. Aha. It'll be gone soon enough. It's almost the start of February. 1 more month and spring should be here. I'm gonna take a shower now. Said Inko. I'll make your lunch whilst you're there. Any preferences? Offered Izuku. Rice. Anything to go with it is fine. Curry then. It turned into their routine during winter. Izuku got tired of oatmeal, so he asked his mom to teach him how to cook. A few simple lessons from his mom here and a few complex things from YouTube. Boom, a 5-year-old overgrown child chef. Roll call is at 8:45, gates close at 8, I have more than enough time to cook and take a shower. Boring. Extremely boring. This is a waste of time. A complete waste of time. Perhaps I should talk with Mom about speeding up the tests and skipping a couple of grades. I'll pick up the high school syllabus from the library later. Izuku thought as he looked out the window. 2nd grade was a breeze. Midoriya-kun. I take it you've studied all the material if you're gonna daydream? Said Inosuke, his math teacher. 18, 9, 25, 360 degrees and the answers to the questions on the board. Izuku struck back, never looking away from the eagle he was observing. Okay then. It seems you're fine on that front. Said Inosuke with a bead of sweat on his cheek. HNN. School was over. It was 1 p.m., and Izuku wasn't as exhausted as he would have been, since he was paying little to no attention in the lessons. He made his way to the library to get some books on high school courses regarding physics, chem, math, Chinese and English. Chinese in order to understand some of the texts written in his memories. And English because that's the subject his mother taught at UA. He does wonder where his mom learned it. Checking himself out with his card, he registered the books for 2 months and left. You can't take the books without registering since they're tagged with a chip. And a librarian isn't exactly necessary. Making his way back home, to the center of Musutsu, he came across a cafe. Mom isn't back for another 2 hours. No extra classes today. Home's 15 minutes away. I should be fine. Now cafe. Pretty ordinary name. Guess I'll go check it out. As he walked into the cafe, that was newly opened, he was greeted by a jingle and the strong but smooth smell of hazelnut. The cafe was relatively empty, considering it was work hours and the afternoon. He walked to the coffee bar. And sat beside an unassuming man. Aren't you a little young to be here? Spoke a gruff and tired voice. There isn't an age limit here, Izuku replied as he turned to face the man. He had disheveled hair, a grayish-white bundled scarf around his neck, a scar under his right eye and extremely dark black circles around his eyes to go with it. No, I suppose there isn't. The man says as he chuckles, shouldn't you be in school? Izuku shakes his head. No. School was over 10 minutes ago. I live nearby so it's not a big deal. That uniform. Do you go to Udata High? Asked Izuku with a curious glint in his eye. The student nods. Yeah, you've got a good eye, kid. What's your name? Midoriya Izuku. Pleasure meeting a hero in training. Said Izuku offering his hand for a shake. Aizawa Shoyuta. What school do you go to? Asked Aizawa as he shook his hand. Muzurifu Primary, it's 2 blocks from UA. The man raises a brow and stares at him like he'd grown a second head. Do you have a gigantification quirk or something? Why do you have high school books? Questioned Aizawa, not believing a kid that's almost 5 feet is in elementary. No. And the syllabus for middle school was boring, so I figured might as well. My quirk is supposed to come late. The doctor I went to said it needed my body to grow more. Spoke Izuku. So you're a genius or something? You sure you don't have an intelligence quirk? Izuku scoffed, shaking his head. That can't be determined yet. I'm only turning 6 this year. And yes, I'm sure, the human body is more capable than you think. Any plans for the future? Well, for now, becoming a hero is up there. I plan on majoring in software engineering and a minor in organic chemistry. A hero, eh? Do you think you can do it? This path isn't for everyone. I'm certain I can. I do have various plans should my current one fail. That's good, most people rely on a singular outcome, not the best idea. Said Aizawa. Man, is this guy really a kid? He's more mature than most people I know. What'll you and your son be having? Asked a waiter with a smile. He's no dash. Chamomile and a blueberry cheesecake. Izuku cut off Aizawa. Coffee, black, extra strong. Resigned Aizawa. Coming right up. XXX. That was pretty good. I'll say a 9/10. Said Izuku finishing his tea. Having any trouble with those books? Asked Aizawa, concerned that a kid was reading about chemical kinetics. No. Thanks for asking though, don't you need to leave? No? My classes end at 12 o'clock, it's currently 1:45. Izuku gasped softly. It's that late already? DMN. I should head home. Izuku said whilst packing up his books. Stay safe, kid. I will. Nice meeting you, Aizawa. I forgot to ask about his quirk, thought Izuku as he got to paying the bill. Thanking the waitress, he walked out of the cafe and made his way back home. He didn't practice sword swings in the morning. He would get to that, shower and study mathematics after. Yes, that was a solid plan. I should probably get down to talking about my studies with Mom. Does my school even have a middle or high school branch? Oh well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. After using his key to open the door to his house, Izuku placed his bag on the chair of the living room. Finishing up with his shower, he made his way towards the living room. Picking up the bag from the sofa chair, and making his way to his room. It's almost Mom isn't here still, maybe something came up at work? Maybe she'll call the home line. And right on cue, the home landline rang. Midoriya residence. How can I help you? Izuku? I'll be home soon, the 3rd year's graduated, so we're buying them a meal. I see, you'll be home by evening I take it? Aha, that's right. You can order something from your PC, right? Though I would prefer to cook something. We don't exactly have groceries, can you get some on the way back? I'll order out from Tony's. I'll do just that. See you later, love. Have fun, Mom. Number 7 p.m. I have 3 hours BEF or she arrives. I'll order out, and I'll eat it later. I'll train in the Ashina arts till then. And train he did, the Ashina arts though simplistic, focused on sharp, precise and robust movements. Aiming for the vitals, minimizing the time lag between each movement and striking with power, it was an art made to kill. Add the shinobi arts to that and you get a fearsome killer. He decided to eat the pizza he ordered after washing up. Mom should be home within an hour, the 3rd year's graduated, huh? Maybe that's why Aizawa was out so early. I'm having some trouble with math, maybe I should backtrack the syllabus a bit. In the midst of his studying, Inko came back home looking tired. He decided to leave the talk of skipping grades to later since she was already looking ready to sleep. I'm home, Izuku-kun. Welcome back, Mom. What were you up to? Just some studying is all. The usual. Pizza's in the oven, you can heat it up if you want, I can see you're tired. Aha, thanks Izuku, you're the best son I could have asked for. Inko said lovingly. And you're the best mom anyone could have had. Good night, Mom. Good night, son. Inko said, placing a soft kiss on his forehead. Sekiro was trudging through the abandoned passageways, a dungeon, as he made his way to the Senpu temple. He thought back to the conversation with Ishin. About the divine heir's life. Before that. Some sake? Ishin interjected. Ha? Sekiro had never been offered sake for killing someone's grandson before. Take it. You've earned it. This raised even more questions. He's senile. Has to be, thought Sekiro as he took the ceramic bottle of Ashina sake. Now you were saying? The divine heir wishes to sever the ties of immortality. He told me to come to you. Is that so? An honorable goal, unlike that of Genichiro. That's all he has to say about his grandson? Thought Wolf in disbelief. You will need the mortal blade. Mortal blade? Yes. Last I heard of it, it was kept in the Senpu temple. They say the blade cannot be drawn. Cannot be drawn? I don't know the specifics. Apparently anyone who gazes upon the crimson edge dies. But who knows what those degenerates could be up to. If you wish to go there, however, you'll need to take the long way there. An abandoned dungeon on the opposite of the Moonview Tower. I see. Thank you for this information. He made it to land. His eyes had developed well due to shinobi training, making his trip through the dungeon less complicated. He pulled the lever and the elevator made its way down. Getting to the top, he finally found some greenery. Making his way through the way too large to be a temple ground was a piece of cake. A walk in the park even. Just a bit of grappling hook mastery here and there, a bit of climbing, and the ever-unchanging slitting of throats with his katana. He was just about to cross through the bridge and onto the actual temple. An imposing figure clad in all-black armor walked out of the balcony in the center of the bridge. For the sake of my son, drop your sword. Spoke the armored warrior as he lifted his long sword. I cannot. Said Sekiro as he got into his stance. You shall die a fool. Sekiro allowed the warrior to make the first move. The warrior was taller, his recovery time after each move would be slower. A diagonal cut aimed at his head, he noticed immediately, parried and went in for a counter slash. No sword will cut through my armor, boasted the warrior. As the warrior aimed a sword at his chest, Sekiro promptly prepared a Makiri counter. The warrior moved his sword and just as it was about to land a hit, Sekiro raised his right leg and clamped down on the sword. The warrior was caught off guard. A mistake proved to be fatal. Wasting no time, Sekiro moved his sword into the joint of the warrior's helmet and torso piece, placed his left leg onto the man's body and pushed. Result, the man lost his balance, fell from the balcony and screamed. Robertu! Screamed the warrior as he fell. Onwards to the temple. What the hell is this place? To recapitulate, Sekiro had just slain 4 monkeys that were supposedly guarding the place. After that a voice, speaking to him out of seemingly nowhere, told him they were simply doing their job. Anyway, his job wasn't figuring out whatever the F was going on, it was getting the blade. He made his way into the semi-temple. Inside was a child sitting in the middle of the back wall. For what reason do you seek this place? Spoke the girl with conviction. I seek the mortal blade. You know of the blade that cannot be drawn? Yes. It is called so since no one that has drawn it has survived. Yet you still wish to attempt this? No real risks then. I will draw the blade. I see. Very well. The divine child placed the wooden box with paper seals written all over it. Upon opening the box, a beautiful odachi a beautiful sheath of an odachi that was well crafted could be seen. Sekiro took the blade from the box and placed it firmly in front of his eyes as one hand grasped the hilt and another, the sheath. He placed the thumb of his left hand, which was grasping the sheath, onto the tsuba. He pushed his thumb and drew the blade with his right hand. As soon as he gazed upon the crimson blade and the blackish red aura it was oozing out, he died. Why is it, I wonder? Are they not loath to die? Thought the divine child out loud remorsefully. As she clasped her hands together to pray. A pink, Sakura-like light emerged and the shinobi of the divine heir promptly woke back up. He drew upon the blade once more, this time without dying. The mortal blade. I accept its power. Labels. There are many labels one can have in this world. In the category of age, newborn, elderly. In the category of school, from failure to prodigious. These labels are toxic at worst and obsequious at best. However, it was agreed upon that the worst label one could actually receive was quirklessness. It was grossly incorrect, however. Children were inherently cruel and moronic. They didn't quite understand the human body or gene makeup. So Izuku did the obvious thing and said he was quirkless, something that would prove to be an error. Burn marks courtesy of the idiot savant Katsuki Bakugo. He doesn't understand. Izuku explained it multiple times that his quirk would just take time and that people weren't objects. Katsuki had to have understood, right? Katsuki and Izuku had drifted apart, due to the death of Uncle Masaru. He died of a slide when they, Katsuki and Izuku, were. Since then Katsuki had become this animal for attention, a person who saw others as objects in his way. This new school only aided his ways, praising him for his heroic quirk, and looking away when he bullied someone, even if that someone was Izuku most of the time. there were people with weak quirks that Katsuki had taken to abusing. Izuku learned after his 5th time in detention that fighting back was pointless. Katsuki and his lackeys were weak as sheet. If they wouldn't make as good a fight as Ishin, then it was pointless anyway. The teachers looked the other way each time they hurt him, so he just avoided everything and everyone. His mom started picking up on cues when she asked him about friends. Granted, he was never social, but instead of saying, they were loud and stupid, he had slipped up. He said he didn't need any. Instead of laughing like always, Inko had shown concern. Then the brawls started out of the school since they couldn't catch him in class, ever. Granted, he never lost said brawls. After all, compared to a sword dance with Genichiro, these were mere children trying to throw their weight around. No one used their quirks, note in camera anyway. Izuku made sure to manipulate the fights in a way so that they never injured his face. It served as good practice fighting quirked people, even if they weren't really a challenge. That mattered because Izuku usually worked out in a tank top or shirtless. His mom was off work on a Sunday and had walked into the home gym to ask what he wanted for dinner. It spiraled from there. Time and time again, he reassured his mother that she wasn't a bad mother and actually the best one he could have asked for, that it wasn't her fault, but it didn't help. The only thing Inko could see was the wound that was dressed pretty sloppily on his body. XXX. They're both sitting on the dining table facing each other. Inko's cheeks had water stains from the tears, her eyes puffy. She had contemplated what to do. All that was left was to ask Izuku. "Why didn't you tell me?" Inko asked with her voice cracking. It was unnecessary. You're a teacher at a hero school, and you're about to be reinstated into the hero program, no? Izuku stated with guilt as he watched his mother fall apart. Izuku, my job doesn't matter, my title as a mother will always come first. Inko stated firmly. Izuku sighed, his breath shaky as he spoke. That isn't what I meant. This was just children being morons. They didn't want to listen, just hurt me instead. Besides, not many wounds can truly hurt me, my pain tolerance isn't exactly normal. Izuku, do you want to change schools? Inko asked, worried about her son's future. Mom, I'll be fine as is. The kids there are extremely weak. On top of that, they can't even catch me unless I want them to. I'll be okay. Won't you be withdrawn by the time high school starts? I'll be all right, Mom. What I want you to look into is the school and its board. I can tell there's something up with them. Quirkless people are treated like dirt, but heteromorphic and weak quirks? This smells like the MLA. Stated Izuku with a grimace. The teachers were off somehow. If their dark aura was anything to go by, he deduced their behavior since no other outcome would match their behavior. Izuku, that's a pretty heavy accusation. Isn't a police investigation about to start? Yes, but dash. The police will check their files, all you need to do is tell them my experience. They won't just be looking for a nurse denying treatment, they'll search everything. She sighs, her neck already aching at the thought, right? Ongoing criminal case. It'll be a long night. Inko remembers. You have night patrol today? He asks her. She nods, raising a brow at him. Yeah, 11 p.m. through 4 a.m. Why do you ask? You want me to leave anything in the microwave? Izuku asked his mom. The lady rubbed the nape of her neck and thought, no, it's okay, I'll be out like a light afterwards. She said. Okay. You should rest then, wouldn't want to be tired during patrol, right? Izuku says, offering his worry. She smiles, acknowledging his words. I'll rest for a bit. I'm tired after speaking to all the suits. Good night, Mom. He said. XXX. Aura augmentation. Izuku wasn't sure if he had to start now. But Sekiro started along his age. He was 8 now. Standing at a comfortable 5 feet 5 inches with more than enough room to grow. Augmentation in small amounts was pretty safe, however, if you mess up with control, you risk injury of joints and muscle tissue. Go overboard and let's not think about that. The sensory aspect was pretty easy to achieve, just nudge it into a certain shape and it works. To bring it out into the world, however, was a different case. At its core, aura was a mostly stationary force. In scientific terms, it was potential energy. At its potential state, everyone had it. To change it to a kinetic or an excited state, one needed to train. Physical development helps with that aspect but doesn't really do anything. Your aura needs to be stimulated by an external force, but at its potential state aura could only interact with aura. Hence, the only way for Izuku to reawaken it was to be given a jolt by another aura user, or to train as Sekiro had, with an endless amount of time and effort. Safe to say Izuku wasn't looking to SLV his life away. The problem now? Aura was a lost art. There were extremely few users even during the peak of its popularity. Lady Butterfly, with her illusions. Owl, in his prime, also using his illusory owl and force arts. Tomo and her lightning, Genikairos. A weakling is what he is, Ishin and every force art ever? In any case, the problem was there was no one to STMLT his dormant aura. The solution? Shura. Shura, Carnage, Demon, was something Sekiro had developed in his quest alongside his lord to sever immortality. In that quest he died more than the average human should have. However, the amount he killed? He had nightmares that he misplaced as memories about them. He was faced at a crossroads as sunset was imminent over Ashina. Faced with two choices. Either obey the Iron Code, forsake Lord Kuro and join his father to bring Japan, perhaps even the world to its very knees. He would be unstoppable with his power. Or break the Iron Code and continue alongside Kuro, their quest of severing immortality. Killing his father to move forward. The choice was a difficult one. His father, on one hand, had taken him from the battlefield of Ishin's coup d'etat, fed him, clothed him, trained him in the shinobi arts and named him Wolf. On the other there was Kuro, his master that he failed once, in the siege at the questionably perfect moment when soldiers were out of the estate. Kuro was staying in Hirata estate. There was a traitor that night, Sekiro was sure, and he was getting more and more certain it was Owl. The second time he failed by letting Genichiro of all people take Kuro. Kuro was someone unlike most nobles. He was kind enough to bow to his shinobi, a person meant to be your sword, to die for you in an instant, and say that he wanted to save Sekiro from the immortal oath. Sekiro was more than surprised when he did that. Especially because the dragon's blood was bestowed by Kuro during that first failure. After the battle with Lady Kochu, Butterfly, he was stabbed in the back by an extremely long and broad odachi, much like his father's. In hindsight, the choice was simple. His father was drunk on dragon's blood. He had to be put down. Sekiro did exactly that, and in tandem returned Shura's shadow to his father. Keiji Adachi. A shadow falls. Okashidasu, I'll be returning it. Migatanari, that's my boy. His father had acknowledged his skill in his death. All in all, it was a pretty difficult battle. Mentally, since his father was way past his prime, using tricks and underhanded tactics, like a true shinobi, what lacked was the use of illusions. Izuku thought he was free of Shura when he killed his father and talked to Ishin. Ishin acknowledged the fact that his eyes looked clearer and his brow less furrowed. Ishin had even praised him for killing without hesitation. However, Midoriya Izuku still had a Shura of his own. He had seen bloodshed, too much of it in his opinion, but he had seen all the same. Sekiro was the one free of Shura, not Izuku. The burst of power that came with Shura could be used to STMLT his aura, in theory anyway. So he meditated. In the lotus position. As he searched his soul, the flames of hatred would be there. He could feel the flame and just needed to get to the fire. After a painstakingly long meditation, he'd seen it. The fires. In the midst of the fire was a warrior clad in yellow crystalline armor. Sulfur. Immediately the warrior turned his head and was in front of Izuku in an instant. Even with aura I couldn't see it move. What do you seek, boy? The distorted voice spoke, its voice booming through the void like mindscape. I need to reawaken my aura, Izuku stated with a gulp. So? I need your help. There's no more users left alive. The man seems to briefly lose his step, before speaking up. What? How? How long have I been here? Sekijo, one-armed orangutan, was your last manifestation. So, somewhere around 900 years ago? It's been that long? But I was just on the cusp of manifestation again. That was 800 years ago, in my previous life in a way. I stopped you. And now you come here? For help from me no less? The voice asked, amused. I have an offer you cannot refuse. Deciding to entertain him, he answered. If it's been that long, I'll hear you out. You're trusting me that easily? Izuku asks, wondering if the demon is trying to pull something. Brat, we're in your head. I see your memories. Including those of Ashina. Right. That makes more sense. In any case, I offer a coexistence pact. You can see the outside world completely, so long as I exist. In turn, I want you to teach me how to control the flames of hatred. You're a cunning one, aren't you? Your original plan was to simply find the fire and activate physical aura. Now you ask to control these flames? Quite the bold one, are we? Asked the armored man. The plan changed when I found you. Izuku stated, barely hiding the fear in his voice. Very well, said the entity plainly. What? Izuku stated more than he questioned. What the hell do you mean, what? Asked the armor. Just like that? I thought there'd be more you'd ask for. Like a human body or something. Izuku said, dumbfounded that an immortal demon was easier to talk to than a few of his old classmates. Brat, I don't exactly choose to manifest in people. It just happens. Humans can mostly never handle even the shadows that the flame emits, much less standing right next to it like you are. I was human before I was turned into this thing, sealed away by Amaterasu herself. I don't see the point of tricking you since I won't even be able to control you regardless of the effect the flame has on you. This is a fine outcome," said the armor. "Okay then. How should we do this?" "You don't have to do much. Just hold on to my hand." "Actually, just bump fists with me," said the voice as it raised a fist. Is he embarrassed? "Okay. What do I call you?" Izuku asked as raised a fist of his own. "My name was lost to me a long time ago. Just call me Shura," the voice stated in a nostalgic tone as it cleared for the first time. "All right then, Shura-san it is," Izuku said as he bumped fists with the demon. Shikigami, or spirit emblems, were paper dolls that harbored the souls of the dead. Originally during the Ashina timeline, they could be used for any and all purposes. Write on the paper what you need it to do, and the doll will do so in exchange for release. Initially, due to the influx of shamans and Onmyoto, they could be found just about everywhere and didn't need to be crafted personally. However, that art is now in need by young Izuku here. "Why do you wish to learn Onmyoto, boy?" asked Shura. "I don't want to learn all of Onmyoto and its functions. Just tell me the prayer needed to generate spirit emblems." "I have to ask, why do you need it?" "They have way too many uses to be lost. Every day almost 150,000 people die, most have regrets and remain in this plane of existence. To not make use of such a thing for whatever purpose is a waste." The boy answered. "I suppose that's true, however, is now the best time? Your mother should wake up soon." "No, it's only 6 he said, looking at the clock. Upon seeing his mistake, he spoke up. "Never mind, you're right," he said. Izuku sniffs his clothing. "I should take one too. School and all that." Yes, education seems quite important these days." "Please, middle school is right around the corner and I'm solving differential calculus. This is a waste of time at best. I'll talk to mom about it on a Sunday." "Chop chop, now go shower," said Shura, amused. XXX. Controlling the flames of hatred was a task easier said than done. Even as he tried to bring out the warmth that the flame produced inside of him, the sensation came off as scalding. He couldn't place why. Shura said he was being too stiff, and that he needed to let it flow. Whatever the hell that meant. As he's sitting there in math class he wonders how in the ever-loving hell he's supposed to get past Ishin. Not even the normal Ishin who was old, decrepit, and senile, no. The black mortal blade, called Gate, just had to bring him back to his prime. Now he had to fight Ishin Ashina in his prime, wielding a mortal blade and his Naginata. Shura couldn't see his memories in real time, and even then he only saw things from Izuku's eyes, so he could barely provide insight. It's not like Izuku ever asked, though. This was more a testament to himself and his pride. Now about school. He had to think of a good one since Mustafu Primary doesn't have a middle school branch. Maybe Seimi? It was a bit far, but he could get used to a train ride. Maybe he could get a pass? Thoughts for after talking with mom. He was well over the transition courses for high school. Calculus was coming along well and theory was. Theory. Studies were simple, maybe he could apply for an early academic degree and go for heroics later. He was going to be a hero. To prove others wrong, these idiots at school don't even bother to hear him out. If a rumor lasts for more than 75 days, it is considered fact instead. Though Izuku knew he was quirkless, and though he was powerful even without one, the others didn't care. They just assumed everything they knew because of Katsuki's drivel alongside his lackeys trying to isolate Izuku. This led to rumors passing all around the school, and if the kids, on the off chance, didn't outright throw disgust at him, they just ignored him. All in all, it didn't matter, life was going to change in the direction Izuku wanted it to go, with the approval of his mother of course. Seimi accepts scholarship students along with shoo-ins for rich kids. So, he could simply submit his test scores and apply for a scholarship. He didn't want to appear rich even if his mom was teaching him all about finances and handling money. Life was good now. Outside of school anyway. He was making solid progress on aura augmentation. He could confidently perform Shadow Rush, an extremely powerful gap-closing move, where the user uses aura condensed more on their legs, with a slight amount coursing through their body to avoid whiplash. The user then leaps forward, with the weapon facing towards the adversary's sternum and moves. A powerful move to close distances, and his first Mushin art. Upon hearing the school bell, he immediately got out of his seat and made for the lockers. Taking off the school issue shows and pulling out his casuals, he made his way to the cafe. XXX. He hadn't seen Aizawa in a while now. He'd see him every now and then, since his career started almost 3 years ago, and he'd shown up to the cafe almost twice each week since that year. However, he has been absent from this routine for almost 2 months now. Maybe he found a sidekick? Maybe he became one? No. Not possible. Aizawa was an underground hero. He was interrupted by his thoughts as the door jingled. "Oh, there you are, Aizawa," stated Izuku in a flat tone as he turned around. "Midoriya, how do you manage to be here every day?" Aizawa stated, in an even more than usual tired tone. The boy raised an eyebrow. "Are you all right? You seem tired, more than usual I mean." Izuku stated, concerned at how muddy Aizawa's eyes looked. I'll live." Aizawa resigned. "That's totally not concerning at all," he thought to himself. He voiced his worries. "Well, I'm the perfect stranger to talk to, aren't I? Hit me with it," he said, wanting to lend an ear. Aizawa considered, then decided against it. "Kid, you don't need to be worried about me. I'll be all right," he said, not wanting to burden Izuku. Izuku felt an odd sense of camaraderie with Aizawa, considering he was coming to a cafe alone. Izuku doubted he had many friends. Izuku could relate. Deciding to speak up again, he pointed out, "Well, I'm choosing to be worried because you look dead on your feet." Then he continued, "Why are you up and running like that?" Aizawa weighs his options once more. He releases a long, tired sigh. Izuku is close to giving up before Aizawa opens his mouth. "I've been off duty for the past 2 months due to an incident. I'm trying to get back to work today but my friends won't let me," he says, running a hand through his hair. "They sound like good friends." Izuku says, "You look like a dead man walking, though you usually look like a zombie anyway." He jokes, lightly. Izuku thinks back on the events of 2 months ago. 2 months ago. Nothing much in hero news channels came up that long ago. Maybe it was under the table? I'll research later. He thinks, when nothing noteworthy pops up. Do you feel up to it? Are you in the right mindset? Can you truly be efficient when you can't even stand straight? Izuku pointed out the facts of how physically dead Aizawa looked. Dark circles turned into large bumps under his eyes. Hands showing tremors, from exhaustion or starvation he didn't know. Hair disheveled, instead of tied into a ponytail as usual. Aizawa shivered a bit at the boy's statements, offering no response. "When was the last time you ate something?" asked Izuku with concern. "If your head isn't working to the point you can't take care of yourself, then I doubt you can do hero work. Listen to your friends, Aizawa. If you looked at them like this you would say the same." Aizawa mulled over his words for a good minute. Looking at the mirror behind the coffee bar he saw how appalling his appearance had become. Eyes red from crying. The guilt came and went in waves, causing emotional pain that later turned into literal physical chest pain. The loss of Oboro was felt by all those dear to him, and when Aizawa learned the villains were after Erasure and not Cloud, something in him snapped. He couldn't bear the loss anymore. Biting down the tears threatening to spill by looking up he responded. "Getting talked sense by a kid. I'm really pathetic, aren't I?" he said rhetorically. Izuku chuckles slightly. "We all need an eye-opener sometimes, Aizawa." He says, in consolation, "Life hasn't been kind to you, I can tell. Eat something and take a break. A long one." Izuku said with a large chunk of his worries washing away. "You don't have to tell me what happened. It's not my concern. Listen to your friends though, it's their business as much as it's yours." "How could you know that?" Aizawa asked in a questioning tone. "It's what friends are for, right? Not that I'd know, but it's what I've read." The waitress came by again. "The usual for you too?" she stated cheerfully. Not seeing the difference between tired and almost dead Aizawa. "No, actually, we'll have one Italian beef sandwich each, with a side of fries and a Coke." Izuku ordered for both him and Aizawa. "Not even gonna ask if I want that?" Aizawa asked in a hopeless tone. "Just trust me on this one. XXX. "So, Izuku? You wanted to talk?" asked Inko, well rested after a long while. Readjusting to hero work took time, but she was back in gear now. "Yes. I've been wanting to apply to Seimi Middle School as a scholarship student. My grades are perfect, literally. And I've been studying high school courses for a while now. I'm almost done," said Izuku as though he was giving an interview. "Izuku, I've said that money isn't an issue, but moving out of Shizuoka Prefecture comes with complications, you know," Inko said, worried about where this was going. "I'll take the train, so it doesn't mess up your hero work in any way, shape or form," said Izuku as though he was presenting a PowerPoint. Her eyes sharpen in worry. "Izuku, you're only 11 right now. I can't dash." Deciding to interrupt her, he goes on to explain. "Mom, the average kid in Japan takes the train, starting middle school. I get that you're a hero, but you can't baby me forever. I'll be alright." Izuku reassures her. "And Seimi is a great school, with good people in it. I'll be okay. If you can manage a complete scholarship, I'll do it," Inko said, challenging Izuku. Here. He placed a stack of papers on the table. What is this? Inko asked. The scholarship acceptance letter. Said Izuku plainly. You aren't kidding. Why did I even bother challenging you? Inko asked no one as she took out her pen. I wonder why you do, too. Said Izuku smugly. This wasn't supposed to happen, thought Izuku as he gritted his teeth, his hands wrapped around the actual sword that his mother got him for getting the scholarship for Seimi. Am I really going to die a pathetic death like this? Not even knowing the name of the man that killed me. How? Outrageous. His head was going a mile a minute as he lay bleeding along the asphalt. His body got colder alongside his strength leaving his body. The all-too-familiar hands of death took him once again. Izuku Midoriya was no more. XXX. You want a sword? Didn't I already get you one? Asked Inko, confused. Izuku shook his head. That's a wooden sword. No real weight on it. I need an actual sword to train with and get used to the weight, he said with hope bubbling in his chest. Of course, he would ask for a sword. Not chocolate or an All Might card, no, it has to be a sword. All right then, I guess it could have been worse. That easily? No questions. Izuku asked bamboozled since his mom was very questioning about getting him his practice sword. Why would I? I've seen the way you wield that Bakken. Those calloused palms of yours aren't exactly invisible. Besides, you saved a lot of money getting that scholarship so it's fine. Inko said shoving aside the worries of her son. Whatever you say then, should I give you the design or? Yeah that'll do, I'll send it over to a forger, he's a train right away into the main city, it should be ready by the evening. Inko said while finishing her morning tea. All right then. The sword was perfect, yes maintaining it was going to be a beach, but it was perfect. A near-exact copy of Kuzabimaru had been made for him. Are ye gonna stand there and gush at it or will ye try it out? Exclaimed the middle-aged blacksmith. You have any dummies Mr. Handsome? Izuku asked the man with salt and pepper hair, wide forearms and back and a wrinkled, but chiseled face. Course I do, head on into the house and out the yard, you'll see said the blacksmith. Is anyone home? Izuku asked not wanting to intrude. Just me, daughter, be sure to avoid her though, she's insane. He said completely serious. What? If you run into her, pray to whatever god you believe in that her eyes don't glow. The blacksmith said, face unchanging. Whatever you say Mr. Dash. Just hero is fine, brat. Now go test it out. He said in mock irritation. All right then. Izuku said, failing to hide his excitement. Making his way to the yard had been fairly simple, it was a house pretty similar to his own. He hadn't run out to Hiro's supposed nightmare of a daughter, what he missed however was a pink-haired girl peering over from the window. Masterfully unsheathing the sword by placing his left thumb on the tsuba, he practiced a few swings without resistance of a dummy first. Getting used to the weight was second nature. He readied his aura, passing it through his body, and focusing it on his sword. Right as he released, he unleashed his aura and leapt. An arm's length from the dummy, he swung the blade. A blinding white arc cleaved the dummy straight along the diagonal, the blade releasing a strong wind pressure compressed into a line. His aim struck true. Satisfied with the blade and the dragon flash he performed. Though it was a move he stole from Ishin Ashina himself, he can't imagine him disapproving. Hiro and his daughter watched in awe, as he masterfully sheathed his sword and made his way toward the blacksmith. Thank you, Hiro-san. The sword is perfectly balanced, and the weight displacement is fine. I did want dash. A voice speaking out interrupts their conversation. Hey, muscles. What's your quirk? It's a strength enhancer, right? Said the pink-haired girl. No. Izuku said, not wanting to elaborate further. Hiro smacked her upside the head good-naturedly. Where are your manners, young lady? Ah. Nice to meet you, I'm Mei. She said as she bowed slightly. Midoriya Izuku. Likewise. And I don't have a quirk yet. He said, his tone flat. What? How the hell did you do that then? Mei asked, not believing the absurdity of the boy. What did you want to ask me, boy? Asked Hiro, completely ignoring his daughter. Ah. I was wondering if I could commission a spear soon enough. Maybe in a few months? Izuku said, flushing a bit at the girl staring at his chest. A spear? Aren't you supposed to be a swordsman? Hiro asked, confused. There's only one technique that I haven't mastered yet. If we're going by the old code, I'm a sword saint now. He said, satisfied. Why the spear then? Hiro asked, his brows even more furrowed than before. Don't you think it's good cover if I call myself a sword saint and I'm actually even better with the spear? Plus, a spear is like an assault rifle, a sword's more like a pistol if you catch my drift. Izuku said, clearing up the man's confusion. Both had their uses, but Izuku did favor the sword. A spear will take longer to make, tell me the details a month before you need it. Hiro spoke with certainty. Okay, I've had enough. You seriously don't have a quirk? Asked Mei, unable to hold her horses any longer. I do not. Izuku quickly replied. How did you do that then? The whole whoosh thing? I didn't even see you take the sword out? What career are you looking for? You want to be a hero? Mei rambled as she got closer and closer to Izuku. Jesus Christ, Mei, leave the poor boy some room to breathe. Hiro said, struggling to take his daughter off of Izuku. It's all good. That was aura amplification, entirely physical. Anyone can do it, theoretically at least. Izuku said, clarifying her doubts and pushing her away with a gentle palm. And yes, I'm looking to be a hero, people need saving and I have the strength to. That's it? No agenda or motivation? Hiro asked, since he was aware of the hardships both Izuku and Inko were facing. Izuku shakes his head, chuckling. No point in having one. I have strength and people need help. Just because the world has inflicted pain upon me and my mother, doesn't mean everyone deserves to feel that pain. Izuku said with the aura of a stoic. Interesting REA-. Mei interrupted Hiro, whatever, you're going to be a hero, right? That means you need support gear. I'll build you anything you ask for. She said with an odd glint in her eye. Her father seemed exasperated now, giving up on reprimanding her. Izuku rubbed his chin and thought, perhaps? His knowledge of Shikigami wasn't deep enough to reinforce his house yet. But the tricks he could pull with the prosthetic? Maybe later. I'd like a certain prosthetic made. I already have the designs ready, once I get into UA I'll be sure to come back here. No need for all that now. I'm going to UA too, she said with glee. Ah, the support course? He guessed. Right on. Dad graduated from there. I'm going too. Alright, boy, you've got to go home. Now. If I sent you any later your mom would kill me. Hiro said, looking fondly at his daughter. Ah yes, wouldn't want that to happen, would we? Izuku said as he finally managed to get Mei off his bicep. The Hatsums didn't live too far. Getting back home was 2 stations away, it was supposed to be simple. Yet life and the fickle mistress that is fate seemed to always have plans for him. He was heading to Abikawa Station, which they lived conveniently near to. Midway through his walk there he noticed something was off. The sun had set, yes, but it was too dark. And the streets too empty. What the hell was going on? A villain? In the center of it all? An isolation quirk? Shura. You there? He asked. Something amiss, boy? The old voice asked. I can't sense anything wrong. But this feels wrong. Can you find out what it is? He asked. You're in a box. What? There's something keeping you in. Keeping you isolated. Break it. Shura spoke with certainty. How? Flare your energy about. Whatever is holding you, it's pretty weak. Joining his hands in prayer, he focused on the vast amount of aura he carried in his body. H-A-H, he bellowed as he brought it out. The reality around him shattered as a sharp blue energy flared. Claps could be heard around him. Impressive, to think a quirkless person could do that. I imagine our information contact was incorrect then. A voice spoke formally. Who the F are you? Izuku spoke in a crass tone as he grabbed the hilt of his sword, ready to unsheath at the purple smog a-hole. Oh, you don't have to worry about me, the person you should worry about. Brat. Behind you. Shura spoke with worry. Izuku turned around rapidly, but alas, it was too late. A searing pain, akin to burning, was placed in place of his left arm, a sensation all too familiar to the overgrown boy. TCH, coward, attacking me from behind. He said, kneeling to support his arm. No time for a tourniquet, they attacked me from behind. I have 20 minutes to live like this, 15 to fight, give or take. Kid. Shura dragged with concern. Thus ends the story of Midoriya Izuku, I'll die fighting at the very least. He thought as he shook off the debilitating pain, and unsheathed his blade with his sole arm. Izuku resolved to fight, with a high likelihood of loss. With the immense likelihood of death. I do not know what you want from me, however, know this, he raised his right arm to his side. I will kill you. He said, ready to die so long as he took this fucker down with him. The assailant was wearing an anonymous mask, used a longsword and wore a suit. Odd combination. Though it didn't matter, he would die in a few minutes. His name, background, whoever the F he was completely irrelevant. This guy was a threat, and Izuku wasn't one to turn the other cheek. I trust you'll take care of this? The purple warper spoke. The masked man nodded simply. The warper hummed in response as he teleported away. What's your name, you motherless beach? Izuku taunted as he tried to make out a plan of action, mocking him to get a response for now. The anonymous man didn't respond, body language or otherwise, simply readying his longsword in response. Very well, Izuku smirked, you shall die nameless. coating himself in aura that was more condensed along his left arm, stump now, in hopes to staunch the bleeding to buy himself time. He disappeared from his crouched stance, appearing right in front of the assailant. Caught off guard, the assailant suffered a clean hit to his chest, though he backed off right before the wound got too deep. A hit was a hit. Maybe he could kill this no-name fucker here. They were fighting in an alley, dirty and old buildings surrounded them, but the alley was spacious enough to fight in. The sounds of metal clashing echoed throughout the alley, neither of the two finding a breakthrough from either of their defenses. However, Izuku had the muscle memory of a demon known as Wolf alongside the teachings of Shura himself. He was faster, stronger and blind. He was also blind now, apparently. Your quirk, is it? Too bad. I can sense you just fine. Izuku bluffed. Bad. It was very bad. Were this battle in normal circumstances, he would win. The only real issue was that he was on a clock. Can we do it? He asked with a forlorn voice. You might lose control. Shura replied. Either way, I'm going to die. He responded, his tone oozing resignation. He prepared to unleash the flames of hatred. Hoping for a pause as he got a good hit in, potentially throwing off the masked assailant since he could see just fine. And there it was. A pause. He peered into his mindscape once more. The abyss, in which the darkest of his thoughts lay. Murderous intent, rage, fear, all these thoughts born from the cruelty of the world which he discarded a long time ago. He used aura to merge. He used it to amplify. And God. The results were instantaneous. Power surged within his body as an extreme amount of heat exuded him. He felt drunk, he felt like an animal. This felt wrong, but it also felt like joy. He spoke no words as he lunged, closing the distance in an instant, chaining into a downward swing. Completely cleaving the mask in half. How odd, he didn't hear him scream once. He needed to hear it. A scream. Someone needed to scream. Rivers needed to be dyed in blood. War needed to be waged. He collapsed. It seemed he missed his opponent going for a desperado. The longsword was lodged in his stomach. Not like it mattered. He was dead either way. Oh. He was dying. He'd left Mom behind. Guilt rushes through his brain as he imagines his mother weeping over him. She'd lost father already. How could he have done this to her? He felt his body grow colder. Colder. He was freezing. How strange. A mere second ago his entire being was burning. From the flames and the cuts, and scratches, and the former arm he now had. He let the tears flow freely now. Unable to hold them back. I'm sorry, I'm really a pathetic son, aren't I? No parent should have to watch their child go before them. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, he cried. He heard a voice in the distance. Was that Aizawa? What's he doing this late? Late, it truly was too late. He already felt the claws of death grab on. His breath hitched as he froze from the cold. Void. A black void was all he saw. He felt nothing, there was nothing here. And then all of a sudden there was everything. White surrounded him as he heard a voice speak. Turn back. Spoke a disembodied woman-like voice. What's with weird voices? And me? Who are you? He asked to the air, around him. No one of consequence to you, warrior of old. You don't belong here. She spoke, still not visible. What do you mean, don't belong here? What exactly is here? He asked confused. Didn't he die? Wasn't this supposed to be heaven or something? There is no paradise for you to escape to. Go back. Go back to your battlefield, warrior. As soon as she said those words, he opened his eyes once more. Pain. Agonizing pain was blistering throughout his body as he jolted awake. Beeping of a patient monitor echoed throughout the room. And 4 containing. God knows what. The most surprising thing of all, and at the same time, the most disappointing one however was that his arm was back. That meant 2 things. 1, he was immune. Nothing in the world could truly hurt him, no killing wound would truly kill him. The other meant that the 4 bag was useless. My eyes are bandaged? Must be damaged somehow. Is the sun out? He tried to feel the familiar warmth of the sun, however upon failing to do so, frustration crawled into him. F this. He thought as he tore out the bandaging and gauze pads from his eyes. More pain greets his eyes as he does so, his retinas being forced to adapt to the light quickly being the cause. The pain fades as Izuku begins to feel his sight return. The room was empty, his mother was probably not informed yet. Upon peering out the window the moon could be seen hanging at an angle along the skyline. 2 am? 3 maybe? It's late. Of course she isn't here. I suppose that isn't too bad though, don't know how I would explain all this. He thinks back to the final events of last night. Aizawa found him. How? How long was he fighting? Who were those people? Answers would have to wait. There was no data to draw conclusions from. Nothing that could be reasoned. Why attack a 12-year-old about to start middle school? It didn't matter. Buddy old pal? You there? Izuku asked the demon in his head. Huh? How are you Dash? What the hell happened? Shura asked in daft confusion. Why was he confused? Didn't he see his memories? The dragon, I assume. I was denied rest. You couldn't see? I couldn't. I thought you died. It's good to have you back, boy. Did his voice crack? I assume you don't know how I got here then? Izuku asks, his tone dejected. I see what you see. Not more, I can only see less when I don't want to watch you shower or something like that. Shura explained. That's disappointing. So Shura didn't know. Troubling. Would he have to wait here until someone showed up? How long would his questions go unanswered? Let's start with smaller problems. His belongings would likely be at the front desk. He was thirsty and didn't have his wallet. Scratch that, he was thirsty and hungry. To the front desk it is. Making his way to the front desk was relatively simple. They had floor plans posted at the rooms, elevators, and choke points after all. He spotted the nurse on the desk staring at the computer. Excuse me. Izuku grabbed her attention. Yes, what do you need? The nurse said, not looking up from the computer. Izuku raised a brow at the woman's behavior. I'm in room 206, I need my clothes and wallet. He said, curtly. Huh? Oh my god. The nurse looked up. She gets up quickly and is clearly agitated. You aren't supposed to be awake. Please head back to your room. The nurse yelled in a soft but adamant voice. Izuku released a short, annoyed sigh. Just hand me my jacket and pants, I'm perfectly fine and need to go eat something. I'm starving. He said. She grabs onto the landline. We need a doc dash. Izuku snaps. Look, there's very little staff here at this hour, and whichever doctor I've been assigned to can be of help elsewhere. I don't need to inconvenience more people, and besides, I'm hungry. I don't have the time for all this. He explained, frustrated. The woman breaks from her worried stupor. Oh okay then, I'll just email your guardian, your stuff is in a transparent box left of the lockers over in that corner. The nurse said, looking flustered. Thank you. He made his way over to the lockers. After grabbing his stuff, noticing the fact that his sword was there too, which he was thankful for, he made his way to a nearby convenience store. Picking up a chicken and egg sandwich and some green tea, he sat down to eat. As he ate, he wondered how his mom would react to all this. The morning would surely be hectic. Well, he could worry about that when it happened. Though he should probably call her. Ask the convenience store lady maybe. He dialed up his mother's number from memory, as he thanked the lovely lady that gave him her phone. Who is this? Spoke a raspy and tired voice. Hey mom, it's me. Before you freak out. I'm in Abikawa local hospital, and should be ready to be discharged tomorrow. What? I saw you Izuku. Your arm was gone. You flatlined twice. What the foo dash? He interrupted his mother's frantic word soup. I'm fine, stuff happened and I'd rather not speak of that now. Did Aizawa find me? He swore he heard something saying that he would worry her to death, but the audio wasn't clear enough to tell. Yeah he did. He was on patrol in the area, and you were supposed to be back 2 hours before you were found. Can you tell me what happened? Inko spoke, relatively calmer now. Ran into some villains, one warp quirk user and a blindness quirk one. Warper left before I could ask him anything and I killed the blinder. He said, leaving out the part where he died in order to not worry his mother. You what? Izuku, are you okay? Inko asked, worried for her son's mental health. He chuckles. You should have seen the other guy, never mind. Grab Aizawa and head over in 3 hours, my assigned doctor. He thought back to the sheets that were in the locker room. Dr. Yoshimi? He should be here by then. Huh. That name was familiar. Okay, I'll talk to Shota and Namiri. The hell is a Shota and Namiri? You do that. He said, not wanting to ask. I'll finish eating and hand the phone back to the nice lady. He said as he cut the call to avoid further questions. He turned to the lady to hand her phone back. Thank you so much, miss, I appreciate the help. No problem, kiddo. Remember to study hard now, and try not to stay up too late. She said with a smile. He returned her smile. Will do. Good night now. Izuku said, bowing as he left. Where to go next? The hospital smelt like sterility. Didn't want to spend time there. Maybe he could. Paint? Or draw? He had his books in the bag and he didn't exactly want to study electrostatics right now. Yes, draw. That would do. He could go to the nearby garden and draw for the next 3 hours. XXX. The sun was up by 5:30 a.m. usually, and upon seeing the horizon get lighter, Izuku took it as his cue to leave. Stretching and popping a few joints as a result. He let out a low groan as he stood up. Hopefully they aren't too worried. He thought to himself. They were too worried. He is frantically being shaken by his mother. Where the hell did you think you were going, young man? Getting something to eat at 3 in the morning? Inko asked as she shook her perfectly fine son. He shrugged, still being violently shaken like a bag of fries. I was hungry, I don't even know how long I was out. He said in interchanging tone inflections. Aizawa breaks the shaking, for which Izuku is thankful. You were out for almost 2 days, what the hell happened, kid? Aizawa asks him. Oh my god. There's a scar on your right eye? Inko exclaimed. He hummed questioningly. I wouldn't know, didn't check the mirror that closely. In any case, Mom, who's the lady behind you? Izuku asked, trying to defuse the worried pair of adults. She offered a short bow in greeting. Nice to meet you, Izuku. I'm Kayama Namiri. Me and Aizawa were in the area, and your mom asked us to look. We saw the situation you were in. Midnight spoke, not truly meeting his eyes. Ah, you saw my dead body. Not the best of first impressions, I bet. He joked, firing a finger gun at her. It doesn't land. He dismisses the joke, missing with great smoothness. Well, it's nice to meet you, Midnight-san. He said with a bow. The adults were not having it. Izuku, I'm being serious now, what the hell happened? Aizawa asked again. Izuku sighed a heavy sigh as he began explaining. 2 villains, 1 warper and 1 blinder. Warper used his abilities to trap me somewhere isolated, I broke through to meet the blinder. We had a death match and it ended in a draw. That about sums it up. Izuku gave them the short version. The blinder was probably a mercenary. As far as I could tell from their conversation anyway. Izuku. What? What do you mean draw? Inko asked as she felt tears prick at her eyes. I died. He pierced clean through my stomach, even if I managed to survive somehow, I would have died of blood loss. He spoke with certainty. You all as heroes, probably knew that. All the 3 adults froze, as those words left his mouth. Geez kid, do you always have to be blunt? Shura spoke. This is serious. So yeah. But then. Oh. Inko thought back to the stories they would discuss as they did the mundane tasks of home. Oh is right. He said, looking solemn. Okay, what is going on here? Both Namiri and Shoyuta asked. Just wait till the doctor gets here. Izuku said. Izuku, why didn't you run? Inko asked. Oh. He pauses, trying to put his thoughts into words. Too many variables. I didn't know where I was, I didn't know what the villain's objective was. I didn't know the aggressor's quirk either. If I ended up running and walked into a crowded area? How many people would he cleave to get to me? Where would he draw the line? Izuku responded. All the adults in their room have concern written on their faces. Kid. If you ran, no one would blame you. Aizawa said, his tone reflected worry. Izuku shook his head. It doesn't matter. If I ended up causing the death of another, I would blame myself until I died. Besides, it's not in my nature. He says. What isn't? Aizawa asked, now confused. It simply isn't in my nature to run away from a fight. And Aizawa, Kayama-san? What's up, Izuku? They both paid full attention to him. I'm sorry you had to find me that way. If I brought up any sour memories, I apologize. He bowed again, he was doing that a lot now, eh? Kid. You were gone, it's not your fault. Aizawa tried to soothe his worries. Exactly, please don't try to take responsibility for something that wasn't your fault. Midnight said as she ruffled his hair. But it was. I lost my arm before the fight even began. After 10 minutes I decided the blinder would go down with me. I'm sorry, Mom. You deserve better. He said. The door busted open before he could apologize any further. Now then. An interesting case. Oh, it really is you. The Quirk anomaly. Dr. Yoshimi exclaimed in greeting. Izuku's face reflects his unamused thoughts on the man. So that's why the name was familiar. He's gotten worse over the years. Brown eyes now have heavy bags under them. He's let his dark hair grow longer, and his hands are shaky? Isn't he a doctor? He can't have been drinking, right? He deduced. You don't look too great, doctor. Have you been drinking? Izuku asked, letting concern lace his voice. No. Just tired is all. We weren't expecting you to wake up not for another 4 days? In any case, it's nice to see you again, you've grown a lot taller now, boy. He said, reaching up to ruffle his hair. Made sense, Izuku was standing at 5 feet 8 inches now. If you don't mind me asking. Why are you in a hospital? Didn't you work as a specialist at the association? Izuku asks, his curiosity piqued. The doctor thinks on that for a bit. Ah, yes. I quit there. He said, disdain gracing every word. The man continues, decided to get back into the medical field instead, this is far more suitable for me. In any case, I'd like to ask the adults to vacate the room, except your mother, unless you wish her gone too. He asks for courtesy. He shakes his head. No, they don't have to leave. Let's get this finished quickly. He said as he tied the laces of his shoes. So after dash. Get to the injuries, start top to bottom, be efficient. Izuku interrupted the sure-to-be long-winded explanation. The doctor pulls up a clipboard with what Izuku assumes has his file on it. Right. When we found you, there were multiple lacerations across your entire body, mostly focused on your torso. Your hand was involuntarily amputated, courtesy of the villain, 4 ribs broken, 2 cracked. Tibialis major broken, and your skin was horribly burnt, alongside your body releasing a crap ton of heat. Which was odd, considering you didn't show any signs of a fever. There's also the gaping hole in your chest from being impaled. That checks out. Keep going. He said, paying no mind to the horrified looks of the adults. The doctor is not discouraged at his nonchalant attitude and continues. That's the thing, by the time you were ready for surgery, and we took the blade out, your injuries were healed. Your arm also regenerated. Very peculiar. Yoshimi said as he stared at the report. A quirk? Kayama asked. No, we ran his blood for the quirk factor, negative sadly. That's exactly why it's peculiar. Yoshimi said. I'm guessing I was awake a few minutes after I was put in the room? He asked, slowly joining the dots in his head. Well, when we checked everything was stable, your vitals, breathing and other stuff, we put you in a standard room at 2:38 a.m. When did you wake up? Yoshimi asked. Just before 3 in the morning. He says, very well. That's enough now, I don't want to cut into most of your time. You look exhausted. Izuku said. I'm a doctor, Midoriya. It comes with the job. I certainly have questions, but a police detective will be coming by soon since this is a villain-related incident. I'd give you 2 hours or so. We can tell him to route to your home instead. Sounds good. He said, nodding and looking to the adults. All right then Mom, let's go. Izuku said, picking his things up. We have questions. Inko tried. The Fed will ask them for you. The sterile smell of this place is revolting. Can we leave now? He asked. Okay. Inko answers, unsatisfied. XXX. The car ride home was painfully quiet. The tension in the air was quite frankly unbearable. Once they sat on the sofa he broke. Oh, for God's sake, fine. Ask away. Izuku folded. Who were they? What did they look like? Aizawa asks first. Didn't catch their names. Both wore suits. The warper, if he had a body, was covered in smoke, purple smoke. The blind dash. Wait. Inko interrupted, purple smoke, warp quirk? You're sure? She asked, almost frantic. Inko isn't that? Kayama dragged. Yeah, I'm sure. He spoke all polite too, yes quite. Exquisite. He spoke all noble. Why? Izuku mocked. The color drained from Inko's face instantly. Oh my god. It's from that case I took with. Oh, I'm so sorry Izuku. She said as she broke down. Instantly, Izuku pulled her into an embrace. Hey, it's not your fault. You couldn't have known. Besides I'm fine aren't I, he said as he rubbed circles onto her back. It's from that one case we took. They called themselves the League of Villains. I didn't think they'd come after you. I'm so sorry. She cried. Aizawa watched awkwardly as Namuri and Izuku comforted Inko. When's the officer coming? Izuku asked. He's a detective, should be here soon. Aizawa confirmed. Do you two need anything? Water, tea? Izuku asked to be polite. You got any coffee? Aizawa asked. I'll have some tea. Namuri confirmed. Getting up from the couch they were sitting at, he prepared a coffee pot and some chamomile tea. After a while he came back with a tray. Here you go. He said, placing the mugs on the coffee table in front of the sofa. The doorbell ring signified the detective's arrival. As the detective sat down, the only thing Izuku could think about was how plain he looked. Plain hat, plain coat, plain suit, plain black hair. Nothing about him sticking out, he blends almost perfectly into a crowd, probably. The man spoke up. I'm Tsukachi Naomasa, senior detective at Muzutafu Police Department. Pleasure meeting you. He bowed before he sat down. Izuku was absolutely not fond of cops. Do we need a lawyer here? He asked. Since you're a minor, a parent being here is enough. Naomasa said. Wait, Naomasa? The owner of the cafe? I don't trust police easily. Izuku said. The man's brow rises, noting something down in his notepad. Peculiar, why not? Naomasa asked. Izuku huffed. Most of you like closing cases, how you do it is completely irrelevant to you. Frankly, it disgusts me. Izuku said plainly. His mother winces, clearly understanding what he was talking about. How did he know about those things? Izuku had clearly read her face, but chose not to answer. So she tries to clear the detective. Izuku, it's okay, I've worked with him before. Inko tried reassuring him. No, the boy's right. Being distrustful in this day and age is more reasonable than the other way around. If the man was trying to get Izuku to lower his guard, he would have to try harder. In any case, I've come here to confirm the details of what happened in that alley. We already have footage, but getting the statement of a victim is integral to the report, he said. Izuku let out a quick sigh before he explained for what felt like the 8th time that day. Well, there were 2 perps. One warper, smoggy purplish of countenance, formal of speech. The other was a man, maybe a foot shorter than I am, blinder Quirk, wore a mask and suit that covered him completely. Didn't speak. How did it start? Naomasa asked, noting down everything he said. I was on my way to the station, when I noticed something was off, like I was in a huge but confined box. I released aura dash. What? Inko interrupted. Energy, enhanced energy that exists within the body, every person has it, and I've been training it for almost 5 years now, he explained. So as I was saying, I released a short burst of aura to break through the theoretical box, and instantly, I was warped somewhere else. Soon after, I was jumped by the blinder, the warper made his exit. The fight was pretty short, lasted about 20 minutes, we both ended up dying. Izuku spoke in complete recollection of everything that had happened, his confidence evident in his tone. I'm sorry? Naomasa asked, now confused. You saw the footage, right? Did you not see my body at rest with a sword through my stomach? Izuku asked with his brow raised. I didn't have much time to look at the footage. Wait, I'll pull it up now. What? No. It's really disturbing if I had to guess. Mom, don't watch this. Izuku said frantic. It's okay, dear. We're all heroes here. Inko reassuringly reminded him. Right. Of course. Do they have audio? Izuku asked Naomasa. Of course. He said, pulling up his laptop from his bag. F-. What? The immortal warrior is scared of his mother finding out, he swore. Shura said, booming with laughter. Why do you only laugh at my misery? Izuku said, hopelessly. The video in the alley started off with a bang. The fight played just how he remembered it. It started with his arm being cleaved through, and then a pause, then the 2 men start to discuss something with its consequence being, allowing Izuku to collect himself. The aura surrounding him changed as he resolved himself to die and use the flames of hatred freely. The fight was won according to plan. But watching his body lay there for a good hour was unnerving. Aizawa was seemingly nearby, however he was actually a kilometer away, the residual heat from using Shura enhanced his fighting abilities exponentially. Though the cost of going insane wasn't enough. Holy shit. Namuri swore, how long did you lay there? I don't know, the pain. It made everything a blur. I didn't recollect everything until I was rejected. Inko was eerily quiet. She seemed as though she was contemplating everything in silence. Aizawa looked, he looked the same actually. Well, he was the one that carried him into the ambulance. Rejected? Naomasa asked. From the afterlife, he said, not wanting to elaborate. You're gonna have to elaborate, buddy. Naomasa dmed him. He bit into the croissant, thanks Aizawa, in response, chewing with his mouth closed, painfully slowly. Yeah, he was screwed. He took another bite. Hinimforal, he said as he chewed. I didn't quite catch that? Izuku gulped the croissant away. I'm immortal, he finally said. Interesting. He said as he wrote in his notepad. Please just think I'm insane. Is that all? Izuku asked, not wanting to speak anymore. Yes, since we already have the statements of everyone else, that ends the reporting part of the work. The detective said, closing his laptop. Any questions? He asked. Yeah, warp quirks are pretty rare, right? Izuku asked. There's only 6 people in Japan with them. Naomasa recalled. The Hero Commission probably keeps a close eye on them, no? Izuku asked, slowly but surely forming a hypothesis on what these villains wanted from him. A nod was what he got in response. The adults in the room looking at him with a gauging eye. Then you've probably seen the guy before. Tell me what you know. Izuku almost demanded. The man seemed entertained, and almost expecting of his response. He calls himself Kurojiri. Part of a band of villains that we haven't had much contact with. He's popped up a couple times. Naomasa said, placing the laptop back into his bag. He's lying, deflecting attention away from himself. He's seen him before and it was memorable. HNN, you can't lie to me, detective. Izuku stated plainly. What? The man said, confused. You've seen the guy before, he didn't pop up, you know him. Almost personally. He said as he took a sip from his tea. The man seemed more impressed than annoyed at Izuku's call-out. You're right, the details of the case are classified, so I can't discuss them. He affirmed. That so? Very well then. He got up and offered his hand to shake. Thank you for your time here in clearing things up, I imagine you're a busy man these days. No problem, kid. If you find trouble, call us first. Naomasa said, pulling his hand into a firm handshake. Now then, I must take my leave, Inko, Aizawa and Midnight. If you have any other questions, I'll be available in the evening. I imagine you all have a lot to talk about. He said as he got up to leave. It was my fault. I should have never taken that case. Inko stated, after recollecting herself. Izuku lets her words hang for a moment. It doesn't matter. Izuku, he says, snapping the tension in the room like a twig. Even Namuri that was holding on to Inko shook at this. What? Inko asked, genuinely. The circumstances leading to the attack are mostly irrelevant. He said, sipping his tea. What do you mean? Aizawa asked from the opposite chair. What happened, happened. It's over now, the circumstances that lead to it are also long gone. This case. It was the one you took 3 months ago, yes? The one with All Might and these two? Izuku asked, since he distinctly remembered asking for his autograph. That's the one, the nameless guy. Inko said. Interesting, what's his actual name? Izuku asked. Shigaraki. The fight was massive, the entirety of Kagoshima needed to be vacated. Inko said. First demon? Someone has one-upped you, Shura. PFT, don't make me laugh, kid. Shura said in disgust. I'll look it up, if an entire city had to be evacuated, there's gonna be something on the internet. Like I said, no one could have anticipated them going after a 12-year-old. There's no need for you to be sorry or feel bad. Besides, I'm fine. Izuku said, putting his chest. Izuku, my job, no matter how significant, endangered your safety dash. Which is no longer possible. He said, cutting her off. I know what you're trying to do, Mom. You don't need to quit. You don't need to bear the guilt. You've worked hard to get where you are today, I'm not going to let you take that away from yourself. He said, taking a final swig from his tea. Aizawa hears up to ask a question. Okay. I haven't mentioned this because it didn't feel significant. But why are we pretending the kid is immortal? Aizawa asked, putting his mug on the coffee table between them. Because I am? Izuku asked, confused. Is your head okay? Aizawa mocked. Bick, yes, I'm fine. He remembers that his mother is in the room. Mom, you mind? He's immortal, all right. Inko confirmed, biting into a croissant of her own. What? Inko, you believe him? Namuri asked. Oh, for FS sake. Should I prove it? He said as he tried to get up. No. All three of the adults yelled. Geez. Fine. He exclaimed, sitting back down. Besides, didn't Tsukachi just confirm things? His quirk is a polygraph. Inko asks them. See, now you have the truth. How does it work though? Namuri asks. Yeah. That. Aizawa parrots. You don't know what immortality is? Well, it's the concept by which dash. We know what it is, kid. Why do you think you're immortal? Your quirk factor results came in the negative, there's no shot dash. It isn't a quirk. It's the blood of a dragon. Or dragon god now. I'm not sure. Izuku said, thinking back on how the resurrection felt. Back when he was wolf, it felt borrowed, like it came from the vitality of other people, which it did, each time he died, dragon rot spread. He didn't feel that pull this time. It felt truly divine, like it came from the dragon god herself. This was probably how the divine heir felt. Dragon's blood? Aizawa asked. Literally the blood of a dragon. Makes me the perfect soldier, I can never be harmed. Izuku stated. But doesn't that mean? Namuri said, worried about the worst. There's long-term ramifications, yes, but that's for future me to worry about. He said, somberly. In any case, people look up to you, Mom. You can't just quit 'cause I was attacked. It's a waste to do that. I am curious though, what was the case about? Izuku asked. It was to locate Shigaraki, who goes by All for One now. We've come far, and very close. The fact that he attacked you means we got too close. Inko said. Inters, wait. All for One? He asked. Thinking back to the sheer volume of internet hoaxes on him. You know him? Inko asked. Bits and pieces. He should be dead, considering he's been around since the beginning of the quirked era. Means he's alive by unconventional means. I found him when I was looking up immortality, the rabbit hole goes deep. You're telling me he's real? Yes. This just now was concrete proof. Inko said, finishing her bread. Well, then it makes no sense to drop the case. Keep going. Izuku reaffirmed. Izuku, I have to ask, even though you've mentioned it. But are you really okay? Namiri asked. Huh? What do you mean? Izuku asked, tilting his head. Is your head fine? Aizawa cleared up. Yeah, the fight was pretty fun, but mostly annoying. The pain was completely tolerable and honestly? In those dreams I felt worse. There's nothing to worry about. Izuku waved their worries. Sorry? Dreams? Namiri asked. Man. This is gonna take a while. Alright. Izuku thought as he got ready for school. After getting the uniform and the, mostly useless, books, customary school bag, he was prepared to leave. Already done with his morning routine, he had ample time to reach school. Surely his first day would be great. His first day was not great. Pompous FING brats, he thought as he walked to the train station. What do you expect? They're rich kids with their lives preset by their parents. Shura said. Yeah, I didn't expect much, but still. I didn't think every single one of them would just talk about how rich their parents are the entire time. Oh well, at least the girl in the ponytails was fine. He didn't know her name, but beside him she was the only one that sat quietly instead of engaging in social activities with the morons. God, do none of these guys have personalities? Maybe he'd find someone to talk to soon. Well, besides people 20 years older than him anyway. He was looking forward to talking to Aizawa today, maybe he'd take the edge off dealing with brats. Apparently the owner was the father of Detective Tsukachi. What an odd coincidence. Hearing the familiar jingle of the bells as he walked into the cafe, spotting Aizawa at their usual table. As Aizawa waved at him, he noticed a shiny little spot on his left finger. How was school? Aizawa asked. Not relevant. You got engaged? Izuku asked, dismissing the subject for now. Oh, right, the ring. Yeah, I did. Aizawa refused to continue further. Please, I already know about you and Blondie, you have him as your home screen for God's sake. You aren't exactly subtle. Izuku said. You saw. Aizawa looked startled for a second. No shit, dude. You have blonde hair in yours sometimes. In any case, congratulations are in order. Though I have no idea how you got someone stuck to your absolutely unbearable personality, but I hope they remain sane. Izuku said. I take offense to that, disrespectful brat. I'll have you know I'm very likable. Aizawa said, mock anger seeping on his face. You? Likeable? I must have gotten to know the wrong Aizawa. In any case though, congratulations on getting engaged. Who is it, by the way? Izuku asked. Hisashi Yamada, you might know him as Present Mike. Aizawa said. Seriously? Man, he looks different in off-duty, huh? As they talked about each other's, mostly Aizawa's, domestic home life, and when the wedding was. Izuku hoped he could go, since the wedding was set sometime during the final exams of his first year, but it'd mostly be no trouble, he was far ahead into grade 11 studies now. XXX. 2 months. 2 months had passed and he didn't find a single moment to talk to the ponytail girl. She was a model student, ate a home lunch, he wasn't going to mention the size of it, alone and quickly, so they usually couldn't go to the cafeteria. She left right after school, seemingly disappearing into thin air. Oh well, maybe some other time, he'd have to deal with some random guy bragging about his dad's third car or something. He wasn't really paying attention in school anymore. The accelerated learning program, which he thought would be at least entertaining, ended up a waste of time. The lecturers were boring, old people that just had to give him assignments because the entire school staff knew he was ahead on everything. Not recommended, 0 besides school, sword practice was going well at the very least. He'd gotten used to keeping his guard up every second of the day, every waking hour, and even spreading aura around his room as he slept. Any fluctuations would give away an attack. Starting was hard, but he couldn't take any chances. If the warper was out there, they could come back to finish the job. Better safe than sorry. He hadn't asked anything about his mother's case going on, but since her shift times weren't abruptly changing, he figured if they weren't, nothing would come up. The only major thing bothering him now? Ishin Ashina. The man that reconquered all of Ashina, mostly and majorly by himself. Even after performing the coup d'etat, he never remained still. Culling the rats that scurried about. RPSTS, pedophiles, spies, corrupted monks from the Senpu temple, all these rats slaughtered under his gifted blade. That one man was worth 1,000 soldiers. That one man held the prowess of a battle god. That one man held the leadership skills of conquerors. And by God, he fought like hell. He fought Sekiro as though Sekiro kicked his cat. Smiling as he landed a blow, laughing as he failed to parry. The only thing? Sekiro had gotten a clean hit once, and yet, Ishin shook him off like the dirt on his shoulders. He pulled across Naginata out of nowhere and beat his butt 6 ways from Sunday. He'd been fighting Ishin for almost a year now, yet he was still lacking. Each time after Ishin pulled his spear out, his smiles were gone, aggression seeping into his stance. Every hit laced with venom like anger. Unrelenting and powerful strikes were the only things he boasted. And that was without his machine flintlock and shotgun. Where the hell did he get that made? Who gave that old man a shotgun? Why did they do that? Slowly but surely though, Izuku was figuring it out. There was a balance between aggression and passive play. He couldn't just press his sword onwards, that would never work. Ishin was simply too strong, every hit would be parried and his stance would break. Too passive and he would get leapt and jumped upon, righteous fury in Ishin's eyes for backing away. The solution? Balance. Not too aggressive, but not too passive either. Though that's easier said than done considering how fast Ishin is. In any case, he'd put aside his fears of fighting Ishin, and simply opted to enjoy the battle. The exhilaration and adrenaline truly made him feel alive. The crossing of their swords. The cold rain, feeling like acid on his skin. The fight was always difficult, but it always felt right. It always felt as though it was going to happen since the beginning. As though Ishin had been giving him advice each time they talked. In battle there is always a flow. This flow creates a stream you must go in the direction of. Hesitate and you go against the flow, falling into a whirlpool and dash. Losing the battle. Sekiro finished. That's right. Hesitate, and you lose. Such is the way of war. And after he had killed his own father, the ape guarding the flower, the apparition of the monk. Sekiro, you've done well. To kill without hesitation. Spoke Ishin, his voice straining as he paused between almost every word. The illness was grave. Never forget Sekiro. Hesitation is defeat. That is war. He said as he sipped his wine. Yes, Ishin-sama. Sekiro bowed as he left. Even after Ishin had beaten him. Every single time, the only thing he said was, hesitation is defeat. Izuku ponders on what that means. It's simpler than you think. Shura spoke. Care to elaborate? Izuku asked unamused. Sure. Each time you fight, each time you lose. You're thinking about surviving. In doing so, you hesitate. It's that simple. What? Isn't a strong survival instinct a good thing? Maybe for the average individual. But for you? Someone that can't even be hurt? Tell me, does it really even make sense for you to worry about living? Each time you fight him, each time you parry you're worried about getting hurt. Each time you've tried to protect the divine heir you've worried about letting him die. Your blade has only sang songs of fear. Shura paused to let his words sink in. That isn't how you're supposed to fight. It's pathetic. When you parry, you don't get hurt. When you protect someone you don't let them die. And when you unsheath, you kill. That is the way of the warrior. You do well to ingrain it into your soul. Izuku sat down on his bed as he contemplated those words. He didn't realize the fight had begun until he heard the familiar. Face me. Sekiro. Lightning? What the F dash? Mortal blade, spear, 2 guns, various weapon arts and now lightning? That was it, he'd had enough. The worst part? Ishin wasn't even using Tomo's dance. He was just catching lightning as it struck and redirecting to Sekiro. Yeah. He was catching lightning as it struck, leave that to Ishin Ashina. Any tips? Shura? You don't know how to divert lightning already? He snickered. No? How the F dash? Am I supposed to know that? Just jump at it, parry the strike, and divert the direction. Of course. School was boring, what a shock that was, and today wasn't the day he and Aizawa usually met. He decided to visit the local library after picking up some tea in his thermos from the cafe. Opting to learn more fluid mechanics in his physics course. He'd recognized a long ponytail somewhere along the way, opting to sit across her. Psst. Hey. Izuku tried getting her attention. Can I help you? She asked, looking up from her romance novel. Yeah. I recognize you from our class, we haven't spoken yet. I'm Izuku Midoriya, pleasure making your acquaintance. He said. Likewise, Yayorozu Momo. She said, almost dismissive. I've been wanting to speak to you for a while. Izuku said, trying to pique her interest. Really? Why is that? Momo asked, paying a little more attention to him now. I've been wanting to get to know you better. He said, not realizing the weight of those words. Huh? Why? She said with her cheeks flushing. She'd had about as experience in romance as a rock. Everyone in our class is a pompous rich kid. I'm not exactly keen on getting to know people like that. You and a few other kids however seem pretty fun. Izuku said, confused at why she looked sick. Oh. Right, yes of course. Momo said, her cheeks losing their color. Why is she disappointed? Yeah, I'm not really good around those sorts of people. I have a pretty limited allowance that I need to invest for the most part, and I got here on a scholarship. The sheer amount of materialism here makes me want to hurl. Izuku said, gagging in mock disgust. Yes, that sounds about right, honestly. She said, covering her mouth with her hands as she chuckled. I'd be happy to be friends with you. You seem like a colorful person. She said, offering her hand for a shake. You seem like quite the personality yourself. He shook her hand. Is that a romance novel? He asked. Her cheeks flushed as a smile broke onto her face. Yes. It's a great one. Old school, released in 1800s. She exclaimed. Oh, I've read that one. Pride and Prejudice, right? By Jane Austen? He said in remembrance. Yes. She was so great. Her characters are so human. Like you can bump into them on the street? Yeah, she had great writing skills. Izuku liked the conversation they were having right now. She seemed lively. I didn't take you for a romantic, Midoriya-san. You know, Shura, it's your fault. Hey. We didn't exactly have romance in our time. You just get married. Don't blame for liking those TV shows and books, they're really good. This is the most passionate I've seen you since that debate on bread. Go F yourself. Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck as he replied, well, my old friend got me into it. He really liked the romance genre, so he asked me to read a few books and it went from there. It pretty much turned my views around. I can totally get that. Your friend's a genius. Maybe in regards to fighting. He really is, huh? The fight only got harder. As Ishin got closer and closer to death, the faster and stronger he got. Though it was a last stand, it was more than enough to keep Izuku on his toes, unable to find a way to break through his guard. The black mortal blade found asylum in Sekiro's chest, a familiar burn searing his insides. Hesitation is defeat, didn't I tell you that? Ishin said as he walked away. Just how far do I need to go? School that day was alright, he'd gotten pretty close to Momo, so the days weren't as boring as before. Their talks about romance novels and the mundane stuff in life was pretty fun, considering the only thing Izuku got around to doing was fighting and studying. Apparently, Momo was also a rich kid. Though she didn't show it, or speak it, it could be discerned from her actions. Covering her mouth with her handkerchief whenever they ate together, doing so again if she had to laugh in public, her tone, her proper use of formalities. All these things spoke wealth. Though none of that stopped her from being kind enough to feed stray kittens. Her quirk was spectacular. Creation of matter, by converting her lipid stores. She wanted to become a hero, much like Izuku, instead of inheriting her mother's company. Surprisingly, Madame Yaoyorozu had no qualms with this, opting to let her daughter do her thing. He wondered how strong she was. If a villain was as strong as the one he fought in the alley, then a hero would surely need to be much stronger to protect civilians? Maybe he'd get to spar with an official hero sometime. So, how are your studies going, Midoriya-san? Momo asked. Having already finished her lunch. Just call me Izuku. I'm not good with that formal stuff, besides I call you Momo, right? He said, eating his chicken sandwich. Oh, right, of course. Momo's cheeks felt hot. Jesus Christ, each time someone asks you to call their name, are you going to get shy? Come on, give it a try. Izuku said. Izuku? Momo tried it out. Oh, no suffixes, my? Getting scandalous, are we? He teased. No. It's just her face flushed a bright pink. Chill, I was just teasing you is all. He finished his sandwich. She took a deep breath in to calm herself. So you never told me about your quirk? She then asked. Oh yeah, I don't have one. He said flatly. Oh. I didn't. Wait, how do you do better than all of our classmates in everything? Physical, academical, everything? I'm just strong as sheet, and I've been ahead of the syllabus by a lot of years. Oh, I see. She takes a pause. Are you okay? She let concern lace her voice. I'm fine, nobody's tried to mess with me yet, considering my size. I'm pretty tall and rigid of build, that keeps them away. Besides, I have you here. He winked. Stop teasing. I was being serious too. She said, frowning. So was I though? I mean it, your presence these past few weeks alone has helped. His tone getting softer. She gapes at him. Your ability to switch like that has me floored, she says, her cheeks flushed. You're taking this a lot better than I thought. He said, wrapping up his bags. The penultimate physics class was about to start in a few. I can understand why you'd say that. I'm not that shallow though, you do well to remember that. She huffed. Of course, should we make way to physics then? He asked. Right, of course. Time was passing slow. Aizawa was busy most of the time, since the wedding was coming up, and Momo was usually occupied with stuff. He hadn't asked for her number yet. He should probably do that. Maybe he should get started on a prototype exoskeleton for the prosthetic. He'd need to learn a bit about how grappling hooks worked, but that shouldn't take too long. The League of Villains had been quiet. Which of course they were. The hitman they hired failed trying to kill a 12-year-old. It's likely they were radio silent, waiting for the heat to wear off. Well, no one's complaining. The less we see them the better. In any case, he was standing at a pretty skinny 5 foot. It was about DMN time to start working out besides swinging his blade. There was a gym nearby, 5 minutes from his home. He could get a membership in the evening. He'd also need to get a suit tailored for the wedding. There was so much to do in the coming year. Yet it couldn't come any slower. XXX. A year had passed. The wedding was beautiful. Aizawa looked great. Not really, he looked like a cat drenched in the coldest rain, and he was sitting alone on the outside gardens, sipping a white wine, courtesy of his mother. Aizawa looked happy. For the first time in the longest of times. Since the death of his friend, Shirakumo Oboro, he found after an hour of research, he'd looked forlorn. Lost in the fog of life. Now when he sees the red in his cheeks and him trying to hide his smile underneath a handkerchief, Izuku thinks he deserves to be happy. Aizawa was one of the kindest people he'd known. Though it meant they weren't gonna meet for a month at the very least, since both Hisashi and Aizawa opted for a long vacation, he couldn't help but smile. Perhaps he too could be happy one day. But, that wasn't quite right. He'd be alone, for... Nope. Can't think about that. Not now. Today's happy. Be happy. Don't think about the inevitable future, now is what matters. Most times, Izuku liked his brain. It was extremely sharp, and extremely fast. That meant he could deduce situations and outcomes, accurately, and as specifically as the data concerning a system allowed him to. That meant he could solve people, their troubles and situations with lightning-fast speed and accuracy. Sometimes, this fact backfired. Sometimes his brain would think too far, or too much at a time. The thought of having no one made him recoil in fear. The thought of being alone made him feel a little cold. The thought of having no one truly understand him hurt, in a way no sword could. So each time, he dismissed it. Each time a stray unhappy thought clawed its way in, he'd made sure to sniff it out and dispose of it. Painting, mathematics, cooking, anything to get his mind off them. He opted to sip wine until they could leave. He wasn't feeling like putting up a fake smile anymore. The sunset was looking great. If only he had his sketchbook. Maybe he could draw this from memory? Perhaps he could. He wondered when they would leave. No offense to Aizawa, but the atmosphere in the banquet hall was stuffy as hell. The garden was much better. Izuku? What are you doing out here? Namiri, exiting out of the halls, asked. Oh. Midnight-san, I just got tired. The atmosphere in there was a little stuffy is all. Izuku said, greeting her with a wave. She sat down on the steps beside him. Are you okay? She asked, ruffling his hair. He curls into her palm, enjoying the contact. He hopes she doesn't notice. I'm okay. Just not good with crowds. They make me uneasy. The too many variables part was left out. Well, you're in Shota's boat then. Did you see him? He looked like a wet cat. She laughed. He let out a short chuckle, that he did. I have to ask though, why are you here? You didn't notice, did you? You've been out for almost an hour now. Your mom and I got pretty worried, you know. I didn't realize. Sorry, I didn't wish to cause any trouble. He said, getting up. No, it's okay, you can sit down. We just didn't know where you were is all, that's why I came here. Is that so? Well, I'd like to sit here until the rest of the stuff is finished. I'm not exactly hungry, he said, sitting back down. There's a pause in their conversation, both of them searching for the right words. Namiri finds them first. So, why don't you like crowds? She asked, trying to fill the silence. Letting out a short sigh, he spoke, well, there's too many things to look for. Care to elaborate? She asked, brow raised. It's simple really, there's too much room for error. Murphy's Law, you know? Anything that can go wrong, will go wrong? What does that have anything to do with it? She asked, even more confused. It means simply, leave room for error, and it's more likely that something will go wrong. In a crowd, any number of things can remain unknown. Does someone have weapons? Can they fight? Is their quirk dangerous? Will they hurt people without hesitation? Being hyper-aware of everything around me is easy. But in a crowd? It's like having a sensory overload. Like there's a tension in the room that's never going to break? It's suffocating. A little while is fine. But half a day? It's just plain exhausting. It's been like this how long? She asked, her playing tone changing to worry. Oh. It's not a trauma response completely. It's half because of aura. He stated. Aura? She asked, raising a brow. It's easier just showing you. Flexing his palms, he let out a condensing amount of aura, focused at his 2 fingers. Joining his index and middle into a mock sword, he slashed at a flower. That is aura. The condensation of will, it is power given physical form. He said, as he watched the rose split diagonally. What? How did you? You don't have a quirk, she said as her pupils expanded in disbelief. It's nothing special really, any self-respecting swordsman should be capable of that much, he said flatly. Does Inko know? She asked. Huh? You saw the footage right? I suppose the camera only caught me catching a blaze, but I was too fast to be normal, right? I suppose, yes? She thought back to the fight. So what's the explanation there? I don't know. He laughs, can't see what's right in front of you? He said as he got up to pick the rose. It's simple. All things have energy. Aura is a dormant form of energy that can't be put to use by normal means. Humans nowadays don't use it at all. They don't even know it exists. Wasteful? Is it not? He handed the flower to Namuri. To have something so beautiful inside, yet be doomed never to find it. In simple terms, it's energy. I have a lot of it since I trained as a child. And I have a lot of experience, due to memories of the soldier, he said, studying her face to look for reactions. It's what makes you strong? She asked, bluntly. More or less? He asked, giving up on explaining. Well, I'm hungry, so I'm gonna go back, okay? If you need anything, your mom and I are available. She said, getting up and ruffling his hair again. I understand, enjoy the party. He said, getting to fix his hair once more. He missed his mom sometimes. Mentions of dead bodies and gore, read accordingly. He was 15 now. Life was pretty much the same. Except now, he had another older friend. Midnight and him were on speaking terms since Aizawa's wedding. But hey, at least he had one friend of his age, better than nothing. His tutelage under Shura of Onmyoto was coming along nicely. Shikigami worked on a pact. The agreement between the dead spirit and sorcerer. They're blank for the most part, but writing with certain formulae, kanji, would cause certain effects. These effects cause any, number of Shikigami to burn, depending on the magnitude of action directly. His physique had improved miles beyond his old scrawny look. Standing at a height of 6 feet, lean muscle covering him like a fine armor. The scars on his body had smoothed out, though they were still there. The scar running down his right eye gave him a fierce look. Only one thing remained as the cause of his troubles. Ishin Ashina. He still hadn't won. He had to be missing something. It couldn't be placed, the odd feeling in his chest, the foreboding sense that he was doomed to lose, eating away at him each time he fought. Besides that, he was fine. School was fine, friends were, he had friends. Life was fine. That's why when the phone call from a hospital 18 kilometers away asked him to identify a body, his world comes crashing down. On the train ride to Yaizu, thoughts of tragedy were the only things plaguing his mind. Her phone was switched off, and she was too far to be detected by aura. He couldn't for the life of him lay still. Tapping his feet to quell the anxiety would have to do. Kid, you okay? Spoke the deep voice of Shura. I don't know. And he really didn't. As Sekiro, he didn't have to deal with grief. Perhaps the loss of a helpful soldier? Perhaps the pain of killing his practice mate? His father never entered the equation. Yes, he was present, yes, he fed him, yes, he clothed him. However, the very nature of being a shinobi denied any bond between them. Save for the Iron Code, that is. The code that swore the child to the parent. The code that he broke in two, for the sake of his lord. Sekiro never really had to deal with loss. Izuku didn't either. So every thought that entered his mind was foreign. Everything that he was feeling felt unknown, in turn generating fear. Sheet. What if something happened to Miss Namuri? Weren't they out on patrol? Whatever the case may be, he needed answers, the hospitals would do for now. No point panicking now. Catching a taxi onto the general hospital, he tried calming his nerves, looking at news, nothing had come up. People would hear if the number 6 went down. Former or not. Unless, of course, the HPSC rats got involved. They'd withhold information until things settled down. The general hospital was close to the station, getting there was fast enough. Heading on to the front desk, he hastily greeted the receptionist. Hello, I'm here for a Midoriya Inko? He said. Oh, you must be Izuku Midoriya then. A doctor will escort you into the cold room. She said, pointing towards a woman. Nodding at her, he gestured for her to lead the way. Taking the lift to the underground by a single floor, he made his way out. The morgue was definitely cold. The doctor opened the freezer and uncovered the body. The sight made him want to hurl. Every part of her face had lost color, her lips were gray, her face was pale. She looked. Looks like. Huh? He didn't understand. This was undoubtedly the face and body of his mother. But, the beauty mark under her lip was missing. Can you lift her head? There should be a birthmark just above her left shoulder blade. He was less shaken now, the puzzle pieces were being presented. With a nod to acknowledge him, she followed with his demand. Bingo. No mark, this definitely wasn't Inko Midoriya. This isn't her. Do you mind if I touch? I wish to check for a pulse is all. Izuku asked, just one step away. Huh? She's dead, but go ahead? I'm gonna check the files we have on this body. The doctor was now confused, who was this person? Upon placing his 2 fingers on the hands of the Jane Doe, unidentified female, he let aura flow through her. The body was hollow. It's almost as though this were a replacement? A very good fake. She came in 3 hours ago, at 12:30 p.m. Cause of death on the table was cardiac arrest, cause of injuries, mainly internal suspected to be a quirk. What was odd though, the tests we conducted on the body all showed nothing. As though there was no data to test. He finished. Yes, exactly like that. I'll need to report this. Someone else came in with her, yes? Izuku asked. Yes, midnight, if I'm right. She's in a coma right now, cause unknown. She had severe head injuries and blunt trauma when she came in. Though our best healer worked on her injuries, she still hasn't woken up. I need to make a call. He said, wanting to get out of the room for now. I understand, please remain in the hospital for now though, a police detective might come by. She said. With a sigh, he held his phone up to text Aizawa. Izuku. Need help. Are you available? In an instant, he was granted a phone call. What's up? Did something happen? Aizawa asked frantic. Situation's already over. I need help, can you bring Tsukachi? Sheets hit the fan. Can't talk over the phone. Got it. Anything else? He pondered that just for an instant. Flashing back to his mother's words. Izuku? Inko called for him. Right here, something up? He said from upstairs. Can you come down here for a bit? Quickly making his way down the stairs, he asked again. What's up? I just want you to know, if something happened to me, or if you're in trouble you can't solve on your own. Something beyond your own mind and body. There's someone you need to know about. What's with the doom speak? Everything all right? He said, face showing concern. I just want you to know that if something happens to me you'll be fine so long as he's around. Who's he asked, now confused. Nizu. Dean of UA. Just one more thing? He asked. Go on, shoot. Can you bring Nizu? TCH. Aizawa clicked his tongue and hung up. Tsukachi's on the way here. Aizawa said as he sat down on the chair. They were in the lounge. Am I a bear? A rat? I'm Nizu. Dean of UA. Nice to meet you, Izuku Midoriya. Said a stoat thing? Popping out of Aizawa's scarf. Pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Situation's over though. We have problems. Kayama-san is inactive, in a coma, and they swapped Mom's body with something. I don't know what it is, it's like a puppet. Mom's location is unknown. Izuku laid out the data. What happened? Aizawa asked. Your guess is as good as mine. We don't know. They both entered the hospital at 12:30, Kayama's injuries were mostly external, the puppet was the opposite. Whoever put the fake body there wasn't counting on my abilities. Nizu's ear perked up at that. Abilities? Aren't you quirkless? Yes. However, my analytical prowess is decent, my physical prowess is stronger than most would think. Aura makes it possible for me to do things conventionally impossible. Well, for now, there's not much we can do, young Izuku. My best guess would be a random villain attack. Nizu said. Yeah right. Mom's strong, this guy had to be in the system, whoever it was. My guess is the League. Izuku said, exasperated at the implications of the bear. What makes you think that? Nizu asked. Revenge. They failed to kill me one time. Mom was probably taken as some form of leverage. Leverage? Against who? Nizu asked again. For God's sake. Can you stop acting stupid? Izuku exclaimed, getting up. Izuku, we are in a hospital. Calm down. Aizawa said. I'll be forward. Why did you ask for me? Nizu asked. Sitting down, he answered, Mom said you'd be of help. Inko did? Nizu pondered. Yes, she did. She said if something happened to me or her, you'd be of help. Very well, I'll help you out then. Nizu said, fully grasping what Inko meant by those words. Aizawa, we'll have a dorm room ready by tomorrow, yes? What? No. Not what I meant. I'm fine, I don't need help. She does. He exclaimed. The investigation will be carried on by the finest officers of Muzurafu. You can rest assured. I've been had. Mom must have set a fail-safe somehow. She must have known something was up. That's why she anticipated that I'd try to move. Fine, he grumbled out. He'd have to sit down for now. Maybe he could get a disguise to get out. Perhaps it's time to visit the Hatsums again. Kid, will you be fine on your own? Me and Hizashi can dash. It's all good. I'll be fine, household tasks are my specialty. It'll be fine, Namuri is supposed to take care of you, once she wakes up dash. What? I've had no knowledge of that. Izuku was now baffled. Tsukachi's in the building. He recognized the familiar aura. I doubt you would have, it was an agreement between them after all. She shouldn't be out for long, missed sleep-inducing quirks don't last too long, it's likely her body is tired from healing. Aizawa, can you call Ishiyama-kun to set up a room? Wait. We own an apartment besides our house. No one knows about it. Isn't it fine I just stay there, since I'll be safe anyway? And it's not like it's for too long. Once Kayama-san is awake I'll be staying with her anyway. Sadly, I cannot allow that. I promised your mother after all. Nizu said with a smirk. You got played. Shura commented. Sounds about right. Did I miss anything? Sorry, I got stuck due to some last-minute work. Tsukachi said as he came through the door. I'll sum it up. Nizu said. So, both parties agreed to this? Tsukachi asked, signature notepad in hand. There is a will as well. Inko was meticulous about her son. Nizu clarified. Mail them to me, once possible. He'll be staying under Yue's care then? He asked. Yes, that is correct. Yue will take full responsibility for the time PRD it takes for Kayama Namuri to wake up. The rat stated. Very well then, I'll finish the paperwork. We'll have to wait to start the investigation dash. No. You don't. There's has to be a location on Namuri's comms. It had to have pinged something before it went offline. The general area for investigation is a 3 kilometers radius around the hospital, considering the time it took for them to get here. Go fetch now, detective. I expect great things from you. Izuku cut him off, eager to search for his mother. I don't think we can go off of specula dash. Trust in the boy, Tsukachi. If that isn't enough then I'll back him up. Nizu said. How interesting. His mind is sharper than any intelligence-based quirk I've seen. And he's strong and durable too, considering what Aizawa told me. Nizu thought with a glint in his eye. I see. I'll take your word for it then, he sighed. Nizu-san? Izuku called. Yes? Could I ask for another favor later? It's an academic matter. Oh? Of course, maybe once you gather your things and the move is over with. Nizu nodded. A faint voice rings somewhere. What are you doing, my son? Inko asked, not looking away from the cutting board and the garlic she was chopping. You asked me to put the pasta on, right? Izuku confirmed. What are you doing, son? Inko asked again, having stopped the knife. Mom? What's wrong? Izuku asked concerned. Why are you doing nothing? I trusted you to save me. Yet you sleep in a comfortable bed? How dare you? She exclaimed. Her chopping taking on an incomprehensible speed, covering the kitchen top with her own blood. Wasting no time, Izuku got around to stopping her. What the hell are you doing? Stop it. He said, grabbing her hand. Too slow, my son. Inko smiled. Her eyes bleeding as she shoved the knife into her own throat. Save me. Before it is too late. Her voice, disappearing into the void, begged. With a gasp he sprung straight up. His body, sweaty. Pulse quickened and green pupils dilated. His eyes felt moist and sure enough when he looked in the mirror, his eyes were puffy. He stared at himself with a sharp eye, disgusted at his own mind. That wasn't his mother. She would never do anything like that. He splashed the sink's ice-cold water to try to forget. Trying not to think. If that wasn't his mother. Then why did that feel so real? Safe to say, Izuku didn't sleep well in the new bed. He'd woken up early. 3:27 a.m. And he wasn't going to get around to sleeping anytime soon. Thankfully, the UA gyms were open 24. The sound of the 200 kilograms barbell dropping onto the deadlift platform felt like music to his ears. Like a much-needed therapy session. After a heavy pull workout he made his way back to the apartment. Opting to make himself a sandwich once he got back. Getting his apartment, dorm, set up was pretty simple. It was a room on the far corner of the floor, close to the stairwell. Since the even semester had ended, the students had a 2-month-long break. Though he hoped Namuri would wake before that, the part of his mind that liked to be prepared liked the 2 months they had. The dorm was standard issue, though it was made with UA standards, hence bigger. It had an apartment feel to it. Kitchen, 1 bath and a master bedroom. Generous, and spacious. Too bad he wouldn't be staying long. He was on his way to the dean's office, hoping to speak to him about getting an early diploma. He'd finished the H.S portion for technical courses a long time ago. He was done wasting time. The desk lady asked him to sit down. Nizu was taking a call, apparently. No calls from the hospital. So Namiri wasn't awake yet. It had been a day since then. No calls from Tsukachi either. Though there was no surprise there. Considering all variables of the incident. The difference in the injuries of the puppet and Namiri, it's likely the warper was involved. Makes sense that there would be no traces of battle. Dmed quirks. Why couldn't things be simple for once? Why could he never catch a break? It's like the boulder he was rolling up the hill only got heavier. And Kayama-san, he wondered how bad it was. Her quirk immobilizes foes upon inhaling. That means anyone that's prepared would have a gas mask. If their martial prowess exceeded Namiri's then. Stop worrying. For God's sake. Even if normal medicine can't help her, your blood can. What are you talking about? When Dogen used the sediment to heal people, he created the undead. Your blood is true. Not some mockery. So long as the person you're using it on is alive, they'll be fine. Go on ahead, he'll be seeing you now. The receptionist interrupted the conversation. With a nod, he made his way inside. The room was spacious, with certificates and awards hung on the wall, wooden interior instead of simple cement and a sofa set in the close left corner. It could be discerned that the dean spent most of his time in this room. The room had an oak-like wood smell to it, earning a twinge of nostalgia from Izuku. He walked up to the desk, and stood. Feel free to take a seat. Nizu spoke. Nodding, he followed the instruction. Would you like some tea? Nizu asked. Sure, you have mint green? He asked. He'd made his way here without any beverage, besides water. Of course. The dean said, pulling a kettle out of seemingly nowhere. Where'd you get that from? He asked. From where the kettle was obviously. The dean stated, pouring 2 mugs for them. I shouldn't have bothered asking. Izuku thought as he took a sip. He felt warm drinking the tea. Now, onto the matter at hand. Your studies? Nizu spoke, after taking a sip of his own. Yes. Since I've finished middle school top of my class, I was hoping to get into the H.S branch of UA. The one that takes supplementary courses for hero work. That can be done. The dean said, as though he were talking about getting groceries. That easily? Izuku asked, almost suspicious. Of course, you'll still have to give the entrance exam. But I've looked through your middle school and... How? Where did you get the records from? He asked again. From where the records were, obviously. The dean stated once more. I shouldn't have bothered asking, part 2. He thought as his face fell. And? It seems you're pretty extraordinary. 100% on the scholarship exams. Your grades are top-notch too. Teachers have no complaints. The only comments your principal has made is that it's a waste of time to keep you there. I'd say you're ready. There is a slot open in the middle of April. So 2 weeks from now. Are you good with that? Yeah, I'm pretty well prepped. He said. What about collegial studies? Nizu led. Well, I want to become a hero of course. But if I had to pick a degree I'd go with and major in quantum mechanics. A BSMS course I'd say. It's decided then. Nizu said, picking up his mug for a final sip. Huh? Izuku tilted his head in confusion. You'll be my personal student once you get done with the exams. He stated, packing up his tea set. Izuku had no words. On one hand, this was the opportunity of a lifetime. On the other, he really didn't like how Nizu's eyes shined at that. Well? The rat asked. He took an inward breath as he contemplated the path. This was the opportunity of a lifetime. If the dean of UA sees enough potential to personally mentor him, who is Izuku to question his decision? Very well. Izuku Midoriya was a man of action after all. Spectacular. Now on to the other agenda. Your mother and Midnight. Nizu said as he cleared the files on his desk. Yes. I've received no calls from the hospital. Izuku said as he looked at his call logs. A phone he'd received from his mother after the initial attack. That he'd barely used. Of course. Aizawa and I are registered as your temporary guardians. We both received a call around 2 hours ago. Your mother's body broke down during an autopsy. Turned to soot. So my theory was right then. Izuku nodded. You had a theory? Do go on. Nizu said, motioning for him to continue. Well, it's nothing solid. Mostly speculation. Essentially, I can sense people, and to a degree my surroundings. When I realized I felt nothing from the body. No spirit. No aura. I realized something was off. Like she was hollow. Interesting. But you're registered as quirkless? Nizu asked. 'Cause it ain't a quirk. Izuku said. What is it then? Nizu asked. The glint in his eye returning. With a long sigh, he spoke. Aura, a form of energy, to be thorough. It's an entity that can be used as you please. Augmentation to improve your abilities, externally, though that's harder, to apply force, and sense-wise, which is the simpler form of augmentation. That's very interesting. Can other people learn how it works? Use it? Nizu asks, his eyes shining as he listened carefully. Yes. Though I'd prefer not teaching anyone. Izuku let out a small sigh as he finished. Why is that? Nizu asked, curious more than disappointed. He mulled that over. The powers of aura were extremely difficult to grasp. Wolf had struggled to improve under Lady Butterfly's tutelage. Having to fight for his life every single day to get better at using it in the forest of Yuzui, fighting lifelike illusions that never really died, whilst maneuvering through the dense forest and wet soil alongside trying not to hit his sword along had him struggling. Aura, also at its core, was a corrupting force. Every user that didn't have a strong enough will, or an iron mind, would fall to the allure that it is. Initially starting aura, augmentation-wise, most beginners feel a power trip. Should one pursue this feeling of power drunkenness, they would end up like a third-rate martial artist in the middle of nowhere. With a sigh, he answered, it's too dangerous, for both me and a theoretical student. He said, not wanting to elaborate. Seemingly satisfied, the rat spoke, well, I'm in no position to ask you to do anything I suppose. On to other matters. How is your room? Everything running fine? Yes, though the electricity is consistent, the water is running and the gas is fine too. Izuku answered. You have no problems with the rooms? We can shift you into a bigger room if you need? Or one closer to an exit? Nizu prodded for any cracks. He thought about it for a moment. His room had a balcony and was only a distance of about 80 meters from the walls of the uni. If he needed to sneak out, it'd be easy. There weren't many eyes on his room either, considering the teacher's lounge was in the opposite building. No, the room will suffice for as long as necessary, it's spacious which I appreciate and cozy. Thank you, Dean. He gave a short bow. None of that please, you're about to be my student after all. Just Nizu is fine. He said as he waved off the bow. About Miss Midnight. What about her? Nizu asked. Are you sure she's gonna wake up? He asked, worried. Well, she should soon enough? Why are you asking? Nizu asked. I have a way to wake her up. Izuku answered. Oh? You do? He sighed for what felt like the 100th time that day. So you're saying you're immortal? Nizu asked, clearly amused. Yes. Can you prove it? Nizu prodded. I encountered a villain, approximately 2 years ago, gave me this scar on my eye. He said as he pointed. I died for 8 hours, before waking up unprompted, no CPR, no defib, nothing. I was healed of all of my injuries, putting it in layman's terms, dragon's blood activated. Izuku cleared up. So, dragon's blood makes you immortal? Nizu asked, with understanding. Yes. I can prove it. Izuku confirmed. You don't mean? Nizu asked as his brows furrowed. You have a gun? Izuku asked, dead set on proving it. Jesus Christ, I believe you. No need to dash. Okay. That's good then. So you can wake Midnight up? He nodded in response. I'll have you do it, only if the need arises. That easily? Izuku asked, baffled. Of course, your mother had me in on the League's case all those years ago. Nizu said with a light grimace. Ah. That explained it. After a PRGNNT pause, Izuku spoke, I take that's everything then? Yes, I do believe so. Have a good day, Midoriya Izuku. XXX. The sun setting along the skyline was a somber sight to see that day. Izuku was out on a run, he'd gotten restless sitting in the dorm, practicing worksheets, math usually had his mind off things, was getting old, he was finished with the 10th page of questions, and it had taken less than 3 hours. The nerves waiting for a phone call from Tsukachi hadn't settled either. The skyline was painted a pretty pink, staining the clouds with color as Izuku sprinted along the footpath. The breeze was crisp, the evening was cold, and the asphalt was surprisingly void of vehicles. He'd chalked it up to it being a Sunday. As the veil of nighttime covered the country, silence filling his surroundings, the only thing that was whirring along his mind were thoughts of his mother. Was she okay? Was she scared? Did they hurt her? Would the police find her? Or would Izuku have to take matters into his own hands? He didn't have an answer. That scared him the most. Hell. He was surely in hell. As each day passed by so agonizingly slowly, those words were the only thing he could think about. Day by day the only things coursing through his brain were thoughts of his missing mother. Every day went by painfully slowly, each moment of uncertainty feeling like a dull ache in his heart. He was afraid. The statistics on missing people over a long time usually weren't pretty. Hell, 24 hours go by and it's likely the person you're searching for is already dead. The news of Synapse being missing hadn't been made public yet. Courtesy of HPSC not wanting widespread panic. The searches were showing no results. No, that wasn't fair to the police. Not much evidence was found at the scene of the attack. The only thing that was tied back to the League was the Omega particle that the Warper emitted on usage of his quirk. The League had cared not to leave too much behind. As a result, the only effective method of finding them was waiting for them to show. This left Izuku at a loss. There really wasn't much he could do, besides waiting for news on the League. However, if he adopted a new identity as a vigilante, vigilantes were usually frowned upon. The cause being, most of them usually followed a selfish goal. Money, fame, a twisted sense of power. He'd probably receive a lot of backlash if he did, and if he garnered too much attention the HSPC might send someone to fix the problem. The plus side would be the fact he could do a lot of things, finding his mother, tap into police radios, expand a search area on most recent sightings of the League. His overall reach in matters would definitely increase. The information the police had was limited too. The only reason they could understand that the kidnapping of Inko was the League was because they were spotted on a street camera. And the aforementioned Omega particle, of course. Midnight was still asleep. It's only been 2 days since the incident, and Izuku is struggling not to barge into wherever the hell their base is and kill them all. Really, his ire with the League is through the roof. So, he comes to a decision with that thought. He'll need to prepare at the least. Nizu had given Izuku a lot of freedom. The curfew set was 11 p.m. and his day only constituted 5 hours of study, 2 hours of personal work done at the dorm. Usually, he was free to do whatever from 2 p.m. Sitting down on his desk, he gets to drawing up an Oni mask and some standard clothes. He'd wear chainmail inside for protection, alongside martial artist shoes and the original shinobi prosthetic layout. He'd need to go to the Hatsums once again. He packed the graph papers and mechanical drawings into his bag, wrapped his katana in a black cloth and smashed it over his back as he made his way to the gates. Punching his fingerprint marked him as exiting, and he caught the first train that went into the main city. As he walked to the familiar front porch of the Hatsum household, he'd hoped he wouldn't have to explain himself. The forge outside of the main house was smoldering, its chimney smoking. They're still in business then. He worked up some courage, halting, for only a moment before he rang the doorbell. "Who is it?" spoke a feminine voice he didn't recognize. "Sheet. I didn't make an appointment." A stupid mistake, very unlike Izuku. "Ah. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I got my sword from Mr. Hatsum a few years ago. I was hoping to speak with him again? I know you guys don't accept walk-ins, but it's really important that I see him," he said as he lifted his wrapped katana. After a long pause, the door opened. "What do you want now, brat? Did you grow taller again?" A gruffy voice spoke. "Ah. I do think so. It's been a long while, Mr. Hatsu dash. Told you to call me hero, did I not? Enough with the formalities, get inside," the forger said, opening the door wider. He sat down on the table, thankful for the AC. The heat of April was killing him. He settled his bag just below him. Hero placed 2 mugs of coffee on the table. "So, what's the issue? Your sword break or something?" He accepted the mug with a thanks. "Oh, not at all, I maintain it every day. I'm here for a different problem." The blacksmith took a sip from his mug in response. He paused for a second, considering the weight of his decision on the Hatsums. It was best if he kept them involved, otherwise the police might drag them as accomplices. He wanted no part in that. "In light of recent events and hero training, I was hoping to set up a costume and a support mechanism. It's a prosthetic limb, modified to function as an exoskeleton on my left arm. A simple wire-based grappling hook is all I need with it." The lie came off as smooth as butter. "Any specific requirements?" Hero asked, in business mode. "Well, I have designs, and I'd prefer if the arm weighed as little as you could make it to, without structural failure, of course." He supplied the designs from his bag. After a lengthy pause, the blacksmith answered, "Intricate stuff. The mask probably won't take long, the clothes I'll just outsource. The limb, however. Come back 2 weeks from now. Ah, one more thing. I'll be handling the payment this time." Izuku tried interrupting before the man got to work. I see, very well then. I'll send you the receipt after I'm done." Hero thought it over for only a moment. Izuku thanked the gods for his workaholic personality, as he picked his bag up again, opting to sash the wrapped katana along his waist instead. The train ride back was silent, courtesy of it not being office hours. It wasn't jam-packed either. He went into the shower after his night cardio, opting for hot water instead of his usual ice-cold. After cleaning himself, he decided to finish dinner quickly, with simple savory oats and a protein shake. He got around to gathering already cut paper dolls and ink, along with a brush, and sat down on the coffee table in the living room. "Should we get back to it?" he asked the voice in his head. "Yes, first, you need to shut your eyes and breathe," Shura answered. Izuku tried to simply use the sensory method, however. Wrong. I'm not asking you to sense. I'm telling you to feel. Aura is everywhere, it is a form of energy after all. Seek, and you will find. Shura explained. Izuku shut his eyes, and focused on his surroundings, the breath of life in every flower, the breeze passing by, the flapping of a butterfly's wings, all these things had aura. It was as if nature itself was alive, and was imprinting itself upon this world. As though nature was acting its will, to meet an end of its own. As though nature was another living being. He grasped it then. Amongst nature, there are those doomed to roam forever. However, unlike an immortal, they would not keep their sanity nor their humanity. They would wander as husks of their former selves, existing only as their previous lives' greatest desire. As spirits. Good, you've got it. Now, repeat after me, O pitiful spirit, be guided by my voice, and accept this pact of mine. I shall grant you freedom, and you grant me your protection. After that you need to write the kanji for protection onto the doll. O pitiful spirit, be guided by my voice, and accept this pact of mine. I shall grant you freedom, and you grant me your protection. He repeated Shura's words. After repeating the words, he wrote the kanji for protection onto the doll. The reaction was instant, the doll glowed, and the ink for the kanji turned into a blood red. Neat. He thought. It'd usually take longer, you're pretty proficient in aura, so you were fine. Oh well, all's well ends well. There's different charms for different stuff though, maybe you should write the others down. Of course there were more, why wouldn't there be? XXX. The next morning he was walking through the hallways of the college before seeing an unusual amount of liveliness exuding from the teacher's lounge. Like all good things that weren't his business, he simply walked onwards to the gym. After finishing his session, he noticed Aizawa standing at the doorway. Confused, he opted to simply wave. Aizawa gestured for him to come talk. What's up? Izuku asked as he took his headphones off. The next year's about to start. I thought I'd be nice and warn you. Aizawa said with a smirk. What? Doesn't the next semester started well into June? What about the summer break? Izuku asked. U.A has a 3-week summer break, we keep longer winter breaks to compensate. Aizawa explained. So I'll have to dash. You'll have to mingle with adults now. Aizawa finished. Amazing. Life is great. He sighed, it is what it is I guess. Also Nizu wants to see you in his office. Aizawa said as he waved him off. Lead with that then. He thought. He hastened his pace as he walked towards the dean's office, partly anxious about what the rat would say. Offering his greeting to the receptionist he opened the door. Ah, you're here, take a seat. Nizu offered. He graciously accepted the offer. Tea? Nizu asked in classic Nizu fashion. No, I'm good thanks, why am I here? He dismissed the offer for tea, he was tired and hungry. Straight to the point it is then. Midnight has woken up. Nizu said, plainly. That's good news then, I'll go visit her dash. The league didn't take your mother. Nizu said, his voice taking on a grave tone, his expression, souring. What? He was baffled, the police were working on false assumptions? Nizu grits his teeth as he prepares, Inko Midoriya's body was found in the coastline of South Korea. Izuku contemplated that for a minute. So the league wasn't to blame. Someone else was. Now he was left truly alone. A father that his mother told him went MIA, a structured lie to not make him feel bad, and a dead mother. He was well and truly alone now. Taking a deep breath in he asked, who was it? A well-known human trafficking ring, they consist of varying people and work across the globe. They've been taken down though, Russian Special Operations Task Force got rid of them, Spetsnaz I believe. Nizu said, as he recognized the glint of revenge in Izuku's eye. I'm sorry for your loss. I can only imagine what you're going through right now. Nizu wasn't a human, and he hadn't experienced grief. This was the best he could do. No, feelings are for later. There is much to do. He grits his teeth. Izuku Midoriya was a man of action. The last thing he wanted to do was be weak in the absence of his mother. His mother would understand if he did break down, but she'd want the best for him. He'll start by organizing a funeral, with a side of swallowing his feelings, before they inevitably came out in the most gruesome form of vomit. He was heading to the hospital to see Midnight. He decided to notify close friends of his mom about the funeral personally. Thankfully, the Russian government had sent Inko's body, preserved for the funeral, a viewing could be organized and the coffin wouldn't be buried empty. He runs a nervous hand through his hair, releases a short sigh and walks in. As he got in, he noticed the nightstand had flowers on it. Namuri herself was laying on the bed and she looked well, considering the attack anyway. The room was spacious, though the sterile smell really unnerved him. Ah, Izuku, how've you been? Midnight asks as she waves for him to come over. She must not have heard. How do I tell her? I'm well, how are you feeling? Any pain? He tries to smile, it comes out just a little shaky. No, I'm feeling great. The doctors did a great job. I'm sure you're crushed about Inko being missing. Namiri said, as she took his hand and gestured for him to sit. Izuku heaved a heavy sigh as he sat. Namiri looked worried about him. They found Mom Dash. That's amazing. How is she? She said as her face lit up. Why did you have to make it so hard? He thought. Dead, along the coast of South Korea. She was taken by a global trafficking ring. Spetsnaz took care of the poor BSTRDS. Izuku said, his tone taking on a somber inflection. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I can't imagine Dash. Her hands shook and she immediately wrapped him in a hug. Izuku returned the hug cordially, as much as he wanted to simply melt into her touch. He's sure he'd fall apart. Now was simply not the time. I'm okay, the funeral is a week from now. It's fine if you don't show up, considering you're still in Rikov Dash. Namiri only grasped him tighter. It's okay to not be okay, Izuku. You don't need to be strong all the time. She said, rubbing circles onto his back with her hand. He released another sigh. I know, but I need to be strong now. So I can fall apart without worry later. Now is simply not the time. He denied all strong emotions now, easing out of the embrace. After a long pause, with her worried expression unchanged, she spoke. Call me when you do, okay? You don't have to do this alone. Except I do. Kayama Namiri was only 23 years old, bright prospect in the hero world. The last thing he wanted to do was doom her career. He'd be fine alone. Sekiro's taught him to be fine alone. I will. He lied. Are you sure you're feeling okay? Weren't you and my mom? He led on, trying to change the topic. Oh goodness. No. Me and your mom were working together for publicity. Her agency thought it'd be good. Namiri confirmed, her cheeks coloring as she did. Agency. Right, I'm gonna need a lawyer. And papers. This is going to be a pain, but I can't let the HSPC BSTRDS take my mother's work. I'm sorry about assuming Dash. He was interrupted by the door opening. I'm terribly sorry for interrupting, but we need to conduct some tests. Could I ask you to leave, Mr. Midoriya? The nurse explained. Of course. Thank you for your hard work. He bowed. I hope you're better when we see each other next. He waved at Namiri as he exited. He was walking back to UA instead of taking the train. He watched the sakura trees in full bloom, gracing the streets of his city. He'd go for a viewing about this time of the year with his mother usually. They'd make bentos with too much food and end up overeating. Fun times. A happy month of beginnings and picturesque beauty, ruined by the happenings of life. He sighed and decided to call Nizu, for the contact of a lawyer. Nizu naturally asks him some questions. Why do I need one? Well, for starters, even if the agency ends up shutting down, which it probably will, the building was owned by my mother, that land alone is worth a lot. He explained. Land every other project my mom started, the houses she's bought in and out of Japan. It's going to be a pain, but I'd rather be in pain than hand it over to the HSPC and the government. He continued, heading toward the cafe he spotted. I was asking just because, but your mother also left a will for you, it'll probably solve most of your worries. I'll send you the contact info of her lawyer. Nizu spoke. Thanks, I'd appreciate that. He sighed, of course she left a will. He was eternally grateful to not spend his funds on lengthy court proceedings. Take care, Midoriya-kun. Nizu expressed, his tone taking on worry. I'll try. He said, cutting the line. He sat on a seat inside, by the window and ordered a plain cold coffee. A ping on his phone alarmed him. Dean Nizu. I've sent you the mail and contact information of your mother's lawyer. Mail her first, then set a time. If you're confused, you can ask me. Me. Thank you for your help, Dean. I won't be troubling you further. When his message was marked seen, he finished writing the mail as he sipped on his drink. He'd kept the mail brief, and to the point. He'd probably need to go to his home instead of the dorm room to get the necessary documents and whatever, but he'd also banked the fact that Yoshikawa Rin, the lawyer, probably kept track of the important stuff. Sighing as he got up to pay the bill, he began walking home, a place he hadn't been into for a while now. XXX. It's almost sunset by the time he reaches home. The pleasant heat of April dissipated as the cold set in. He fishes the keys out of his backpack, pauses for a second, and then opens the door to his house. It looked and felt empty, too large to be just a house for two, let alone just Izuku. No, he won't be staying here, he can't. It's too much too. Not like you to get sidetracked. Think later, get those papers you need. Shura supplied, his lack of emotional knowledge seeping through. You're right, it isn't, he thought. Shura? You're old as hell, right? he asked. Rude way of putting it, but more or less. The demon said, voice taking on irritation. You were human once, no? I was. What about it? Shura asked, getting confused now. Did you ever deal with grief? Izuku asked, his tone plain. Yes boy, I did. He said, voice solemn. Does it ever go away? No. It doesn't. Even when you think you're free, it comes back all at once. Grief is like waves crashing against you. At the beginning, it feels like you're drowning. Izuku's eyes had never been duller. The waves of sorrow come repeatedly, each one stronger than before. Over time, however, you learn how to manage. How to live with a gaping wound in your chest. The waves never go away, and you'll always stand in deep waters. However, you'll learn to adapt to that too. Shura supplied. His tone was somber with painful nostalgia. Izuku pauses, wondering how to come to terms with that. I see. Thanks, Shura, your advice was about as helpful as anything else. He chuckled. Rude brat. Shura spat, no venom in his tone. He entered his mother's study and took in the view. He looked at the photos sitting on the desk, old and new. Certificates and awards hung on the walls, gathering dust. The house has been pretty unclean recently, maybe he'd get it cleaned before he sold it. He fetched the papers from his mother's file cabinet, across the desk, taking his time and being careful with what he took out. He removed a binder labeled Family Documents and read it through. It'd be more than enough for getting legal work involving his late mother done. He placed everything back in order and left the room. He was making jasmine tea before his phone ringing caught him off guard. Hello? Is this Izuku Midoriya? Spoke a low-pitched female voice from the line. Ah, yes. Is this Yoshikawa Rin? I emailed you a few hours ago, I believe. Izuku confirmed. Yes, this is Yoshikawa Rin speaking. I understand the gist of what you're asking of me. Do you mind if we meet in person? She asked. No, I don't. I believe we can speak in person. I'm free the entire week, but I'm locked out after Sunday. He had exams. The lady takes a pause, probably looking through her calendar. Do you mind if we meet up today? I'd like to catch you up to speed with everything. Her voice made it clear this was more a demand than a suggestion. Of course. Today is fine. Should I head over to your office? He asked. No, my office closes in 15 minutes. I'll see you in an hour. Goodbye. She explained, curtly. Rin. Huh? Name matches her personality, I guess. He thought out loud. Oh well, time to get to cleaning. He'd spent the first few minutes of his hour going out and getting some refreshments and cakes. And the next 45 minutes diligently dusting and sweeping the house. Though the effort exerted was large, it was definitely worth it. He's putting the kettle on the stove once he hears the doorbell ringing. He walks over to welcome the guest. He opened the door. She was pretty tall for Japan standards, which isn't very tall, standing at 5 feet 6 inches, her black hair tied into a ponytail. She was slim, and if he had to guess, she probably worked out. She wore rectangular glasses as well. Please, come inside, he said, as soon as he opened the door. Sorry for the intrusion, she said as she entered. After taking off her shoes, Izuku led her to the living room and offered some tea. After setting the table with tea and cakes, he took initiative. About my mother. What exactly are the arrangements she's already done? Izuku asked, unable to hold his worry. Yes, I'll be getting to that. When did you receive the news about Inko? She asked, tailing a sip. They're on first-name basis, he noticed. Just this morning. I've already spoken to a funeral organizer. I'm planning to hold the funeral. He paused and shut his eyes. Today is Wednesday, April 17th of year 2334. I'll have it held next Friday. After my exams. Friday. I plan on holding it next Friday. He finished. There was no answer for a minute. He looked up from his mug to the lawyer. He gazed upon a worried face and red eyes. She looked as though she was holding back tears. Are you all right? He asked, worried she might start crying. How can you? Why are you asking me that? Are you okay? She sniffled, her voice cracking. So they were close then. He released a short sigh. I don't know. Her being gone isn't really registering right now. It'll all probably come crashing down later, but I'd rather just get everything done before then. Then I can crumble. He answered. Truly. He didn't know how to feel. He felt hollow. His mother was the only light in his life. Being quirkless had only made life worse. It felt as though there was pain in his chest, but his chest itself felt hollow. He didn't know what to do. So he was doing the only thing he knew how to do. To take actions. He felt her grab onto his free left hand. I'm so sorry for your loss. I can't imagine how you're feeling right now, she said, grabbing on and squeezing tight with both her hands. That'd make two of us. I'm fine for now. And I'll be okay eventually. When was eventually? Can we get back on track? He asked, releasing his mug and grabbing onto the hand pile. Okay. She gathered herself quickly, suppressing herself for now. Izuku let out another heavy sigh as she took her hands away, reaching for her briefcase. Why did he miss human contact so much? He releases another sigh as he prepares dinner. The conversation with Yoshikawa-san replaying in his head. The countless details his mother had gone into to make sure things would be fine. And they would be. His mom had measured every detail, every outcome, every asset she owned, every stock she overbought, everything would fall to Izuku. He should be relieved that he doesn't have to deal with the papers, but he's not. He'd rather focus on something other than the absence of his mother, other than the fact that he'd never hear obnoxiously loud music at 8 a.m. in the morning. That they'd never go out on a whim. That she'd never ask him to bring vegetables on the way back from school. She was gone, and that weight was something he'd rather ignore. It was simply too heavy. It was like trying to lift a dumbbell that was the size of your stomach at the gym. If he tried getting it up now, he'd probably break his back. He shakes those parasitic thoughts away. Focusing on washing a plate to get his chicken, rice, and pan sauce for a meal for now. He sits down on the table to eat his food. He munches and gulps slowly but surely. The clock ticks, there is no noise outside of his eating and the clock. For the longest, no, for as long as he can remember, it's only been him and his mother. Now he was just realizing. Contemplating. And as he's finishing up, he realizes he's crying. He was alone. Crushingly so. He was eating alone. He would be eating alone for a long while now. He wishes he asked for her to stay over for dinner more often. Instead of getting up to wash his plate, he sits back down, silently letting his tears form streams. He wishes she was here. He wishes she would hug him just one last time. After 5 minutes of sitting and crying in silence, he decides that it's more than enough. She was gone. No last words, no wishes, and nothing. There was nothing. As hard as a pill that was to swallow, he'd need to break it up and accept reality anyway. He gets up with a grunt, placing the chair back to the dining and heading to the kitchen to clean the dishes. He wakes up next morning in a cold sweat, his heart thrumming a mile a minute. He struggled to breathe. Can't breathe, can't breathicant. Focus on my voice. Deep breath in. 2, 3, 4, deep breath out. Shura spoke. He followed Shura along. Eternally grateful for the voice that grounded him. That was FING horrible. A heart attack? No, you don't just shake off heart attacks and he's 15. Panic attack. Probably in your sleep. Shura replies. DMN. DMN indeed. Maybe he should get therapy. Maybe he would once he found the time. Oh well, for now it's exam time. He'd probably ace them, but it's rudimentary stuff anyway. XXX. He's pretty sure he aced the tests. Now the only other thing left is the funeral. He hasn't slept well. The panic attacks haven't been frequent, but they're present. He's had 3 since the past week, and he's pretty sure they aren't just stopping anytime soon. The funeral was kept private. Only close friends were allowed, he didn't have any other family anyway. It was mostly people just telling him the same old lines of, "I'm sorry for your loss," and spiel of, "God has a plan." He hated that one the most, and "everything happens for a reason" took second place. It felt like they were pissing on his grief. On his mother's memory. He was despising the fact that his mother was raised Christian just because of these people. He grit his teeth and smiled just as another woman told him the same bullshit. He hated this. Aizawa and the others were the only ones he could rely on. The priest finishes his prayer and his mother is laid to rest. He takes one last look and tries not to fall to his knees. He succeeds in not falling apart again. After the funeral, he has a chat with Nizu about living conditions. He doesn't want to stay at the dorms, even if it is the safest option. He's already spoken with Yoshikawa about this. He'd live alone, with her registered as his guardian if he needed help. He'll come to classes as he usually did, he'd just have more leeway to do what he wants. He wanted to move out of his childhood home. Waking up every single day in that big house feeling only the absence of his mother was crushing him. But with that came the issue of buying a house. He didn't want anything too extravagant, otherwise the place would seem empty. He decides on a 1,300 square feet, 400 square meters, penthouse apartment that's 6 kilometers from UA. He'll get a bike license for travel. He's had enough of trains. The talk with Nizu goes well, and seems well received. Nizu is worried about him, though Izuku doesn't know why, but the dean doesn't ask questions and he's grateful of that fact. He'd need to get Yoshikawa to sign off on the bike though. Maybe that conversation would be harder. That conversation was incomparably harder. It took hours of convincing, and the whole time he was wondering why people were so scared of bikes. They're pretty fun. He's driving to UA at questionable speeds, but no one bats an eye. Most people in this area used public transport anyway, cars were usually used for long travels. He decided to study astrophysics under Nizu instead of particle physics. Space travel was more available than ever after all. And to be honest, particle physics was getting stale. Hopefully astrophysics would be easier? He was mistaken. The first class of astrophysics involves complex physics theorems. Granted, Nizu had said the first year here would only involve complex physics. He'd read through the material like hell once he got home. The assignments were no joke. This was fun. For the first time in class he had fun. He was engaged. He was thankful that the dean himself took time to teach him. He's sitting in a cafe inside UA and filling up a few notebooks with analysis. It's something he's picked up over the internet. Analyzing quirks and people. It's pretty fun, especially when your judgments end up correct, and even more so when you're wrong. He goes into the quantum physics class with dread. He'd prefer calculus to this. Still, Nizu teaching makes the lecture better. He packs up his bags and head out for the day. Making sure everything was secure, he gets on his sports bike, puts on his helmet and departs. On the way home his bike tires end up puncturing. He clicks his tongue. Nails on the road? Seriously? He leaves it to a mechanic shop and clicks his tongue again. They said he'd have to come back tomorrow. With a sigh he begins his walk back. He's going through an alleyway for a shortcut when he notices something odd. The smell of sewage? He uses aura to sense, startling once he feels something right behind him. Snapping backwards he's suffocating instantly by filth. He tries to push out aura from his mouth, it simply vibrates the fluid like sludge. I'll be taking your body now, you titan. Go to sleep. The filth spoke. He's suffocating. The world spins around him, dark spots cover his vision. He feels his heart thundering, reflexively clawing at whatever was clogging his throat. He collapses, clutching his chest. I can't breathe, can't breathicant. He collapses, breath stopping alongside his heart. The world goes dark and cold, the all-familiar embrace of death latching on. The only thing he can think of is the filth. The smell of sakura covers him, petals gracing his presence. His heart thumps, and he's back once more. Young man. An aged voice bellowed. Izuku hacked and coughed as he got up. In the arms of someone? Why were they on a roof? Thank goodness I was taking you to the hospital because you All Might apparently, spoke up. You died. Is it your quirk? He asked, more worried than curious. No, it's just that my blood has extreme regenerative properties. He explained. Mind putting me down? He asked. As nonchalant as he looked, he was excited beyond compare. This was his idol, he used to have a room draped in his colors. This was a person he very much looked up to. It's an honor meeting you, thank you for saving me. But I can't help but asking. He led on. Go on, young man. The energetic voice spoke. The hero seemed taller in person, his muscles were no joke either. What happened? The strength you give off has waned. It's much different from the old videos I've seen. Even then, since 5 years ago you've gone off the radar. If you don't mind me asking As if answering his question, the hulking figure violently coughed out blood. Izuku was at his side instantly, right hand hovering over his back. All Might raised his hand, gesturing Izuku to wait. An illness? He asked again. After a long pause All Might answered, what I show you cannot be told to anyone else. Before Izuku could ask what he was on about, steam covered All Might's figure. What he saw was pretty shaking. Instead of the number one hero there was a lanky man, skinny to the point Izuku could probably punt him across the city. I received an injury, 5 years ago. He said as he lifted his shirt. I lost most of my internal organs after the fight, the injuries were debilitating and now, he clenched his fist, now I can barely push 3 hours as a hero. He said, tone remorseful. How the F is he even moving, he thought. As Sekiro he'd taken pretty heavy hits. All of them usually ended him. But this? We can help, right? He asked Shura. You feel the dragon's blood? Shura asked. He tried for a second. Using aura to sense himself. He felt a response immediately. Good, now focus on it and try to move it around. Shura guided. He followed the instruction. Dragon's blood felt lighter than his actual blood. It responded to his will. I'm pretty sure I can heal you. He says this with great confidence. The greatest of healers in the world couldn't heal me. What makes you think you can? All Might asked, genuinely curious and slightly hopeful. This boy he just came across died in his arms, he felt his pulse wane. Then a pink light enveloped him and he came back. You watched me come back to life? Besides, my blood makes me immortal. I'd reckon it'd fix a few missing organs. He smirked. Finally feeling something other than empty. He takes his notebook out and writes his address. Meet me here tomorrow. I have to go meet someone soon. The Hatsums, he'd almost forgotten. He's gotta run if he wants to get there. All Might was left baffled and alone as he watched the young man jump off a building and parkour down. On his way home he notices a commotion. People crowded up and heroes? Facing off against the same villain that suffocated him. He rushes to the front, paying heed to the scene. Rage washes over him. The heroes were just sitting there, watching a child suffocate. A plethora of heroes, Water Hose, MT Lady, Kamui Woods, and Death Arms watching a child die. He clicks his tongue again. He'd left his sword at home. The sludge villain was mostly unresponsive to physical exertion, he'd need a weapon of sorts. He notices branches sticking out from Kamui Woods at the scene. He has a plan now. Crouching under the caution tape, he blinks using aura, to Kamui Woods, Death Arms right by his side. Without paying mind to their reactions or whatever the hell they were saying, he broke a sharp branch off the man's body. This left Woods mildly offended. He heard them spew some crap but he wasn't really listening. Izuku sprinted forward, his movements blurring as he placed his sword in a mock sheath. "You're the other brat? You had your chance, now buzz off," the filth said, lunging towards Izuku. Wordlessly summoning aura, compressing it against his foe's sword, he slashed vertically at the halfway point of collision. A large arc slashed around the villain, staggering the filth in its place. Immediately a torrent of wind pressure cleaved him in half. In the instant of that cleave, he blinked forward, grabbed the hostage and then flashed back to the heroes. "There. I've done your job for you," he said, placing the semi-conscious hostage that looked a bit familiar on the floor. They simply stood there gawking at him. "What are you looking at? Go apprehend him," he scolded. "Have no fear. For I am here," All Might said as he jumped into the fray. What is he doing now? Wasn't he out of time? He was confused. "It seems this world still has consistently insane people in it, how funny," Shura said, chortling. He got around to leaving. Getting to the Hatsums before nightfall would be sufficient and polite. As he started walking he felt two arms stop him. "And where do you think you're going?" Death Arms, alongside Kamui, spoke out. He released a sigh. Rage filling up his brain. "Unlike you heroes, I have a prior engagement," he said as he shrugged of the arms. "Keep your hands to yourselves, would you? I prefer not being touched by strangers." He aggravated. He enjoyed the look of anger on them. They thankfully didn't escalate the situation. "Look, brat. We were doing our jobs just fine. Death Arms started. Yeah, doing your job watching a child choke to death. I'm sure you were." He cut the excuse off. They scowled at him. "We were just waiting for someone with a better quirk to dash," Kamui tried once more. "Kindly keep whatever explanation you have to yourself. Feel free to hand that to the press when your PR team demands you to sit at a conference. Quirks are tools, secondary to life." He channels a bit of owl. "Mind and body are one. As one they rule all." Watching their stun-locked faces satisfied him. He began leaving. He failed to care for the media recording everything. He had a prior engagement after all. He's heading towards the station before a certain voice stops him. "Young man." The elderly voice calls. "All Might?" He's confused again. "Didn't I tell him to come tomorrow?" "I am here." He coughed blood again as he deflated. Even after seeing it once, the sight was pretty disturbing. Take it easy," he offered. "What is your name, young man?" Small Might asked. "Midoriya Izuku, pleased to make your acquaintance." He bowed. "Likewise. My name is Yagi Tashinori. Call me that when I'm like this." He gestured to himself. "Why are you here though?" he questioned. All Might paused for a second as he searched for the words. "Young man. The will you showed me has moved this old heart of mine. You showed me something I had long since forgotten," he said, voice carrying wisdom. Izuku raises a brow, wondering what he was talking about. "Did I?" He tilts his head. "You most certainly did. The heart of a hero. I've become old, my injuries are grave, and over time this world had snuffed out my flame of ambition. For reminding me and reigniting this primordial fire I wish for you to inherit my quirk," he said, raising his fist and pointing at Izuku. What? Quirks can be transferred? This changes everything. Does it work by configuring genomes? Does it simply alter DNA? The possibilities are endless. But the only place I've heard of quirks being transferred are. What is your quirk, All Might? It's been kept a secret all this time?" he asked, wondering about the origin of the no. "It's called One for All. It's like a sacred torch passed on generation to generation. I am the 8th holder of this quirk, and you young Midoriya shall be the 9th. Pretty old quirk, almost 200 years old too. DMN. Just like Dash. That's cool and all, but how does it function?" he asks again. After a pause he explains, "It's a powerful energy stockpile quirk taken to the highest of degrees. Generations of strength are stored within it. All Might explains. Is it around 200 years old? He asks, trying to connect the dots. Around that ballpark? Why do you ask? Now All Might was confused. Energy stockpile to the highest degree. Considering All Might's strength, and adding it to mine? I wonder if I can handle that. I probably can, dragon's blood will adjust. He weighed out the ramifications if he accepted. And its history to consider. The names are too similar to just ignore. It's likely related to the boogeyman somehow. In contrast, he thought of the ramifications if he didn't. He sighed. All Might needed a successor. If he didn't accept it, some other poor sod would be subjected to the insanity that was to follow. If someone was to be sacrificed, he'd prefer him. He steeled his will. His gaze fortifies as he peers into All Might's soul. I accept this responsibility, I will do whatever it takes in order to hold up to your expectations. He bowed. Stunned by his sincerity, All Might laughed. Very well, young Midoriya. I will do whatever in my power. But the last train to the city is in 10 minutes. I really need to go visit someone. You'll have to excuse me. Come see me tomorrow, yeah? He said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. Oh. All Might visibly deflated. That's all right. I'll be there tomorrow. He sped off, not wanting to miss the train. He knocked on the familiar doorstep again, hoping his things were ready. He rings the doorbell. Since his arrival was announced from their end this time, the intercom didn't ring up. He was instead greeted by a 5 feet tall, pink-haired girl with stars in her eyes. Mei-san, it's a pleasure seeing you again. He gave a slight bow. Oh, you're that guy from then. Yes, that guy from then, he was indeed. Can I come in? He asked. She still hadn't opened the door fully. Ah, of course. She opened the door. Sorry for the intrusion. He greeted, taking his shoes off. Now, the prosthetic, yes? Mei asked. Yes, and the mask. Is your father around? He needed some armor. He read up on modern armor instead of chainmail. She shook her head in denial. No, he's out right now, on a date with Mom. Mei said. There's something you need? She asked. Well, I was hoping on a voice modulator in the mask and a titanium carbide polymer. For armor. He specified. Eesh, that's gonna cost you. What are you even gonna do with that? Fight an army battalion? Mei asked, wondering why someone would need something so expensive as armor. Something like that. He threw her a nothing burger. She didn't look impressed at his avoidance, but decided not to push for answers. He was grateful for that. They were walking to what he presumed was the back of the house, which was turned into a workshop. Well, we'll have to order the material and make one. How do you want the armor? She asked, pulling out empty from a cylindrical box. She laid them out on the desk. A suit, 3-piece. He thought. Mei looked unamused, like from John Wick? You've seen John Wick? He asked. He didn't think she did anything outside of inventing. Do you think I do nothing outside of making stuff? She asked, offended. Bingo, he thought guiltily. Ah. No, it's just that it's a pretty old movie is all. He sheepishly said. Right. She rolled her eyes and got to drawing. In just a few seconds, a rough sketch was ready, which would be refined later. I'm gonna need your measurements. Mei asked. 105 centimeters chest, width, 78 centimeters waist, 80 centimeters hips. 6 feet and 2 inches tall. He mentioned, he'd had a suit tailored recently and hence knew his size. Color preference? She asked. Of the metal. He confirmed, the material was hard to get and expensive, he didn't need to make their lives harder. Yeah, it's commonly found in dark shades. Alright. It'll probably take a month to get this project done. We'll probably need an advance payment too. Mei asked, a little sheepish. Ah. That's fine. He confirmed, he was filthy rich after all. Alright. I'll install the voice module into the mask. Meanwhile you can go test the prosthetic, it's in that briefcase right behind you. She said, pulling the Oni mask from another box. He walked over and opened the briefcase. He stared in awe at the craftsmanship. It was an almost perfect replica of Sekiro's prosthetic, a bit sleeker and more compact. He looked at Mei, completely engrossed in her work. He decided he'd test it out. He walked out into the garden. Attaching the metallic bone-like exoskeleton onto his left hand, he smirks as he feels the familiar weight glide on. Setting his sights on a dummy, he launched the hook and lassoed it around its neck. Using the momentum as a boost, he jumped. Covering his right fist with aura, he landed a hook, knocking its head off as a result. Yeah. It's pretty FING good. He thought out loud. He'd thanked Mei for the mask and prosthetic, wished her a good evening and left. Now all that was left to do was prepare dragon's blood for the #1 hero. How much would be enough? He asked the old soul. How the hell would I know? Shura says exasperated. Were you watching a rom-com again? The only time Shura is mad is when Izuku interrupts one of his activities. The man grumbles. TCH. Just prepare a small vial. Dragon's blood is potent, it'll take care of that man's wounds. Now leave me to myself. Shura spat. He grabbed an empty, 2 milliliters glass vial from the medicine cabinet in his bathroom. He prepared a sterile needle and focused Dragon's blood to the tip of his finger. Satisfied, he pierced his thumb. The color of the blood was pink, and it smelled of peach. Once the bottle was full, he dabbed cotton over the hole and tasted his blood. Sweet, he thinks it could pass for juice. XXX. All Might was at his home, wearing an oversized shirt and loose-fitting black track pants. So, you want me to drink this? The man asked. Before you sleep, it'll likely make you tired. The regeneration of multiple organs would obviously cause extreme exhaustion, even if the work wasn't being done completely by his body. Though he still had no idea how All Might was still walking, breathing, eating, much less doing hero work with half his bodily systems non-existent, he simply thinks, plus ultra, in a dead tone. He doesn't want to think about how insane All Might is. Are you sure this will work? All Might asks. Are we? He asks the demon. We are. The demon confirms. Yep. He says, popping the P. What if I take it now? All Might asks. You will pass out. I don't have an extra bed, go home and drink it. He doesn't want to clean his room, sure it wasn't dirty, but it wasn't clean enough. It never would be for his idol. I see. I shall heed your advice then. But are you sure? Ask me again and I'm throwing the vial out my balcony. He stated, this was the 5th time. All Might respond by holding the vial closer to his chest delicately and nodding. Just drink it before you sleep and check with me tomorrow again. Izuku waved his antics off. After a PRGNNT pause, All Might speaks. About the Quirk transfer. He starts. Yeah? I think your body is pretty sturdy, even sturdier than mine at your age. Tell me whenever you're ready. All Might nods, the boy looked like a Greek god. Is now fine? Izuku asks, wanting to get to working on the mechanism of how quirks worked. It is. All Might said as he ripped a piece of hair out. Eat this. He stated, with classic dramatism. What? Seriously? He had to eat his hair? You need to consume my DNA for the transfer to work. All Might says as he fidgets with his hair. He nods and takes the hair. Can I eat this later? With some food, or a shake, grind it up. All Might shakes his head, the earlier the better. He nods and takes the hair, trying desperately not to GG at the mouthfeel. His refined palate not fit for hair of all things. All Might gets a call, work probably. Izuku thinks. Finishes his tea, and leaves. Apologizing for the sudden departure as he did so. Thankfully, he had today to himself. Otherwise he'd have to be rude and ask him to get out. He'd have class normally. Maybe he'd learn another language. He's pretty keen on going to Western Europe for his holidays in November. Explore all of France maybe. So he gets to that. Izuku had learned pretty early into living alone that change was important. Something new in life. If everything stayed the same, one could fall into a depression. It didn't need to be anything grand. A different flavored juice, a different road home, or a different highway than the one he rode, sped unhealthily, on. It could be drawing simple scenery instead of the heroes he usually did. Or just annoying his adult friends in the middle of work. He'd seen Aizawa and the others less and less since he left the dorm, so video calls and random meetups were usually what he went with. Since he was tall as hell, the other students didn't really bother him, not knowing he was a child. He was new to grief. Shura was right on the money. There were days he felt freer than a bird. When he felt there was no wound in his chest anymore. It would hit him then, that she wasn't here. That she would never see him again. The grief would come back. It didn't matter. Izuku would win that fight. Every single time, Izuku would breathe. He would appreciate birds for their chirping, the trees for being green and for the world to be as it was. Izuku was far from okay. But he knew, eventually he would be. That made him feel better. He's cooking in the evening, humming a tune when he hears a deep voice yell. Oi! Brat! What the F happened? Shura panicked. Why the F was a demon panicking? What's up? Not, what's up? Shura mocked, get in here. Is it urgent? I'm kinda making dinner. He says, deglazing the pan with red wine. Yes, it's urgent. Turn off the stove and get in here. He yells. He sighs and sits down to meditate. He startles when he notices a Japanese-style traditional house instead of the void he'd seen meeting Shura. They're out in the garden where they see 8 shadows forming right there. What the F dash? Izuku is confused. You didn't do this? He asks, it's Shura's mind after all. Why would I? No, I didn't. What the hell even is this home invader sheet? Shura spits, offended that someone was in his yard. You know what, let's just wait and observe them. Izuku probably knew what this was. You have a hunch? Shura asked, setting up lawn chairs he got from God knows where. Something like that. Izuku says, sitting down. Mind telling me? Shura asks, sitting down and grabbing a blanket. He'd kept the place permanently cold. Yes, actually. He smirks. Shura would figure it out. Cocky brat. He spits, dismissing his taunt. The first to emerge is a woman. Very pretty, beauty mark under her lip, extremely lean and muscular. His knees went weak when he noticed her abs, but he wasn't about to say anything. Visibly startled at her surroundings, Izuku and Shura guide her inside. Shura looks annoyed at his space being invaded by someone other than them both, but keeps his mouth shut. Please take a seat. Izuku says, sitting down opposite to her on the kotatsu. Though clearly confused, she obliges. I don't understand, why am I here? What is this place? The woman asks, her voice mature and shaky. This is mine and this brat's shared mindscape. Shura says, and then points. You're part of that Quirk thing, I'm guessing. Plus points for that deduction. Izuku says, mimicking the sound of a jackpot. Mindscape? Then you're. She points to Izuku. Ninth holder. Nice to meet you. He bows slightly. Ah, Toshi picked you, did he? She says fondly. Toshi. All Might? His heart hurts at her mother-like tone. For what reason, he's unaware. Yes, though I have no idea why. He fidgets with a glass of matcha, wondering where it came from. One for All wasn't just a simple energy stockpile, was it? He smiles, remembering All Might's simplicity. No, it wasn't. Did Toshi not tell you? She shakes her head. I received it a few hours ago, the Quirk I mean. He says, clearing up the confusion. Ah. You must have a ton of energy then, to think we hit singularity this early. She says. What? Did she mean? Are you referring to the Quirk singularity theory? The thesis was published by Garaki Kyudai. Though his proof was solid, theorems holding true, it was scorned by Japan. Integrating more into Western society. He shakes his head. Japan was too rigid at times. Yeah, that one. This Quirk had been passed on for generations. It's still under the domain of a normal Quirk. Of course it had hit singularity. She says, nodding. What could be the possible ramifications? Do you have any idea? He asks the woman. You know what? I'm going to watch my shows. Talk all you want. Shura says, getting up to leave. Is he okay? She asked. Ah, he's fine. You just happened to interrupt his spare time. Izuku says. The woman pauses. Shimura Nana. Nice to make your acquaintance. She says, holding out her hand. Ah. He'd forgotten introductions. Midoriya Izuku, please take care of me. He says, grasping firmly. Back on topic. You asked about ramifications? She asked, brow furrowed. Yes. The fact that I'm speaking to you at all is absurd. You're old as hell. No offense, you're old enough to be my grandma, yet here you are, looking we introduced each other in my head. He says. What's that gotta do with anything? She asked, confused. I didn't know anything about you, and we were in my head. That doesn't work. It means the Quirk carried your information over. It means the Quirk - this Quirk was sinister. Far from a blessing. We need to stop the others from forming. Is there a way? No one deserved to suffer as he was destined to. To walk the earth for eternity. You want to stop them? Why? She asked, brows furrowed. Is there a way? He couldn't subject anyone else to that torture. I wouldn't know. Shura. Instantly, Shura was in front of them. I can probably erase the shadows. He said. Why? You can't just kill - she stopped herself. They were already dead. We have to do this. Let's go. He said. You're too kind for your own good, brat. Shura smirked. Good. The rest of the shadows haven't formed. Izuku said. You two should get back. Shura said. Shura's hair was black. He was about as tall as Izuku and had an athletic build, sharp eyes and strong forearms. His hair changed to white as he unleashed the flames once more. He raised one arm and blasted the entire area like a nuke, uncaring of what he destroyed. He could build it all again after all. No shadows remained and his hair turned normal. Can you tell me why now? She lamented, her comrades were gone. I'm immortal, if I die, I come back. I'll live forever. I couldn't subject other people to that. He said shakily, they can't destroy Shimura, she's already formed. Ah. I see, an immortality quirk, quite unusual. She sighs. No. I'm quirkless. He cleared up. But you just said - that I'm immorta, something's wrong. There was a shift in his body. What now? Shura seethed. It didn't work. The stockpile didn't decrease. Izuku said. That's fine, no? They themselves are gone, their energy would obviously remain. First law of thermodynamics, right? Shura said. Was he paying attention to Izuku's school books? Right, energy can neither be created nor destroyed, only converted. He sighed, bringing his hands up in a pray. It also meant that genetic material couldn't be destroyed like this. They were warriors laid to rest. They deserved to be seen off. Mighty dragon, let their souls find rest. They have fought long and hard, accept their sacrifice and grant them peace, he prayed. I'm going back to the real world, my sauce isn't done. He says, and promptly leaves. They can speak in his head. He's finished dinner, and is heading into UA to test out his newfound strength. He swipes his ID on the gate scanner and parks his bike in the open garage. Though it was night, his pass allowed him to go there whenever. Courtesy of having Mizu's backing. He heads to Gym Beta, what students use to train their quirk. So, Shimura-san? What should I do? He has no experience in this field. Feel its power, it's right inside you. Feel it out first. We can use it later. Her guiding voice rings in his head. He shuts his eyes and focuses aura upon himself. He sees an ocean of pure energy. He stands on the beach watching the aggressive wave. He calls upon it, and his feet are submerged. White lightning bursts out in wisps from Izuku's arm, arcing every which way. He feels the strength oozing out from his right arm. He draws on more power, covering his body in seemingly infinite energy, the lightning following along. He speeds onto the dummy, surprising himself at the rate he shot, and punches the dummy, indenting it heavily. Sturdy, he thought. He let out a barrage of punches, feeling each blow. Ashina Taijutsu was focused on murder. The dummy stood no chance. Impressive strength and speed output. And to think that's only a fraction of its power. He wonders what he could do with 100%? Yuwa. That's pretty good. I've never seen you around here? Are you new? An enthused, high-pitched voice asks. Was someone in here? DMN. He turns to the voice. Golden-haired boy, probably new here. Ah. I've been studying here a while now. Midoriya Izuku, nice meeting you. He bowed slightly. Togata Mirio, first year. Nice to meet you too. The bow was returned. He stepped towards Izuku. Formalities aside. You wanna spar? The boy asked, raising his hand for a shake. He mulled it over. It's a good opportunity, say yes. Spoke Nana. I suppose it is. He thought, nodding. Very well, I accept this spar. He said, accepting the shake. I don't have a good handle on my quirk, so I hope you'll go easy, senpai. The first year said as he stretched. Where did that come from? He courses one for all through his body, white wisps of lightning arcing violently off his body. Mirio lunges. Too slow. He thinks. This fight was over. Izuku intercepts him halfway through Mirio's movement. Aiming for a hook to his liver. His fist, and then his whole body passes through. His quirk? Why was he naked though? Ah. His clothes don't stick. Interesting. He said, their first bout over. You're pretty fast. Mirio said, preparing another attack. His quirk probably involves quantum tunneling to an extent. I doubt he can see when it's active, photons would miss his eyes. I'll use that to my advantage. He deduced. Mirio lunged forward again, left fist ped back. I need to wait for him to tunnel, and then. He intercepts the blow again, going through the blonde once more. He pushes through and ends up behind him. As soon as he senses Mirio solidify, he snaps back with a spinning kick to his head, disabling one for all as he did so. The effect is immediate. Mirio keels over and fall flat to his side, clutching his head in pain. Jesus Christ, that hurts! He exclaimed. Izuku winces at his volume. Ah, sorry, do you want some ice? He offers a hand. Mirio lays down for a second and grabs his hand. No, that's fine. The blonde grunted as he got up. Here, your pants. Izuku offered, unembarrassed. Ah, I'm sorry about that. Mirio flushed as he grabbed the shirt. Happy to help. Least I could do after clobbering his head in. Interesting quirk you have there. He mentioned. It's called permeation. Allows me to pass through any and all objects. Mirio said as they walked onto a bench. I see, any limitations? Izuku asks as he pops 2 drinks from the vending machine beside a bench. I can't see when I use it on my entire body. Mirio says, setting his weary bones on the bench. Makes sense, the photons that would normally hit your retina can't. That checks out. What's your limit? My limit? Mirio asks confused. The maximum depth or height? Izuku asks, basics of quantum tunneling, right? Someone would study the science behind their quirk, right? I don't think there is one. Mirio asks. What? No limiting factor. Okay. You ever study quantum mechanics? Izuku asks. No? Should I? Yes, you should. What do you think would happen if you went underground? Izuku asked, trying to STMLT curiosity. Wouldn't I fall indefinitely? Mirio asks, thinking hard. I don't know. In your cutie state, it's uncertain if you carry mass. If you do, how is your mass calculated? How does your body stay in one place? Mirio had no answer, seemingly in thought. Thing with quantum mechanics and general relativity is, it's hard to be certain about anything. Quantum particles are too small, undetermined by traditional laws we study in high school. I think you should sign up for a class. And test out that theory. Might help you out. Izuku handed a grape-flavored juice box to Mirio. Well, I have to go now. Izuku said as he got up. Ah. Thanks for your help, Midoriya-senpai. Today was enlightening. Mirio said, bowing. Oh, yeah. No problem, man. Izuku said, cringing at the bow. He made his way home quickly. CW, aspects of non-con mentioned, not described. Please read with discretion. Yagi Tashinori was a man used to agony. Every breath he took, every step he walked and every fluid he drank. He'd long since used to feeling a rush of piercing pain with every action he took. For the first time in what feels like forever he feels normal. He takes a deep, painless breath in. He steps painlessly out of his bed. He stands at the balcony thankful for being normal. His physique was gone, courtesy of atrophy, but at least he could eat solid food. He throws away his food paste tubes. He throws out his medicine and heads to a diner to eat the most unholy, unhealthy breakfast he can imagine. Steak, eggs, mashed potatoes with a filthy amount of butter and gravy. And a root beer. Artery clogging, yes, but scrumptious. The gratitude he feels is immeasurable. He feels tears prick away at his eyes as he heads to the diner near his home. Midoriya Izuku's mind is firing at a mile a minute. Thinking about his new quirk. The energy pool was infinite. Though under normal circumstance it was bound to run out, this was not the case. The energy supplied by One for All, or its source, could be described as tending to infinity, but it would run out. That is if, using the quirk itself didn't supply energy, even exiting in Izuku's body expands the pool. He can feel it getting larger. Aura was exponentially increasing it too. The concept was absurd. Like a perpetual motion machine, the concept would fail, due to friction. It seemed in the process of One for All accumulating energy was violating the law of conservation of energy. Izuku doubted that was possible. No, it was definitely impossible. No process in the universe converted energy into more energy. Izuku was supplying energy, but how was it being multiplied exponentially? The stockpile. He was adding to a stockpile that performed as a catalyst, a booster of sorts. He cackled maniacally. What did One for All consider energy? Clearly aura wasn't off the table. Would the flames of hatred work as fuel? It classified work done, and converted it to energy. Flames of hatred should work. Maybe he'd need to master them. No, he shoves that thought aside. Shura didn't need to be born again. What the hell is wrong with him? Nana asks Shura, watching a TV show with him. I've stopped asking, his brain works at speeds even I can't comprehend. You're better off minding your own business. Shura dismisses. Izuku doesn't sleep that night. XXX. The morning comes faster than Izuku anticipates. He's on to making breakfast, finishing it quickly and heading to work out in the penthouse's gym. He's done showering and is heading over when Yagi Tashinori is bowing at his doorstep. What the foo dash? I am so sorry for doubting you. He bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. There's sweat beating down Izuku's neck, he's unsure of how to feel about this. Okay, it's fine. Can you go now? My neighbors will think I'm weird. We can meet after college. He said, hurriedly. After All Might leaves, he heads to the garage. A swift ride to college and he's already in class. The normally empty classroom being filled with a few other people. No one he recognized anyway. This was a second-year class after all. He wondered why so little people took this class. Only 7-ish people besides him. Then he remembered UA's acceptance rate. 0.2% was nothing to scoff at. The class proceeds as normal. Izuku asking away at doubts and the other students doing the same. Thankfully no one speaks with him for the entire time. He isn't keen on explaining circumstances. He sighs. He gets up to leave, grabbing his helmet from his locker. Kid. A gruff voice he recognized spoke. Nizu will see you in his office again. Aizawa said as Izuku turned. Ha? Why didn't he just ask me to stay behind? Izuku asked Aizawa. Don't ask me what goes on in his head. You have better odds trying to get me to go out on a holiday. Aizawa said. All right then. Keep well. Izuku said as he left. He entered the familiar office once more. Ah, you're here. Take a seat. Nizu says. Tea? He asks as usual. I'm not in trouble then. Nizu only offers tea in a neutral setting. Sure. He watches as Nizu pulls a tea set out of nowhere and pours. Why do you think I've called you today? Nizu asks. I can only speculate. Izuku says, sipping from the cup. Yesterday, at the gym, I saw something that piqued my interest. Nizu said. Did you? Izuku entertained. He already knows about All Might. The number 1 normally functioned in Shinjuku, at the center of Tokyo. All the way out here in Shizuoka? Makes no sense. The only possible explanation is that Nizu knew about his need for a successor. This is a farce. He deduced swiftly. Don't answer that, actually. Izuku says. Why not? Nizu asks, amused. You already know. Do I? And what do I know? Nizu probes. He sighed, wondering why Nizu liked these games so much. All Might. He's been operating in Shizuoka and visited UA a lot. Izuku mentions. He has, yes. Nizu confirms. You know. Izuku states plainly, I know you don't enjoy wasting time, I don't either. Let's stop with this. Izuku resigned. After a pause, Nizu finished his tea. Very well. Do you understand what he offered you? Nizu asks. Of course. What was Nizu talking about? He's been looking for a successor due to his internal injuries. The quirk had grown too much for him to handle. What do you think that means? Bodily norms don't apply to me, remember? Izuku confirms, Nizu knew of his condition. No wait. This isn't about that. It's about him, isn't it? You think he's alive too? Izuku asks. You know of his existence and you still accepted? Nizu asks, brows furrowing. Did Yagi-san find a body? He dismisses. Nizu shakes his head no. Then I'm glad I accepted. No one should bear this but me. Izuku says, smiling solemnly. When a situation is unknown, it is best to proceed with the worst-case scenario in mind. All for One is likely alive. The rumors on the internet and black market were simply too frequent. Anything else? Izuku asks as a courtesy. Nizu sighs, you can go now, Midoriya-kun. He's heading home on a bike before he notices a commotion near an alleyway. He stops his bike just beyond the building. Please don't shoot me. I'll do anything, I swear. He hears a woman say. Guns? He'd have to finish this fast if he doesn't want the woman hurt. Good, good. You'll do exactly as we say then, yeah? A snake-like voice says. We. Multiple people then. He uses a shikigami and switches its positions with his sword using a replacement spell. By the time he's unsheathed, he's already near the alley. They've gagged the woman with her own clothes. The scene disgusts him thoroughly, rage washes over. They're turned around, 3 guys total. 2 of them unbuckling their belt. And 1 already reaching for the woman. He chops the pig's arm off. Ah! My hand! What the F dash? The pig yells. What the F are you 2 doing? Get him! Since when were pigs capable of such complex speech? He knocks the 2 out swiftly, uncaring at the bruises. I'm sorry you had to witness that. Izuku says, sheathing his sword. He gets down swiftly and then takes off the makeshift GG. The lady's mouth and body is shaking, her clothes are half ripped, and she looks traumatized. He takes off his jacket and wraps her in his garments. It covers her up entirely. Makes sense considering his height. Can you walk? He asks as gently as he can. I can't feel my legs. I'm sorry. The woman exclaims, her voice shaking. It's not your fault at all. Do you mind if I pick you up? I'll be heading to the nearest hospital. She was bruised, she needed help. Please, I'd appreciate that. She manages. He gathers her in a piggyback. With a soft grunt he walks to the bike. They've swiftly made way to the hospital, and he's about to leave when. You'll likely have to go with her to make a statement at the police station. The doctor mentioned. I'm aware. Izuku says as he leaves. Crime rate was skyrocketing since the departure of his mother and the disbandment of her agency. Maybe he'll take the matter into his own hands. Midoriya Izuku wanted to be a hero. But that wasn't really right, was it? Midoriya Izuku wanted to help people, protect the innocent. Whatever label the world set on him was irrelevant. Vigilante, villain, hero. It was all pointless. Especially after observing the system deep from within. Was there even a reason to bother waiting 7 more years for an official license to help people? Especially when heroes failed? Didn't do their job? Watched a child die? Treated their work as a job? Izuku makes his choice. He'll use the mask, and he won't use his quirk unless necessary. But he'll sooner fight another dragon god before he watches another person suffer. He wears the funeral suit, prosthetic limb and his black mask. He grunts as he jumps out of the balcony, making sure to leave the entrance open. The first night of vigilantism is pretty quiet. He comes across a few car thieves, and ties them up with some zip ties he bought. They're pretty strong. He comes across some robbers that promptly run away just looking at him. And by the time the clocks hit 5 a.m. it's already daybreak. He doesn't need to sleep, courtesy of the dragon's blood fixing his neurons and glycogen levels. Granted, his sanity would take a hit if he abused that fact. He doesn't realize how popular the Kuro Oni has gotten until he sees himself at the local paper. He'll let people think what they think. The title reads, Vigilante Epidemic Gets Worse as Another Morbid Figure Appears. The drama in that statement. Comical. XXX. He's grappling along rooftops, enjoying the midnight breeze, when he senses a presence behind him, approaching. DMN. Probably a hero, he sped up using augmentation, wanting to avoid confrontation. He's skipping from roof to roof, and ends up losing the stray hero. Close one. His distorted voice lets out. Thought you'd lost me? A familiar voice asks. He clicks his tongue. The last thing he wants is a confrontation with the heroes. Clearly, you don't know your way around rooftops. Cutting you off was child's play. Aizawa says, in uniform, his capture scarf on standby. What can I say? I'm pretty new to vigilantism. Izuku shrugs, deep voice distorting. Well, allow me to absolve you of that. Come with me to the police, without resistance. Aizawa said plainly. He sighs. Man. And kick the sword over here too. The man motions over to his side. Smoke bomb will only work temporarily, his glasses likely carry some sort of upgrade. Omitted. He formulated a bunch of plans. Maybe I should just run? No. Won't work either. If it didn't work once, it wouldn't work again. A fight is unavoidable. I don't want to fight you. He resigns. Then don't. Aizawa says, unflinching. He unsheaths his sword. The instant he does so, Aizawa's capture scarf launches forward. He notices the moonlight shining off of the scarf. It's metallic? I'll have to enforce my sword to break through. He runs forward, envelopes his sword in aura and slashes down. The tape breaks. What the dash? Aizawa startles for a second. Izuku lowers his sword. Leave. You do not stand a chance. He says, voice steeled with resolve. Aizawa looks annoyed. TCH, underestimate your enemy like that and you'll die. Aizawa says, eyes glowing red. Izuku chuckles. That won't work either. I don't have a quirk you see. Walk away, your scarf is destroyed and your quirk is useless. You're outmatched in terms of battle skills too. Izuku motions for him to leave with his free hand in a shoe. Arrogant dash, Aizawa's eyelid twitched. Besides you can't arrest me anyway. Izuku mentions. Oh? And why is that you chuckle few dash? I'm not of legal age. He says as he drops a smoke bomb. He dives off the 8-story building with ease, grappling the way back home, thoroughly enjoying Aizawa's exasperated appearance. You know, I supported this decision because you said you'd help people. Is messing with one of your friends in your best interest? Nana asks. I'm gonna tease him about this the entire month. Besides, when life gives you lemons, am I right? He said as he cackled. Yep, Shura was right, you're insane. I came like this on DLVRY, he responds smugly. 2 years have passed since he's received one for all. 1 more year and he'll be qualified for the UA entrance exams. All Might has been heftily involved in getting qualified for working as a teacher at UA, and has been stepping aside from hero work. Considering that his time is only going to reduce, it is a wise choice. He's finished his master's in astrophysics and is currently working on a PhD program under Nizu. Nizu has been mentoring him in psychoanalysis and deductive work. He's had a lot, and I mean a lot of experience as a vigilante. The police have thankfully accepted him well by now. He's been readily involved in 50 cases officially. Now. December of now, he's on a winter vacation. He's asleep on the plane to Norway. He's visited Europe twice and North America once. Right now, he plans to trek across the Jotunheimen mountain range, and for the final 2 weeks, he plans on staying in Brittany, France, and finish the New Year's in Paris. The trek is cold, extremely so. The winter wind bites into him. Puts on his gloves and hat, and begins the long march. He's been walking a long while. The sun seems to be setting. Probably 3 p.m. right now? He wants to sleep for the first time in a long time. So he takes off his large backpack and sets up a tent. Face me. Sekiro. Ishin Ashina exclaims. Sekiro unsheaths his blade once more. He won't lose. Not this time. The fight goes on as usual, endless strikes and parries being thrown around. There's no time for techniques or gimmicks. Ishin is simply too fast for those. Lightning crackles, Ishin speeds up. Sekiro is prepared. Sakura petals follow as he leaves the ground in a triple spinning strike, the lightning leaving with him. Ishin jumps to intercept, and rebounds it back. Sekiro dances again, Sakura petals gracing their presence. Let go. He feels a voice in the back of his head. Demonic, dark. He pierces Ishin's heart. Lightning strikes Ishin's body as he wakes up again. Faster, stronger than before. Let go. Let go. The voice rages. Sekiro feels rage, an impulse rising from deep within. He feels frustrated. Wrath following him in flames. Let go. The dam breaks. Embers envelop Sekiro's old scars, liking his clothes in bloodlust. His right eye glows red. He moves faster than before, yet somehow it's still not enough. Ishin pierces his stomach. Sekiro's vision goes black. He feels anger. Hesitation is defeat. Ishin spits out. Pink light surrounds him as he opens his eyes again? That hasn't happened before, not in the dream anyway. Sekiro sees, for once in his life he sees everything. Every drop of rain surrounding them, the moonlight draping the mountains behind Ishin. He sees the blades of grass, down to every detail. He sees all of Ishin. For once he doesn't feel dread in this infinitely repeating night. Face me. Ishin. Sekiro exclaims. Ishin's eye twitches, his body twisting as he moves. Sekiro feels the embers crawl over again. He intercepts the blow perfectly, diverting his spear with practiced ease. Sekiro is leading the duel. He intercepts the next sword strike with that same perfection, and swiftly disarms Ishin with an upward slash, the black mortal blade uselessly falling off the cliff. Ishin looks visibly startled. Sekiro smiles. The same happens with his cross spear. Ishin looks inconvenienced more than anything. He kneels down on both his knees. He lets out a primal roar that stops the rain. What the F dash? Finish it. Sekiro. Ishin exclaims. Sekiro unsheathes the mortal blade from his back once he sheaths Kuzubimaru on his waist. A partial decapitation alongside seppuku was common for a warrior's death. He aims, and strikes. Blood sprays out. Excellent work, Sekiro. Ishin says as he collapses. He's at his lord's side in an instant however, as soon as he holds him up, the memory ends. The moment he wakes up, he enters his mindscape. Shura can't see his present experience in the mindscape, he makes a point to explain. Brat? Why are you here? Says Shura, sipping his tea as he watched the sunrise. He holds his fist up for Shura to bump. Ishin is down. I did it. Shura's face lights up. He bumps his fist, excellent work, brat. As expected of my vessel. Shura says puffing his chest. Ah. I think I figured out the flames as well. He mentions as a side note. Shimura Nana isn't here because she's made a new house by the scenic beach. She didn't know about Ishin anyway. That I know. Shura says. Right, demon of hatred. I forgot. Izuku says. How do you, what? Shura seems offended. What? You read romance novels, watch romance TV shows and read shoujo manga for God's sake. Izuku motions at the pile of books on the coffee table inside. You know what? Fair point. The man clad in armor said. Now then. I'll be making the most of my vacation. He stretches. Yeah, get out of here. Shura shoos him away. Once he's back in the real world, he wakes up feeling lighter. His accomplishments taking to ease the burden of life. He defeated arguably the strongest man to have ever lived. All Might paled in comparison. After all, All Might was really not that strong without his quirk, physically at least. Ishin Ashina and a handful of soldiers took over an entire country. That took strength. Ishin was extraordinary in a world full of extraordinary people. He prays to the gods that his soul finds rest. After he's done, he heads on back to the trek. Eager to see the beauty of the Norwegian mountains. XXX. Izuku swears he doesn't know where his vacation days went. He misses the flaky, buttery croissants that the bakeries of France had to offer. Dear God, he could go for a pain au chocolate right now. He could sure as hell go for 50 kilos of baked goods right this instant. Those are the only things running through his mind as he's writing up a solo project, in the middle of class. He's already finished the course material, so Nizu doesn't mind. He's planning on writing a thesis for wormholes. The topic has deeply instilled in Izuku's mind due to personal experience, and the science behind it. He wonders how it maintains stability. If only he had the warper on speed dial. His train of thought returned to croissant. If only he could have at least one. Japanese bakery just didn't taste the same. They used too little butter, granted, that was healthier but not tastier. He wonders if he should hire a pastry chef, or just head on a flight to France for a few hours. No, even if he was rich, as hell, it wasn't good to get complacent. He could sign up for classes. Baking classes, online. Man, I'm a genius. He'll master French bakery in no time. You finished higher education at 17 and you think you're a genius when you were contemplating going to France for a few hours? Nana asks, amused. Hey! I said I'd take classes. He defends, offended. I've told you multiple times the brat is insane. Shura says. Why don't you two watch your movie in peace and leave me and my croissants alone? You don't have any though? Shura asks, confused. Don't remind me. He said, feeling empty. He signs up for a class by a certified baker, working for the past 15 years in France, temporarily here because of his daughter's studies in Tokyo University. The address was just 3 stations away, in Itabashi Ward, Tokyo. He goes that same evening. He's not surprised at all when there isn't a single man there. Quite frankly, he does not care about the stairs. He wants a croissant. If he has to master French bakery for it, he'll make it his beach. He did not make French bakery his beach. By God, that sheet was difficult. He swears beating Ishin was probably easier. No, it wasn't. He's extremely thankful for Kevin Archambault for his patience. And since the class only consists of him and 4 other girls, Kevin can look over everyone personally. He's also thankful that the class is here for a month. He's going to learn everything he can. Even if it takes a year. Practice makes progress after all. As he kneaded the dough for a pommier, that he absolutely did not have to scrap twice because the dough wasn't cold enough, he thinks about life. It's been hard. Not hearing the wake-up music, knowing the fact that he was saying, I'm off. And I'm home. To an empty home. Initially he'd just been in denial. Starting music himself to kick back into the rhythm. Not having the only good thing in his life, that saw him for who he was and loved him unconditionally, crushed him. But now he had more good things. Kuro Oni, to help the innocent. All Might to help him with his quirk. Aizawa, Namuri and people he spoke to for life advice. Momo, the only friend he has that's his age, had been texting a lot. It had been difficult to find time for meeting, considering she's preparing to enroll in UA as well. But still, she'd offered to help during his time of grief. That offer alone was enough, even if he never accepted. Nizu, his mentor that had slowly been mentoring him. Throwing him puzzles and scenarios that invoked so much thinking his brain started hurting. He was feeling better that university was such a fun place. Life has taken a lot from Izuku. But that was okay. Life takes from everyone, it gives and takes arbitrarily. The world was beautiful all the same. That looks good enough. Kevin says, accent shining through. So that's the consistency. Izuku notes off in his head. He doesn't feel his palms cold, even though the dough was. The butter looked integrated into the dough as well. All right, shape it and into the oven. 450 Fahrenheit 6 minutes, then flip we. Kevin confirmed. Oui, chef. After 12 minutes, he's satisfied with what comes out. No, he didn't burn the roof of his mouth, don't ask. The butter of the pommier along with the sugar and honey tastes divine. Izuku is surprised he baked it himself. Granted, he's a pretty amazing cook, but baking is drastically different. Did he have to remake the dough twice? Yes. Was it worth it? Yes. He's sure going to thank the gods for making sure Izuku found Kevin. Kevin would surely take him to the promised land. By the time the February of next year arrives, and his uni is a week from starting, Kevin has taken him to the promised land. In just a month, Kevin has drilled the basics of French bakery into Izuku's mind. He'd told Izuku that as he practiced he could try harder recipes and that he'd only get better. Izuku is more excited to make an éclair than he was to get his sword. If there's 2 things he enjoys without hesitation, it's good food and music, maybe making the hero analysis books too, but that's a close third. You simply cannot go wrong. He likes the way life is right now. Relatively extremely harder, but uncomplicated. He's heading onwards to Takoba Beach. All Might had called him there for some reason. Izuku, my boy! You're here! The lanky man exclaims. He parks his bike by the roadside and takes off his helmet. Yes, it's good to see you after so long, Yagi-sensei. Izuku says, getting off. So, what are we doing here? Izuku asks. You see, this beach used to be quite the spot, but due to recent negligence it's turned into a human dumping ground. He says remorsefully. I want you to clean this up. Yagi says, firing up. Huh? Sure, I guess. It'd probably take 2 weeks of time at most. Granted the beach was huge, but he'd fought 3 wars as Sekiro. This was nothing. No, what's with that reaction? Toshinori says, disappointed. Well, it won't take long, maybe 2 weeks at most? Izuku says. This is a lot of debris. Yagi asked, now confused. I can use 8%? And I have aura? Izuku asked, also confused. Why was Sensei confused? Oh. I forgot. How did you know what? I'm just gonna clean the beach. Izuku resigned. There's a truck right over there. Yagi pointed. Just throw stuff in. Okay. Bye now. He said as he took off his shirt. He wears designer okay? Can't have trash touch it even if you can clean it. Izuku crunches on a homemade Pano chocolate as he finishes his coffee. He hears a ping on his phone and smiles when he sees the notification. Heim. Good luck on the entrance test. I hope you pass, smiley face. Me. Thanks Momo, means a lot 3. Me. Hope you do great as well. He'd tied up his hair in a half ponytail. It had gone white, due to the strain of repeated resurrection, and had grown quite long. Mark of the dragon, the calling card of the demon wolf of Ashina. Fitting that it's back he supposed. He put on his trusty eye patch that he started wearing 2 years ago. A few kids he saved were scared of his scar. It wasn't difficult at all to get used to, his senses were always off the chart. He wears a compression shirt and simple gray sweatpants, with martial arts shoes for maximum mobility. Was it cold? Yes. Did it affect him in any way? No. Mastering the flames came with a few perks. But did that mean he didn't like style? Also no. So he puts on a white jacket and a scarf. He doesn't wait for a reply, grabs his key and another croissant and heads to the garage. He rides onwards to UA, on a familiar road. As he parks his bike in his signature and trademarked spot, he heads to the exam hall. It's bustling as he gets there. He takes off his scarf and sits down next to some spiky blonde-haired kid. The lights dim. The bustling quiets down. Present Mike is suddenly in the middle of the hall. Everybody say yeha. The voice hero yells. No one says anything. Tough crowd. Mike says to himself. Mike begins explaining the structure of the test. A written test first, and a physical exam after. 3 hours for the written test. 3 hours for the practical. Makes sense considering the volume of the portion. Mike goes on about robots, ranging from 0 to 3 pointers, 0 being a simple obstacle. He stopped listening since everything is already in the pamphlet. The written test starts once Mike is done speaking. It's trivial, honestly he wasn't expecting much from a university test and he's glad. If Nizu took to altering his question paper, he'd probably be struggling had that happened. Thank God it didn't. He finishes the test within the first hour and is already reviewed his paper 3 times over. Sadly the proctor doesn't allow him to leave, saying the time remaining should be spent in the hall. Oh well, he'll read a book at Shura's in the meanwhile. By the time he's almost done with a shoujo volume, the test bell rings and time's up. The proctor takes them towards a bus stand. The exam takers move according to their admit card number. He gets on his designated bus, ignoring the stared people give him. He's taken his jacket off, stored in his bike. His muscles fill the compression shirt nicely. The last thing he minds is stairs. As they reach the mock city gates, Izuku is surprised that it looks that much like a city, but well, as expected of UA. The gates open, sliding upward mechanically. As soon as they do, Izuku is already out. He hears people yelling. He runs forward anyway, itching for battle. No one stopped him yet, so there is no reason to stop. He replaces a shikigami with the cross spear he commissioned from Hiro Hatsum. He lunges forward as he spots a one-pointer, its hull caving like a paper ball. He doesn't stop, keeping the momentum going. He has 3 hours and he's DMN well going to make the most of it. By the time there's only an hour and a half left, he's parading through streets destroying everything in his path. He saved a couple people that weren't thankful at all, and he comes across a purple-haired kid that looked like death. Lanky as hell. Purple man looked like he was suffering to fight a one-pointer. Izuku decided he'll help. He Spartan kicks the robot a good distance away. Need help? Izuku offers. What? Purple man looks confused. What's your quirk? Izuku asks. Brainwashing. I can take control of whoever answers my call. Doesn't work against robots though. Purple man says, resigned. DMN HPSC, I'm gonna FING kill them one day. They were the main reason UA was still using this archaic test. The pressure coming in from the conservative side of the HPSC was something even Nizu had to fold against sometimes. He snaps his thoughts back into battle. He replaces a shikigami with a metal bow staff, pointed edge. Use this. If you have no idea what to do, move away, I'll help draw fire. Be prepared when I come back. Izuku states morbidly. Huh? What are Purple man says, but Izuku has already left. 5 minutes later he comes back with a horde of villains, aggro gained easily with the help of pebbles and taunts. Are you ready, son? Izuku half yelled. No. Purple man let out. Too bad. Come fight. Izuku makes sure not to actually destroy any. He's got more than enough points to pass. An hour later he's sure Purple man has got more than enough points to get in. Granted he looks deader than before, but it's a puny sacrifice. They're sitting on a pile of dead robots. Izuku offers some water from his grenade-shaped bottle that was tied to his belt. Thanks, Purple said and promptly finished the bottle. So why'd you help me? No usage of ka, phrased like a statement. Izuku quirks a brow. Dead giveaway. Izuku says as he takes the bottle back. What? Purple Man says, brows furrowing. Your brainwashing works off of questions, doesn't it? Izuku asks, questioning his avoidance of. How did you? Yes, it does. Purple Man resigned. Well, it's great for heroism is all. I'm sure you'll hit it big once you're done with UA. Izuku says, flashing a smirk. Purple Man gapes at his obvious statement. Their conversation is interrupted by a loud explosion 100 or so meters away. The explosion precedes a behemoth of a robot clawing its way through a building. Oh, that one looks like trouble, you should go, Purple Boy. Izuku shoos him away as the ground rumbles. What about you? Aren't you going to run? Finally. A question. Run? Who's running? That looks like good fun. He can also picture Nizu grinning like a maniac as he stares at the camera. He's augmented his body, begun moving and is about to release a dragon flash when. Ouch! A soft voice cries out. He'd almost missed it. He'd almost released the dragon flash, surely he would have taken the girl along with it. He clicks his tongue, letting the excitement of battle take away his senses is not a good trait. He rushes to the girl. Can you move? He asks as soon as he reaches the Kirby-like girl. No. My foot is jammed, I think I broke my ankle. She exclaims. The debris on her feet is large, but not troublesome. He bends down, placing his spear to the side, thankful that the robot hadn't caught on yet. It seemed to be looking for something. Oh well. Save girl, fight later. With a swift snatch, he shoulder presses and throws the cumulative debris off. The instant he does, he feels the robot's head turn. He clicks his tongue again. Sorry about this. He says as he grabs onto the girl, throwing her over his left shoulder. She squeaks like a mouse as he does so. Cute. He grabs his spear and sprints, thankfully the robot can't follow. The behemoth's metal is too slow to catch up. He sets her down on a footpath. He leaves, itching to fight before she can say anything. He prepares his spear again, spinning it repeatedly to gather momentum. Generating aura in tandem with the momentum, he keeps running until it hits a peak. Enemy detected. Deploying eradication program. The robot announced morbidly. Its fist ped back, hissing out gas, the mechanical pistons louder than fireworks. The robot punches at seemingly impossible speed for its size. Izuku's momentum peaks, he slashes right as its fist connects, a loud clang indicating a masterful parry. Program fail dash. A large slash bangs across its chest, exploding through its back. The wind cutting it straight in half served to finish the job. The robot falls, the metal screeching sounding like music to Izuku's ears. The loud buzz of an alarm indicates the end of the practical test. XXX. At the viewing tower. I didn't expect that at all. Nizu said. It's absurd. I built that thing with extremely durable alloys. How did a simple spear? Power Loader exclaimed. He didn't even use his quirk? All Might seemed dumbfounded. A smirk resting on his face. My, Izuku's gotten stronger, huh? Seems like he's trained a lot. Namuri says, fondly. Yes, training. He's totally not been a vigilante this entire time. Aizawa thought, exasperated. I take it he's in my class? Aizawa asked Nizu. Of course. Only the best for my disciple. Nizu said, thinking about the chess games they played. You're what? The entire professor body exclaimed. Oh? Did I fail to mention that? He's been studying under me personally for the past 4 years almost. Nizu said plainly. What? Everyone exclaimed again. Oopsie? Nizu bonked his head. You don't get to say that and walk away from this. Aizawa said, looming over the principal. Izuku's making batter for macarons when he hears his phone ping multiple times. Yafakashi. Dash, when were you planning on telling me you were Nizu's personal student? Me. Dash I am? I had no idea. Yafakashi. Dash what? Me. Dash I've been studying under him for 4 years almost, but mostly for my degrees in astrophysics? It was only recently when Yafakashi. Dash what do you mean me? Dash he's been having me do psychoanalysis and analyzing situations in general? We've played around 200, 5 minutes blitz games, chess, now too. Me. Dash they all ended in draws, Nizu is pretty solid. Yafakashi. Dash he made you his student. And you didn't even know? Me. Dash no? I just thought he caught on that I like puzzles and stuff. Since the PhD I'm working on is mostly lab work and solo stuff anyway, I thought he was just making classes fun. Me. Dash I'll ask him about it once uni starts I guess. Yafakashi. Dash man. Another ping from All Might catches his eye. Pair. Dash Izuku my boy. When were you going to tell me you were Nizu's disciple? I get that we haven't met in a while, but I thought we were close enough to discuss things. Double frowny face. All Might has been working pretty hard for almost 2 years to get certified to teach at UA. Nizu does not cut corners in teaching quality. He sighs and wonders why he taught All Might how to use emoticons. He spams them too much. After a long-winded discussion, Izuku gets back to making macarons. He wonders how he scored. 2 weeks was too long to wait after all. He's done piping the shape of the biscuits. All that's left to do is wait for the skin to form so they don't crack in the oven. It was February now. Uni started in 2 weeks. April was coming up. He'd need to buy flowers and some whiskey Mum liked. He'd also need to clean the gravestone as well. So much to do, such little time. Well, he could take a day off. He's sure Nizu wouldn't mind. All Might would probably speak up too. He's happy that he has such great people supporting him. Sekiro felt the same about Emma and Ishin too. He's thankful to have someone to trust. 2 weeks fly by quickly. Izuku's pretty immersed in vigilante work by the time the letter arrives. He rips it open with his short sword. Courtesy of Hiro Hatsum. They surely knew of what Izuku did, but thankfully never brought it up in conversation. Speaking of Hiro, didn't Mei take the support exam? He should probably call. But Mei definitely passed. She's too brilliant not to. He sees a tiny button in the letter. A video message? He sets the button thingy down on the dining table, eating his homemade burger for dinner as he did. He pushes the top and a projection appears. Young man. All Might exclaimed. Congratulations. On passing the UA entrance exam. You've done well in coming here. All Might claps. What? Keep it short? Oh okay. All Might looks at the directors. He guesses. You'll be joining Class 1A, the hero course. Now for the exciting part. Here are your scores. All Might disappears as a table consisting of ranks show up. All Japan rank students from all over Japan take different entrances at different areas. There's 20 different test halls. 200,000 people each year. And Izuku is number 1. A score of 100% in the written. No surprise there. But a total score of 297? By the gods, he's outdone his own expectations. He ended up scoring 202 villain points and 95 rescue points. Of course Nizu would sneak in a way for people with non-combat based quirks to pass the exam. A shame most people were assholes. He phones up Hiro, wanting to ask for Mei. He didn't have Mei's number. She was always too engrossed in inventing to care. The line picks up immediately. "We yeah baby? My baby girl passed." A doting father exclaimed. He sets his phone a little away from his ear. "Dad, who is it?" He hears Mei ask. "It's our greatest patron." He hears rustling on the other end. "I take it you've passed 2 muscles?" Mei asks. "Cakewalk. For you two I presume?" Izuku asks, already knowing the answer. "I made a plasma cannon in an hour, so yeah." Mei boasted, her voice proud. "As expected of you, good work Mei." Izuku congratulates. "MMN. You too, I can't wait to make more stuff for you. See you Monday?" Mei energetically replies. "Ah, how nice. If only Izuku had someone to share his victories with." He sighs, and kicks his mind to his feet. He finishes dinner and promptly puts his bulletproof suit and Oni mask on. He's already strapped with 2 guns, a Glock 34 and a sawed-off, only to be used if necessary. His trusty sword and shortsword sheathed away at his hip. Getting guns has been way easier in Japan since the advent of quirks. He clicks his prosthetic on. Jumps out the balcony and smirks. UA's hero course would surely be exciting. The UA uniform that he is absolutely not going to wear under any circumstances arrived a day ago. The university did not have a dress code. The only reason people that went to UA wore that abomination of fashion was the prestige that came with it. Well, he'll wear his bulletproof suit. It's the first day, he can wear his compression shirts later. First impressions and all. Tight clothes on the first day was probably a bad idea. He puts his trusty suit on, unflinching at the lack of weaponry. They were only a summon away. He's always keeping Shikigami on his person. At least 30 at all times. He puts on a black tie and a trench coat to go along with the all-black suit. A ping from his phone catches him off guard. He grabs his keys and heads to the garage once more. Oh. He's going to be 18 once July hit. Finally. A faster bike. Japan limits 16-year-olds to a maximum of 400 cubic centimeters. He'll be applying for a heavy-duty bike license as soon as possible. The ride to UA is quiet as always. The class he's entered is completely empty. Did he enter the wrong place? No, that can't be right. Top of the door says 1A, and he knows this place like the back of his hand. He checks the time on his watch. Oh. The first class starts at 8:30 a.m. He's an hour early. He fiddles around with his phone and puts on some earphones to listen to music. The students would probably start coming by 8. He promptly takes them off once he senses an all-too-familiar presence walking towards the class. He heads out in greeting, and immediately rushes towards her. "Heim," he yells and holds his arms out. Kishi Momo matches his energy. He hugs her and twirls her in the air, uncaring of the eyes that watch them. "It's been too long." Izuku greets as he puts her down. "It has," Momo says. She's wearing earmuffs and gloves, alongside a coat over her uniform. "You aren't wearing the uniform?" Momo asks as they walk towards the class. "Nah, not my style. It draws way too much attention too." That was the opposite of what a shinobi wanted. "Yeah, okay, designer-wearing rich man." Momo scoffs as she teases him. "Huh? Never thought I'd hear that from you, princess." Izuku says as he takes off his coat, folding it and placing it in his bag. Momo follows his actions. They sit down next to each other with practiced ease, falling into a rhythm of questions back and forth. "So how've you been?" Momo asks, taking her gloves off. "Same old. I didn't get to tell you, but," Izuku whispers into her ear, "I'm a vigilante." Momo gaped at him. It's fine, he trusted her with his life. Though that wasn't worth much, Momo would never out him. Besides, it didn't matter. He was planning on informing the city that Kuro Oni was retiring from service. He had an interview lined up and everything. Tsukachi would vouch for Izuku, absolving him of crimes that were technically impossible. "What? When did that happen?" Momo asked, her brows furrowing. 3 years ago? I never really told anyone besides our homeroom teacher and some other guy. Izuku told her. "Why didn't you tell me?" She looked mildly upset. That means she was very upset. "It'd put you in active danger. I've solved loads of cases, you know. No civilians knew." Izuku reassured her. She placed her hand on his. "You could have told me. Don't do this again, okay? I know you're strong, but you're too self-sacrificing for your own good." Momo said, her eyes mellowing. We should talk, there's a lot that's happened recently." "No more secrets," it is then. Their conversation is broken by a very pink woman opening the door. She sees them hold hands. They don't let go immediately. She smirks. "What's this? Romance on the first day?" "How obscene," the woman with pink everything teased. "How absolutely crass." Momo flushes. Izuku places a hand on her shoulder. "She's just trying to rile you up. We're childhood friends, known each other for a while. Nice to meet you." Izuku gets up and bows. The woman pauses. "Wait. I know you." Pink exclaims. "You told off those heroes that day." Pink jumps with excitement. "You did what now?" Momo looks even more upset. Izuku does not have a response. "You didn't see it? It went viral all over the internet." Mina sits down in front of Izuku. For reference, Izuku has taken the back left corner seat to remain inconspicuous. Momo sits to his right in the middle left row. For total rows exist 5 columns. Mina pulls the video on her phone. The fight is over swiftly, no talking goes on there. 2 minutes later though. He cringes. The green-haired boy's face had anger written all over it. His eyes glow reddish. "Kindly keep whatever explanation you have to yourself. Feel free to hand that to the press when your PR department demands you to sit at a conference." Izuku cringes at himself. "I didn't recognize you because of the hair, everything else matched though," Pinky said as she placed her phone back in her pocket. Momo looks like she's about to laugh. Or cry. He hopes she doesn't cry. "I had no idea you did these things," Momo says, chuckling. "Well, princess, your internet access used to be pretty monitored. Besides, this is ancient according to internet times." Izuku said, thankful she didn't cry. "So what's your quirk, handsome?" Pinky flirted. Izuku pays it no mind. "Before that, I'm Midoriya Izuku, looking forward to work with you." Izuku offered his hand, brushing off her flirting. She seemed slightly disappointed but motivated at the same time. "Ashido Mina, likewise." Mina shook firmly. "Yayorozu Momo, pleased to meet your acquaintance. My quirk is acid. I can secrete acids of varying degrees from my skin." Ashido said, excitement clear in her voice. "Mine is creation. Anything synthetic that I know the chemical structure of I can make." Momo said, plainly. "I haven't used my quirk yet. I'll be keeping it a secret." Izuku said as he hushed his own lips. Wait. Midoriya Izuku. You're the first place guy." Ashido exclaimed again. Students had already started coming in then, settling around Izuku. The plan to remain inconspicuous long since failed due to Ashido's energy. "Yeah, that's me," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck. "You gotta tell me. Please." Mina begged. "It's fine, no? I didn't use it in the exams either." Izuku laughed. "If he's honest." Not using his quirks in fights except rare spars with All Might had kind of conditioned him. He relied on stealth a lot as Kuro Oni. White wisps of lightning is really bad for stealth. Though he'd overcome the conditioning by challenging Nana to spars. It didn't change what happened with the exams. You're lying. There's no way you reached such an absurd score without using your quirk. Mina exclaimed, the class nodding along. Since when the hell were the rest of the people listening? I'm afraid it's true. Midoriya Izuku-kun is a cut above the rest. Aizawa came in and said with a smirk. Of FING course. Whatever hope of remaining inconspicuous is completely gone now. Aizawa was getting him back for all the times Izuku f'd with him as Kuro Oni. DMN. That backfired. The footage of his test is uploaded online, feel free to check it out. Aizawa said, his grin unnerving the class. F you. Izuku mouthed to Aizawa. Aizawa ignored him in response. There's 2 more students remaining. I'll be back from the faculty room, don't make too much noise. Aizawa said as he left. The audacity. He came in just to PSS Izuku off. The class had eyes on him. He felt naked. As a shinobi, first order of business was having no eyes on you. So you took the entire exam quirkless? Mina asked. Yeah? Izuku already said that, didn't he? She raises a confused brow, folding her arms. Why? Mina asked, which was fair. Before Izuku can notice, other people have joined the conversation. I'm sure it's a manly answer. It's a statement, right? That you're strong even without your quirk? A sharp red-haired boy says. I must say that is extremely impressive, Midoriya-san. A mechanical robot said. Wait, he recognized that, Tensei's brother? Why? Did you have to say that? Let him speak, Kiri, I want to hear this. Mina dooms. I forgot. Izuku flushes, looking to Momo for help. Seriously? Kiri apparently gapes. Ida has simply frozen. Mina starts bellowing with laughter. Izuku flushes harder, digging his face into his hands. He feels another familiar presence come in. He sees a mop of purple lock eyes with him. You're the insane guy. Purple man says as he enters. Izuku points. Purple boy. He says as he points. The boy huffs. It's Shinso Hitoshi, don't point at people, it's rude. Shinso says as he sits in front of Mina. Midoriya Izuku. He introduces. He feels Kirby entering as well. He points before she can call him out. Kirby! He yells at the girl he'd saved. Shinso looks irritated at Izuku not listening to him, but Izuku doesn't really mind. The girl's cheeks puff up. Looking exactly like Kirby. How rude. It's Uraraka Ochako. She crossed her arms and walked to a seat beside Shinso. The appearance was uncanny, really. Wait, you're the guy that saved me, Kirby said. Forgive me for my rudeness. She bowed. No. I was just messing around is all. It's nice to meet you, Uraraka-san. He bowed in return. Aizawa returns abruptly with a large smirk on his face and a large basket containing clothes. Everyone quiets down at his imposing presence. If you asked Izuku, he'd say it's because Aizawa was smiling, that made him look like a maniac. Which scared everyone. There's gym uniforms in here if you want something comfortable, put 'em on and head to the open training ground. Aizawa says, gesturing to the basket. But sir, what about orientation? Ida asks frantically. UA allows their professors to run their classes how they please. Now be quick. Aizawa says, waiting for them to pick up jerseys. Yeah right. He was already in uniform, his Vigilante one anyway. He quickly made his way to the train ground and began some dynamic stretches. Aizawa is in right after. Mind telling me what we're doing? Izuku said, stretching out his back. You'll find out. Aizawa replied. Izuku clicked his tongue. Yeah, he would say that, wouldn't he? It takes 10 minutes for the rest of the students to come in, under leadership of Ida. You're late. 10 minutes just to walk here. That will not pass. Aizawa says, marking something on his notepad. You've done physical tests all your life in school. This one will be different, however, you'll be using your quirks. Aizawa said, his face completely flat. Really? How exciting. This is gonna be so much fun. Mina exclaimed, jumping up with glee. Oh god. They've done it now. Fun? Very well. Whoever is last will be expelled. That should give you some leeway to do your best. Aizawa smiled. He did not look good like that. What? You can't do that on our first day? A yellow Pikachu exclaimed. Oh, I very much can. Plus Ultra, was it? Better do your best. Aizawa said. Problem child, Mondeji, catch. Aizawa throws a ball. Throw it as hard as you can from within the circle. Aizawa points with his thumb, the rest of his fingers grabbing the pen. Tomo-sama, I'll be borrowing your lightning. Izuku steps in the ring, shedding the upper layer of clothes. Taking off his shoes. He recalls the thumping beat that was used. He's lost within each resounding thump of the beat. The smell of rain reminds him of where he is. What the hell? Aizawa looks at his phone. Forecast did not show thunder. His quirk was the same All Might's, so what the hell is this? He jumps high into the sky, lightning follows with a thunderclap. He feels it strike his hand, the baseball vibrating with energy. He envelopes it in aura, the blank slate garnering traits of lighting. He throws the ball as close to 45 degrees as possible. It shoots out of his hand like a cannonball. Worked like a charm. He smirks as he lands. So, what's the distance on that? He turns to Aizawa as he picks his clothes back up from the bench. No, you don't just get to ask that. What the hell was that supposed to be? Aizawa asked, exasperated. Tomo's lightning? Izuku answered. Aizawa did not look amused. Nizu will want to see this. The distance is almost 434,522 meters. If you threw that straight up, you probably would have made escape velocity. Aizawa says, holding up the gauge. Well, it's not fun with no number, is it? Izuku says, dusting his shoulders. The rest of the apprehension test came along swiftly. Whoever scored the top score, Izuku made a point to score just a little more. He'd kept up in the long-distance running part with absolute ease. After all, if he could fight for days on end, what was running a marathon? A few people stood out in Izuku's eyes. He criticized their quirks to a point. Uraraka, Kirby, quirk, zero gravity? Did it negate the gravitational acceleration? Or did it completely negate force of gravity between two particles? He'd need to ask, inertia would vary depending on which. Hagakure Turu, invisibility? Unlikely, she'd be blind, likely a form of light refraction. Shudo Todoroki, ice-based quirk. Very interesting, especially since his body visibly caught frostbite over time. That made no sense. To cool something, work must be done. You can't just reduce the energy of a thermodynamic system. Technically, Todoroki should heat up, not cool down. Second law of thermodynamics cannot be violated. Explanation? The heat was being stored within him as entropy, or at a point beyond infinity. First was more likely. Tokoyami Fumikage, sentient quirk dark shadow. Very interesting. Applications of force are versatile. Knowledge index of quirk is unknown. The rest of the class was decent, but their quirks didn't really carry many unknowns. He'll be writing everything down later. By the time the test is over, Izuku is already running simulations on how to beat his classmates in his head. The scores show the invisible girl as last. Her body language is resigned, he can hear sobs and sniffles. Come on, you should know how useful her skill set can be. You better not expel her. It'd be absurd. The expelling thing was just a logical ruse. Go change and get into class. Aizawa shoos them off and leaves. The class releases a sigh of relief. It was obvious, they can't just expel students based on no bad remarks. Momo speaks up. Yeah, it's okay Hagakure-san, you'll be fine. He hears Mina comfort her. Though it's fine now and there is no reason to worry. Izuku forebodes, wanting to comfort Hagakure, but alas. Aizawa has expelled everyone he deemed to have zero potential. It's why we don't have a class 2A. Izuku says. The atmosphere goes silent. Seriously? Momo says. I've known him since I've been in UA for half that time. I assure you, so long as you keep trying, you'll all be fine. If you need help learning how to fight, ask him. He may be scary, but he's a good teacher. Izuku says. It's hard to believe that, did you see him smile? Pikachu says. Or was it Kaminari? Well, he's one creepy fuck dash. Language. Ida chastises. Izuku releases a huff from his nose. Man, you're a far cry from Tensei, you know? Izuku says. You know my brother? Ida looks surprised. Izuku hums. Something like that. Midoriya, you seem to know a lot of people. Purple Man says. Oh? You finally spoke. You forgot asking for an autograph, you know. Izuku says, remembering the way Shinso was vibrating with excitement. Sheet. Shinso looks disappointed. He's our homeroom guy, just ask later. No, you have to ask him for me, it's too much. Shinso says. I refuse. Izuku smirks. The class is back in, Eraser debriefs them on the rest of the work they need to do. Izuku, you can leave now. Nizu doesn't have time for the next few days. Aizawa smirks. Why can't he let me be inconspicuous in peace? I was going to leave when they were all occupied. What? This is preferential treatment. Hantasiro says. Yeah. Why do we have to suffer from hours of classes? Why does he just get to leave? Pikachu speaks up. Izuku, come up here and introduce yourself. Aizawa gestures as though he's calling a cat. Izuku walks up, the class looks confused. Midoriya Izuku, I've been studying here at UA for 4 years now. He pauses. Right now, I'm studying for a PhD in astrophysics, unless it's for hero course stuff, I'm not going to be here often. Izuku says, gauging their reactions. Eh? The entire class looks astonished. The class bursts up in questions. Now. That's enough. You can ask him what you want later. He looks toward Momo, who thankfully knew this already. He goes to her to ask about the talk. I'll pick you up after college? Izuku offers. Sure, that works. Momo nods. See you then. Izuku says and leaves. TCH, I want a boyfriend too, gosh darn it. Mina sighs. He is not my boyfriend. Momo squeaks. He's not? Jiru Kyuka speaks up. I saw you two before class started, nicknames and that hug, you two looked like a married couple. She says, smirking. Momo sighs, then flushes. A hopeless romantic she was. It's not like that. She says to herself. It's afternoon once Izuku is done with the interview set up for Kuro Oni. He's thankful the public likes him so much, otherwise the interview would be hostile instead of amicable. He grabs an extra helmet as he leaves. He picks up Momo at the gates of UA and leaves toward home. A cafe wouldn't do. He's kept everything clean, he has plants in his living room balcony and the house smells like a bakery. This is a pretty nice place. Momo says as she looks around. Yep. You want coffee? There's some in the pot. Izuku says, setting his coat on the hanger. She nods and sits down on the sofa. He brings out some croissants, chocolate spread, and coffee in record time, setting the tray on the coffee table affront the sofa. He watches Momo take a sip and then crunch into the croissant. The look in her eyes and the way her face lights up totally makes the 3-day prep time worth it. Where'd you buy these from? Tastes just like the ones in Europe. She MMMS, nourishing the taste. Made them myself. Izuku says, taking a sip from his mug. Seriously? My gosh, these are amazing. She looks surprised. Not every day you see a teenage baker, he supposes. In any case. I'm a vigilante, have been for the past 3 years. Izuku drops the bombshell once Momo swallows her food. He wasn't one for subtlety in social settings anyway. What? Momo's eyes are wide, she looks as though she saw a ghost. Kuro Oni. Izuku says, she's brilliant, she'll connect the dots. After your mother? She asks. Yes and no. After the death of my mother, there was a power vacuum. Many heroes didn't act until it was too late, there was crime that was rapidly increasing, someone had to step in. Izuku says, thinking back at the time. She takes a second to stare at him and gather her thoughts. I understand, you're too self-sacrificing for your own good. Take care of yourself, okay? Momo says, eyes mellowing. Angel. She was. How can one person be so understanding? Thanks for understanding. Izuku holds back tears. No problem. I'll be here whenever. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, why are you wearing an eye patch? You didn't hide your scar before, right? Momo asks, sipping her coffee. Well, I was saving a kid, and he started crying when he saw my right eye. Izuku says sheepishly. That sounds funny. Momo laughs, covering her mouth as she did. The rest of the conversation goes through freely. Momo calls her butler and leaves. You didn't tell her about dragon's blood? Nana asks. Hopefully she doesn't have to find out ever. He appreciated Momo a lot. She was a worrywart though, his middle school treatment wasn't exactly reassuring. He received enough spider lilies to start a garden, he cleaned his desk out every morning since the other kids would write insults. Thankfully, he didn't have to fight. Just the usual stuff. Kids telling him to kill himself? As if that was even possible. Momo was with him through it all. He wasn't keen on worrying her. She didn't deserve that. He sighs, putting his vigilante suit on again. Time to head to the interview. He has his mask on and is decked out in all of his gear. Shortsword, katana, shikigami, and his prosthetic. He heads onto the studio. Kuro-san, please head onto the second recording station. Shina-san will see you there. A male worker guides him. Thank you. Izuku bows. He enters the room. Kanazawa Shina-san, who he'd spoke with on the phone, is an amazing reporter with a pretty impressive career. She reports objective information instead of regurgitating opinions. It's why he's agreed. She has long black hair, brown eyes, and is pretty short. Well, everyone is pretty short compared to Izuku. He bows. It's nice to meet you in person, Shina-san. His modulated voice echoes. No, the pleasure is all mine. Please sit, we'll be going live in 30 minutes. She says, voice calm and tone professional. They go over the baseline structure of the interview. There were 55 total questions alongside a final online Q&A. If Izuku felt the need to stop, he could gesture a "cut it out" and the cameras would pause. They promptly go live once everything is okayed. Izuku is nervous and feels unprepared, but he's never going to feel prepared anyway. Better do it scared than not at all. You're watching Nikkei Live. This is Kanazawa Shina speaking alongside special guest, Kuro Oni. She introduces. Izuku waves at the camera. Now then. Are you comfortable taking your mask off? Shina asks. Of course, I wouldn't be here otherwise. He clicks his mask, it hisses open and he sets it down on the table. There's your vigilante. Quite the handsome man, aren't you? Shina smirks. Where'd the doting Wani-san persona go? Izuku flushes. You've been at this for roughly how long? She asks. 3 years now, pretty short while. Izuku answers confidently. Wow, how old are you? Shina continues. I'm 18 this year. Shina's face drops, she stops the cameras. What happened? Izuku asks Shina. You've been a vigilante since the age of 14? Shina's expression is unreadable. Yeah. It was necessary. Something that had to be done. Izuku says. Shina sighs and he swears he hears her say something about insane children these days, but he shrugs it off. Are you comfortable continuing? Shina asks, the people like Oni, they want this interview. Sure. I was resolved when I came here. Izuku nods. Okay then. She gestures the camera to roll. And we're back. Next question, what is your name? Midoriya Izuku. Why did you start the journey of a vigilante? Well, recently around 3 years ago, crime rates shot up astronomically. Heroes were needed, but they can't save us all the time. I saw a woman almost get assaulted. The thoughts of vigilantism was already repeating in my head. That sight of her? It simply solidified my will. He answers. I see, what do you plan on doing now? I've started going to UA, the hero course, and as of recent, crime has started dropping steadily. I plan on quitting being a vigilante. That's quite the decision. Well, after 3 long years I have to say, I'm glad my efforts made a difference. I've already had discussions with a few hero agencies to pick up on areas that I operated in. Izuku says. The people will miss Oni, don't you think? Shina asks. Well, I don't know about that, but I can say this. Next time you all see me, it'll be as Sekiro, the Sword Saint. Oh? Is that your hero name? You bet. It's something I'm dead set on. Izuku smiles. Now then. Onto the Kande section. Izuku had severely underestimated how much people liked the gentle demon with his previous statement. First up, Kuro Oni s Futrest-san. Kuro Oni-san, will you marry me? He chuckles. I'm still 17, so that isn't possible. He shakes his head, recovering from his laughter. From Dusty 2000, San, what do you think about villains? I think they're fine. Izuku seems confused since the question was vague. Sorry? Shina asks. He takes a moment to think. The definition of villain is someone that uses their quirk to break the law, yes? Izuku asks. Yes, that's right. Then is a mother that uses her quirk to steal baby formula a villain? Shina, noticing that he wishes to make a point, lets him continue. Is a father that is trying to feed his kids, that used his quirk to convince someone for a discount a villain? Someone that misfires their quirk on accident, someone that didn't mean to do harm, someone that is mentally pushed to the brink of evil by our society, are all these people villains? Shina listens intently. I think society thinks black and white too much. I'm firmly of the belief that people are people, and that no one deserves to be hurt. I'll save those that need to be saved, regardless of the label society puts on them. It's why I became a vigilante in the first place. People needed to be saved. So long as they do and I can act, I will. I don't care if society shuns me for it. Izuku says, his will solid. That's an interesting opinion. Now. The interview drags on. Izuku doesn't check the internet after. His popularity is going wild, he's hitting trending after trending section. If people need saving, I'll save them. Number 1 trending, Twitter Japan. Teenage boy, all Japan rank 1 is loved vigilante? Newspapers go wild. He wakes up in the morning to a myriad of texts. Your words are very inspiring, my boy. Was he in muscle form when he typed that? Izuku had a feeling he was. Yafakashi. Not even a step into your hero career yet you're already moving mountains, amazing. Sleepyhead. Inko would be proud of you, Izuku. He wonders, would she? Nizu. To think a simple interview would flip your life upside down. How interesting human behavior can be. Wait, what? He heads onto the internet. Twitter, YouTube, Reddit, everywhere his face is plastered. The interview and somehow his exam footage too? Were people writing fanfiction about him? Why had he become so popular? Izuku quickly learned to keep track on what happens on the internet. With the amount of art he sees, he wondered if he should be flattered or weirded out. Flattered because quite frankly, they make him look way better than he is. Weirded out because every detail looks perfect. He supposes a mixture of both is good enough. His mood is lifted, the internet appreciates Izuku and is waiting for Sekiro. That's all he could ask for. Spending the entire night on a screen definitely had consequences. He managed 2 hours of sleep, accompanied by tired eyes and a blazing need to crawl back into his soft bed. But alas, duty is duty. He gets on with his morning. Izuku sighs as he stands behind the glass door. He's late this time because of the texts he'd had to answer and surfing the net. The liveliness of the room can be felt from outside, chatter and laughs can clearly be heard. It all stops as he enters. Hushed whispers replace the silence with great efficiency. He walks toward his seat next to the princess. Morning. He greets as he sits. Morning, Momo says with a smile. So, how do you feel? The lady asks. Great actually. I finally got a break from working at Tsuka's after so long. Guy's a real SLV driver. He smirks. No, Tsukachi was anything but a SLV driver. He was, however, a worrywart. He'd get all stressed about cases and work himself to exhaustion. When he did so, Izuku would normally step up to help. He lets out a short chuckle. Fun times. Well, it's nice to get a break, I hope. They're already giving us assignments and projects. Momo sighs as she picks her things from her bag. I have to do those too, you know. The only thing I get a break from is classes, even then attendance is compulsory and so are the course assignments and tests. Ah, I thought you were exempted? Momo asks, thinking. Yeah, only from studying out-of-course stuff, so college stuff which I've already finished, Izuku confirms. Sensei's nearby. He thinks as he feels All Might's aura nearby. And right on cue, he bursts through the door. I am entering the door, like a normal person. He exclaims. The air of the classroom shifts, excitement and cheers quickly replacing the glum atmosphere. All Might was teaching at their school apparently. Izuku totally did not know this, wink wink. Yagi totally did not tell him beforehand. Battle training was what he was here for. Now. Behind you are the suits you all submitted to the school. All Might says as he points. Pressurized canisters release from the wall lockers behind them. Everyone promptly takes their named canisters and heads to the locker room. They were heading on to one of UA's city-shaped training grounds to do indoor battle simulations. Everyone had received their hero suits in a large pressurized canister. He heads to the changing rooms to change. He vividly remembers the design he handed to Mei. A far cry from his suit as Kuro Oni. It was similar to Sekiro's outfit. Except that it was black completely except for the red scarf. He checks the bodies of the other students in the locker room. Kirishima's physique is the most impressive. He looks to be either on a cut or sustaining. The rest look okay. Bakugo Katsuki has developed shoulders but besides that, it's whatever. He clicks his tongue. Students of the hero course with this level of physique? Very questionable. Sensei said they were heading on to one of UA's city remakes for the sake of indoor training. Interesting for the first ever piece of hero training they were receiving. The lifelike city surprised him as always. He wondered how big UA's campus really was. He was greeted by the sight of Momo in Velcro split clothing. It makes sense considering she needed exposed skin for her quirk to function. Kirby was in skin-tight spandex. Why? And heels? Why? He did not know. Oh well. Purple Man clearly took inspiration from Aizawa if the scarf and all-black jumpsuit were anything to go by. All Might cleared his throat in order to grab their attention. Looking sharp, people. Now that you're all in your suits, we'll be running a simple team-versus-team battle simulation. He said as he read from a script. Safe to say the entire plot of the simulation was a hero versus villain bomb scenario straight out of a shitty B-grade American film no one liked. A smile graced his face as he imagined All Might watching terribly written American films and laughing. Now, the teams will be decided by lots. All Might gestured to the box in front of them. Pardon my intrusion, but sir, don't hero teams usually work with people they know well? Ida spoke up, raising his hand. While you're normally right, in spontaneous scenarios, teams are usually random and you don't know who you're working with. All Might cleared up, in a correcting tone. Of course. How short-sighted of me. Ida bowed robotically. Now, young Midoriya, you will be alone against a team of 3, since you have actual field experience. All Might said as he pointed toward him. Eh? Why would his teacher forsake him like this? Okay then? Fine, bring it on. He's fought entire armies alone. This is obviously easier. All right, we have a chance. Kirishima yelled. The hell do you mean? The extra's weak as hell. I'll handle him alone. A blonde Pomeranian exclaimed. Izuku swears he's seen this guy somewhere. Well, if he doesn't remember, it probably wasn't important. He watched the others draw lots, feeling a little left out. He was up first too for some reason. What an arbitrary set of decisions. It's fair enough, he supposes. He had 3 years of experience fighting, minus the time he spent as Sekiro his entire life. You aren't worried, I see. Momo says as she stands next to him. No. I'm not. You. Izuku asks, watching the others draw lots. Ha, of course I am. She sighs. Why? Your skills are more than enough to secure a victory on either side of the team. You'll do great, I'm sure. He reassures. Gee thanks, I'm not like you though, Momo says, punching him lightly on the shoulder. No, but you can always just make a gun and shoot them all. He laughs. Ha. Ha. Real funny. She deadpans, holding back a smile. I'm sure you'll do great. Besides, it's just training is all. He grins at her. So it's me against Tensei's brother, the Pomeranian, and Momo, huh? He works his mind through the abilities he saw in the apprehension test. Momo's doesn't need an analysis, instant KO would do. He'd be as gentle about it as he could. For the explosive Pomeranian, he'd need to close the distance as soon as possible and deal with him. For Ida, he can simply outmatch him in a battle of strength and speed. To locate the bomb, he can spread his aura about. His 15 minutes of plotting are up. Time for action. He walks into the building barehanded. Lethality was unnecessary for training. Bare fists would be more than enough. He feels out the layout of the building with his near-endless supply of aura. 5th floor, 2 people holding the choke points of the bomb. Choke points at the stairwell, hallway and entrance to the room were Bube trapped with tasers, pepper spray and tripwire. Eesh, feisty woman that one. Not going easy, huh? Now for the third guy, Pomeranian. Coming straight to the entrance, well, the difference in ability will quickly be demonstrated. He heads upwards at a slow pace. Blondie was clearing every hallway on each floor. Izuku can afford to take his time here. As he walks at a slow pace, he intercepts Blondie in the 2nd floor hallway. He raises an eyebrow at the predatory grin the Blondie graces him with. What did Izuku do to be begrudged by a Pomeranian? Oh well. Blondie throws an open palm right hook. Yeah right, not happening. Izuku immediately closes the short distance and grabs Blondie's right hand with his left. He then proceeds to grab his face with his right palm and throws him through a wall. That takes care of him. On to the other two. He started walking upward again, there was a half-hour total and he should still have 27 minutes. On the 4th floor directly under the room of the bomb, he replaces a Shikigami with his grappling hook. He proceeds to jump out a window and grapples to the floor above. Some cuts grace his skin as he crashes through the window. Ida startles for a brief moment but immediately sprints towards him. Should I throw him out the window? He wonders how to deal with this. No, that's too much. A simple incapacitation will do. Ida aims for a roundhouse kick to his face, accelerated with his engines. To think I'd be underestimated this much. He scoffs. He ducks under and sweeps at Ida's feet, then traps his legs with capture tape. He glances at Momo, she's prepared with a taser gun. She shoots. Izuku dodges with ease. She pulls out another from the holster. You know, Izuku will be touching the bomb instead. That's the round. Young Midoriya, please receive young Bakugo from the 2nd floor. He hears All Might over the intercom. Seriously? Man, this party SCKS. Now. We'll be going over the good and the bad of your plans. All Might says, using the projector to replay footage of the map. We'll start with the good. Plus points for trapping all the entry points. Plus points for the 2 of you guarding the room. All Might compliments. Now. Minus points for no one taking the lead with Bakugo, minus. Points for no one trying to work with Bakugo, another minus for not reinforcing the windows. Finally, another minus for underestimating your opponent to a degree as such as this. Anything I've missed? All Might asks. Momo and Ida both look extremely disappointed in themselves. Yes, you did. Ida, your fault for not doing your best at the beginning of the match. Momo, your main fault lay in the choice of weapon. A taser gun is useful and allows you to maintain distance, sure. But in terms of team play? You'd have to be able to match both Ida's and Izuku's speed so you wouldn't hit them. As for the Pomeranian, well he's a whole nother can of beans. In any case, you tried and you failed. Learn from this and move on, don't beat yourselves up. He says, patting the backs of them both. Of course. Thank you for your input. Ida bows. Thanks, Izuku. I knew you were strong but to think. Momo drags. He chuckles. Ha, did any of you actually hope to win? I didn't even use my quirk. The gap isn't something you're going to clear in the span of a few minutes. Izuku says, slightly irked at her self-deprecation. What? Why are you angry? Momo asks. What do you mean, why am I angry? I have 3 years on you guys. Be reasonable, Momo. If someone else lost to me, would you beat them up about it? He says as they walk toward the back. No, obviously not. Then don't do it to yourself. Izuku reassures once more. XXX. Seriously? Why did everyone lack the physical strength required for the fights? No self-defense skills either? They were all bursting through everything with the reliance of their quirk. How short-sighted, that's what you get out of a society that relies too much on quirks. Kirishima carried himself well in his battle aided by Crow Man against Frog Lady and Invisible Girl. The Invisible Girl touched the bomb without anyone's notice, earning a victory. Shinso had heeded Izuku's advice and ultimately gained victory, but again through heavy reliance on his quirk. He'd need to speak with Aizawa about this later. Quirkless training would become a must in their curriculum. He dials up Nizu. The pickup is immediate as always. Can you meet me and Aizawa after classes? Izuku asks. What's this about? Nizu asks, clearly preoccupied with paperwork. The battle training, Izuku says. What about it? My disappointment is greater than the depth of a black hole. Izuku confirms. How bad were they? I'm wondering how they survived Aizawa's filter. That bad? Nizu asks. I saw someone throwing a punch with their thumb between their fist. Nizu winces. Oh dear. We'll speak of this. Tomorrow, I don't have the time today. Nizu says, checking his calendar. Very well, I'll be heading back to class now. See you tomorrow, sensei. Izuku says as he cuts the call. He sighs as he walks back. Someone would need to get these guys into shape. Why did he need to give himself more work? He can just leave it to Aizawa though. That'd be funny. With every battle simulation that ended, All Might and Izuku criticized and scrutinized every action and mistake. Optimizations and bad choices were deftly pointed out by the veteran hero and adept Vigilante. Not many interesting simulations played out, besides Todoroki getting reprimanded for giving Hagakure and Sato mild ice burns. He responded with a sincere apology. Izuku expected him to whine more, but he was thankful that the guy wasn't an a-hole at least. They ended up being dismissed with Bakugo still in the infirmary. Aizawa was now looking at footage from the tests, with a critical eye. He promptly finishes, and glares at the class to demand attention. Izuku, your display of skill was top-notch, however, there was no need to shove Bakugo through a concrete wall. Don't do that again. Aizawa says as he shoots Izuku a look. Izuku sighs, yeah, I'll see to that. It was a pretty impulsive decision on his part. The rest of you need a lot of work. Your display was less than mediocre. We'll be fixing that as we move onwards. Aizawa smiled. The class atmosphere cools under his watchful gaze. The lectures proceed as normal. Aizawa is just about to dismiss them before. Before I forget, there is something that must be done, Aizawa says, tone foreboding. The class rests in anticipation of his next words. Nothing good could come out of this. You'll have to choose a class representative. He says as he levels a stack of papers. The tension snaps, and the class collectively sighs. Aizawa had a knack for being unintentionally foreboding. I think the best method of choosing would be a democratic vote. Ida says, standing up. How you choose a representative is not my business. Before I forget, choose a vice representative as well. Aizawa says as he gets into his sleeping bag. After a short pause, someone speaks up. I agree with Ida, a vote would definitely be the best option. Kirishima voices out. That's okay with me. Everyone else? Uraraka asks. The class responds with affirmations. Very well. Please vote for someone who you think would represent us well. Write a name on a piece of paper and drop it into the box. Ida says, gesturing robotically. Ida promptly brings out an impromptu voting drop box, made from cardboard. Now, onto the matter of who to vote for. Ida comes to mind. No, rejected idea. He's a stickler for rules and way too stiff to consider. A far cry from Tensei. Ida was definitely the wrong choice even though he fit the bill appearance-wise. Momo, she's perfect. Academically she falls just after me, her leadership skills can definitely use some work along with her confidence, but that'll come with the job. He profiles in his head. Momo it is then. Around 10 minutes later everyone seemed to be done. Ida did them the honor of counting the votes. After rechecking the numbers he nods sharply before writing on the whiteboard. Ida started writing from vote ones, i.e. those who voted from themselves. Momo was after those people, with 2 votes. 5 votes were missing still. A pit formed in his stomach once he realized his name wasn't on the board. Why the hell did he have 5 votes? He sighed, just more responsibility was something he didn't need. While completing his PhD study, he was undertaking a lot of work already. To reference the load he took on, besides lab experiments, gauges and results, he took part in teaching classes involving mathematics and physics amongst other work. This was excluding his vigilante activities. Though the students were usually few in number considering this was a hero school, experience was experience, and Izuku liked teaching for the better part. That decides it. Midoriya-san is our rep and Yaoyorozu-san is our vice rep. Ida claps, and a few others join him. He sighs and walks to Aizawa. Any chance I can pass this off to someone else? He asks, already knowing the answer. Aizawa pretends to think for a moment. No. He says, smiling. This is definitely personal. Izuku thinks, wondering about the extra responsibility a rep would take. Izuku suddenly regrets all the times he's messed with Aizawa before, the cat photos, memes, and general annoyance he's caused. Oh well, he's not going to stop now. Now then, you lot are dismissed for recess. Go do whatever. Aizawa shooed them off like cats. At least we're in this together, huh? Izuku says as he looks at Momo. Why is this too much for you? Momo says, face breaking into a teasing smile. He sighs, this would probably cut a bit of time in his schedule. Honestly? Yeah, I'm going to have to cut down on teaching probably, at least my thesis is probably going to end soon. He says, picking his bag up. Oh right, you were a PhD student, right? What's your thesis on? Momo asks, interested. Wormhole theory in quantum gravity. It's pretty boring stuff to an uninitiated person, honestly. Just a bunch of math and assumptions. He says, looking back on the sheer amount of papers he'd written for a single page of proof. Their conversation is interrupted by a robot man. Midoriya-san. I was wondering if you wanted to go to the cafeteria with me and Uraraka-san. Ida says, clearly looking forward to lunch. Lunch rush had that effect on people. Izuku swore for his first ever year at UA that the man was putting cane into his food. He looks to Momo for approval, and she nods. I'll come with. She says, getting up. I have my own lunch, but I don't mind eating with company, Izuku says, spotting Shinso leave in his peripheral. You mind if I bring someone else? Izuku follows up. By all means. Go ahead. Ida says, walking to Uraraka. Hey, purple man. Izuku shouts at Shinso, who visibly startles. My name isn't Dash, he sighs. What? We're heading to the cafeteria, come. He says, grabbing onto his collar. You're coming, right? He commands more than he asks. I was going there anyway? Shinso says, confused. Nice. You're eating with us. He concludes. All good then. The cafeteria is surprisingly packed, but considering it's the first month of UA, it makes sense. The five manage to find a seat and order some food, their orders taken by a robot. Their orders arrive surprisingly quickly. Izuku cracks open the lunchbox he packed, rice and some leftover chicken and mushroom gravy. Did you make that yourself? Shinso asks, munching on his udon. Yes, leftovers from last night, Izuku says, eating his meal with moderate speed. You can even cook? Man, you're a whole package, you know. Uraraka says, consuming a strawberry sandwich. Thank you. Izuku says, what did a whole package mean? The food is definitely good, you should try it sometime, Momo mentions, covering her mouth as she eats. I know, been here a while, Izuku says, clearly remembering working at Lunch Rush's kitchen a few times. Kirby hums at his statement. Right, you've been here much longer than us, why is that? Uraraka asks, curious more than anything. Uraraka-san, that's rude to ask. Ida chastises. It's fine, I don't mind, Izuku says, gulping down on some rice. I finished college education at around I finished my master's study before 16, and am currently on track to finish my PhD by the end of this year. This statement seemed to stunlock some people. Nizu decided to tutor me personally after my bachelor's. He made me his disciple too somewhere along the way. I've been at UA for a while now. Izuku says, satisfied by his answer. Are you sure you don't have an intelligence quirk? Uraraka asks, bamboozled. Yes. More than certain, you can be smart without a quirk. Look at Newton. Guy derived all of calculus from gravity. He had an insane mind. A genius among geniuses. Izuku says, mildly offended. A loud alarm cuts off his nerd rant. That one's never been sounded before, intruder alarm? I believe. UA had all sorts of alarm systems, and all of them mostly had the same guideline, exit your current room and ask a professor for assistance. They made their way out of the cafeteria with moderate haste. The hallways quickly packed and a pseudo-stampede began. Izuku sighed in frustration, clenching his jaw at the annoying display. This was a bunch of hero-to-bes acting like middle school clowns. Spreading out his senses with the aid of aura, he could tell that it was a bunch of reporters, likely looking for All Might if he had to guess. It's those DMN reporters again? They were at the gates too. Uraraka says, trying to avoid being squished as she looks out the windows. Izuku summons the shinobi's Fang, grappling onto an exit sign atop the doorway. After getting up he embedded aura into his vocal cords. His voice mimicked the depth of Ishin when he stopped the rain with a scream. Silence! You lot are to walk in order and not crush any of your peers, you hear me? He yells, as loud as he can. It's only a bunch of reporters, so calm the hell down. He finishes. The fear his words generated is driven quickly into their souls, and the effect is immediate. Orderly lines are formed and the clumped hallway clears up, they all walk in order. Satisfied, he jumps down the ledge. I knew you were a good choice for the rep. Ida exclaims. Yes, now keep walking. Izuku says, slightly embarrassed at his own actions. Besides the reporters, there were two other odd signatures. Was it someone I recognized? I'll talk with Nizu about this later. A day later he's spoken amicably with Nizu and Aizawa. Both of them were elated to start with quirkless training. Both of them also brushed off why the alarm went out. Likely nothing to worry about, well for the students anyway. For now, Izuku needed to get a better handle on One for All, only being able to sustain 8% without pain is too little for his liking. He'll practice in the gyms after school. The more time he can put in the merrier. Everything was going well. Aizawa and Nizu pushed quirkless training the very next day and made it compulsory for students to attend. Thankfully the professors, didn't ask Izuku to teach or do anything in those classes. He was better skilled than anyone in Japan in terms of physical ability after all. The last thing he needed was a bit of sparring. Especially against some children. In any case, he checks the mail as he sits on his desk at home, which Aizawa sent him. Apparently, they've to go to a certain undisclosed location for rescue training. He wonders if Yagi-sensei gave anything away. He denies the idea, sensei's been pretty occupied with coursework and homework assignments. Well, he'll find out when he finds out. For now, it's back to thesis papers. Man, it's taking a while. At least hero course paperwork is easy as cake. No 6-page derivation that the professor said would take multiple lectures and end up just giving as homework. He feels a headache coming at the thought. Thank God his undergrad study is over. Izuku had gotten a heavy-duty motor vehicle license, courtesy of Yoshikawa-sensei. Izuku already bought an H2R from a dealership he was familiar with. The next day he's riding his bike at totally not illegal speeds to the uni. He wonders where they're supposed to head to in the afternoon. According to the mail, the standard hero training will be changed to rescue training every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Since they weren't giving the students the address, it's likely that the school would transport the students themselves. Well, it's fine, he could probably map out the road in his head if he pays enough attention. He needed to attend an ethics lecture, Nizu's class, and lab work. He didn't have much to do besides hero work. He turns off his bike once it's parked, taking off his helmet and jacket. Strapping his helmet onto his bag he makes his way to the lab first. The rest of the day's work goes on as normal. He's back in class right next to Momo as always. Aizawa is at the desk, concluding the day's lecture. Classes are going to end for the rest of the day, head onwards to the garage. He jogs at a brisk pace to Aizawa. Aizawa, can you send me the address instead? I have a bike, I'll just go straight home from there. Izuku hopes he can get an exception. Aizawa thinks for a moment, before answering. Sure, I don't think Nizu would mind. I'll ping your phone. He says, pulling his phone out. Thanks, that helps, Izuku says, checking the address. Only coordinates and no name, lovely. Hey, Momo. 5,000 yen, I make it there before you all. He says, offering his hand. Yeah right, I'm not taking that. Momo says, scoffing. He sticks out his tongue and calls her a killjoy, but Shinso immediately takes his offer. 5 racks, you get lost on the way. Shinso says, offering a handshake. Your loss. Izuku says, firmly grasping his hand. Shinso smirks, somehow convinced he was going to win. Izuku would enjoy exploiting a gambling man. Well, Shinso would have won if not for Izuku's heavy motor license that he got early. Midoriya Izuku's current bike was a beast. He enjoyed thoroughly the speed at which he was splitting lanes. This wasn't even the top speed. He couldn't wait for the night to come. Going at unthinkable speeds on National Route 4 had quickly become home for his habits. He spots the large bus and gets right next to where he spots Shinso, matching the speed of the bus. He offers a 2-finger salute, deftly drops a gear and disappears ahead. He parks his bike at the entrance, and takes off his helmet, replacing it with a shikigami. He didn't have his bag right now and was wearing his gear. He had no spare space to stash it. He rests on his bike and wait for the bus and his 5,000 yen. They arrive 15 minutes later. He gauges Shinso's reaction, enjoying the look of annoyance and dread. Hand it over, Izuku says, rubbing his index finger against his thumb. Shinso, though disgruntled, forks over the money. Never doing that again. Shinso says, putting his wallet away. Izuku chuckles as he places the bill into his pocket. The class splits into their respective social circles to chat for a bit. Izuku wonders where Yagi-sensei is. Attention! You're here at USJ, now follow me. Aizawa says, breaking up the chatter. Oh. Universal Studios Japan. I've always wanted to go there. Kaminari says, ecstatic. Yeah, no. USJ stands for Unforeseen Simulation Joint. To clear things up, Aizawa says as he walks up the stairs. His disappointed tone unnerved Kaminari as he explained. The boy grimaced, nodding along. Under Aizawa's guidance, the class made their way inside the dome-shaped building. The large blue gate opens up. The class makes their way into the entrance central plaza. There seems to be an astronaut waiting. Wait, is that? Oh my god, it's number 13. Uraraka yells, downright shaking with excitement. 13 seems to ask Aizawa something, keeping the conversation private. Izuku catches Aizawa putting up 3 fingers. 13 lets out a defeated sigh. That was definitely about All Might then, he wasn't coming. Now, you students are here for one purpose, rescue training. 13 details. Rescue training? Aren't we supposed to train our quirks? Kaminari asks, validly considering they took hero training out. Now, you will be doing just that, however instead of using your quirks to harm, you'll be dashed. 13 drags on and on. Izuku drones out whatever she's saying and pulls out his phone, ignoring Aizawa's judgmental stare. He begins texting All Might. Me. You used up all your time? Pair. Yes, my boy. Some debuting heroes seemed to need help, and one after the other villains started attacking. Pair. I won't be able to attend this lecture, I'm afraid. Me. I see. He puts his phone away with haste. Something about the air was odd. He looks to Aizawa, nothing of note has happened yet since 13 is still clearly speaking. Why were his instincts telling him to gear up for a fight? He spots a purple void down the stairway leading to the central plaza. He recognized that immediately. He proceeded to summon Kuzubimaru into his right hand. What the, is that? Kirishima looked down the plaza. No way you guys have faux villains too? Kaminari exclaimed. Aizawa, code red. Get everyone the F, out of here. He said as he summoned a spear in his left hand. As soon as he managed the spear, purple smoke with eyes he recognized too well was right in front of them. 13 and Aizawa deftly engaged him. Midoriya. Escort them out, you're the president here. Aizawa calmly commanded. All right. Everyone on me. We're getting the hell out of here. Izuku says, not wanting anyone to get hurt. And why the F, should we listen to you? Katsuki exclaimed. I'll knock you out and throw you outside myself, Izuku said, grasping his spear. That shut everyone up. Now. Onwards to the door, hurry. I'm right behind you all. Izuku said, motioning for them to run. He followed suit until the kids reached the main door. It was a shutter. Door which happened to be locked. It's locked. We can't get out. Kaminari yelled. Move aside. Izuku said as he ran up to the door. He bent down and grabbed the bottom. You can't be serious. That must weigh like a ton or something. Kaminari tried to reason. He felt aura reach into his veins, and in one explosive motion pushed the door up to his shoulders. Go! Izuku said, grunting. They followed suit. Momo stayed back. Momo! Get the hell out, he said, kind of getting annoyed. What about you? Momo exclaimed. I said go. He yelled, scaring Momo. There was fear in her eyes. She wasn't used to Izuku talking this way. That got her to leave though, so Izuku doesn't mind making her feel a little unsafe if that ended up getting her to safety. Get help. Call Nizu, the cops. He heard Momo, as she left. He let the door collapse with a loud thud. Turning back towards the warper. Aizawa was likely holding him quirkless, 13 on the other hand was probably shaving his smoke away. He wasted no time. Blue aura fueled his veins like a jet engine. He blasted off towards the fight with great speed. He came across the sight of the 3 fighting quite quickly. Clearly, whatever they were doing wasn't working. The smoke 13 was absorbing was just being reproduced, and Aizawa's hits were going into thin air. Izuku sensed the warper's body out, sheathed Kuzubimaru and took out the short sword strapped to his waist. Move! He said as he dashed towards Aizawa and the warper. It won't work, his body isn't Tangi. 13 tried to explain. I know. He said, unsheathing the short sword. Aizawa understood his intentions and disengaged. He lunged with the blade in hand. Metal met metal, the body of the warper was encased in it perhaps? Its yellowish eyes widened, and it let out a scream. The metal was its body then. Good. Izuku sneered, driving his blade deeper and dragging it upwards to his head, screeches of steel following his hand. The motherfucker for whatever reason had helped Ouroboros kidnap his mother. Sue him if he came off a little vengeful. The warper lay down, smoke engulfing its body. Now for the hard part. When the invasion started, Izuku felt about 90 people in the stadium of USJ. 2 people stood out. One person with an incredibly dark aura and another, hollow but extremely condensed and powerful. I'll deal with the small fry first. Izuku thought, sheathing his short sword. Aizawa, get out of here, Izuku said, readying his spear and sword. What? What are you talking about? Aizawa asked, annoyed. Izuku huffed, rolling his shoulders and cracking his neck. There are around 90 people here, you both will only serve to get in my way. I can't fight to my maximum if there's liabilities in the way. Izuku said, walking towards the stairs leading to the central plaza. Liabilities, who do you think you are? 13 asked, clearly offended. Someone that won't hesitate to cut off their heads. He paused. 13 was shaken at his words. Aizawa, if you want to help, stay back and use your quirk. Don't get involved. Izuku commanded. Aizawa gulped, clearly not liking the idea. What are you planning to do? Aizawa asked. I'll ask which ones want to surrender. Those that don't will taste the sharp edge of my blades. Izuku said. He prepared to leap dead center into the gathering of villains. They looked confused. He gathered aura into his legs and then jumped. He landed right where he estimated, with a thunderous boom. That DMN Kurogyri, where the hell is he? Leaving me here with these side characters. A certain villain exclaimed. The villain's thoughts were cut off as he heard a loud boom and his allies' wails. Nomu, stand by for commands. I want to see this guy. He said as he broke into a sneer, patting the Nomu on the back. All those that want to surrender, lay down with your hands behind your back. Those that fail to comply will die. Izuku said, readying his sword. Ha! Look at the audacity of this kid. A villain scoffed. You think you can take all of us on? Another laughed. Wait, isn't that dash? Izuku did not need another reply. He simply began tearing through the crowd. Cleaving and breaking through whatever they threw at him. Electricity-based quirks tickled him like a feather. It seems the League only brought emitter types with them. This would be easy. His fighting style echoed his life sentiment. He fought only for the sake of moving forward and breaking through, forgoing all sense of self and disregarding his own safety. He tried his best not to kill anyone, only wounding fatally enough to bring them unconscious. The crowd began thinning significantly. He was stung by a thin rock spear, thrown by a villain behind him, sticking to his left shoulder blade. Izuku immediately turns around and swings his spear. The villain falls. He clicks his tongue, annoyed at his own short-sightedness, gathering some distance from the remaining crowd to regain his bearings. He tears off his eye patch, needing the extra sight. There's only a few of you left. Surrender. Izuku commands, readying for battle once more. Fine. Just don't kill us. A man exclaims as he gets down on the floor. Izuku tears the spear off from his left shoulder blade. Thankfully it was shallow, with no damage done to the bones. Just those 2 left. Izuku thought. He watched the villain and the monstrous being standing by him. Ready for any movements. Why'd you let me take down all your allies? Izuku asked, confused at the hand guy's actions. Allies? Huh. Don't make me laugh. The man covered in hand said. Nomu, kill them all, I have no use for cowards. The man motioned the beast to move. Izuku watched helplessly as it crushed the villains lying down. It's faster than All Might? Izuku panicked. What the hell is that? And that other villain? Is he Dash? Nana exclaimed. Fight now, think later. As the flames of hatred crawled over, he felt his right eye glow. He triggered the energy stockpile, white wisps of lightning coating his skin in response. One decisive blow to the head was the best Izuku was hoping for. This thing was faster than anything he'd ever witnessed. God knows what else it could do. You had more cards you were hiding? Now I really have to ask you. The villain said, clapping his hands. The monster was standing on top of a body, seemingly waiting for more commands. You! Join us! The villain said, pointing to Izuku. You won't be beating that Nomu over there. He has multiple quirks, you see? He was made to kill All Might himself. So join our side if you don't want to die. The villain said. What do you guys do? Izuku asked, wanting time to figure out a strategy. Well, we dash. Izuku turned out his voice. You could use float to run. Shimura mentioned. Even if I had a good handle on float, I'd be unleashing that onto the world. Shura, any plans? Izuku rejected. Just kill it? Shura said, unworried. Just kill it, yeah F you. Izuku mocked back. One hit, straight to the brain. That was all Izuku was going to get. He bent down, preparing to move, and then leapt whilst the hand villain was yapping on and on about the league. Izuku gathers aura onto his spear, condenses it and moves. His blade strikes true. Sadly, the monster has already reacted, blocking with its right hand at the moment of impact. Its arm flew right off. TCH. No dice huh? You were ignoring me? Nomu. Kill him. The villain snapped. Izuku readied himself. The monster started with a right hook, and Izuku responded with a parry from his spear. The beast, annoyed, started swinging wildly. Izuku responded as best he could, parrying every stray blow that managed to reach him. One thing remained constant: Izuku was playing defense. He felt his shoulders worn out, a few bones broken and his entire body in agony. Blow after blow, Izuku tried his best to follow through. The beast let a powerful jab loose. He raised his sword to block, and heard it shatter. He felt his face be crushed in. Izuku felt as though he was floating. Why wasn't Dragon's blood activating? He opened his eyes to check where he was. He opened them only to see himself surrounded by a void. Is that Sekiro? Izuku heard a familiar voice. Ishin? Where are you? Izuku asked, unable to see Ishin. Use your brain. Where the hell could you possibly be? Ishin yelled, clearly angry. He used aura to feel his surroundings out. What he saw shook him. White clouds and orange sky, gleefully bound to nothingness. What the hell are you doing here? Ishin asked. I don't know, Dragon's blood should have activated, unless my injuries were too grave? A sharp wail cuts them off. He partly recognized that voice. You need to get out of here, now, Ishin said. Izuku looked at him, baffled. How the hell was he supposed to get out of death? You are the exception to the rules of life. Feel the periphery of this place. Go. Izuku condensed his aura, readying himself to expand it everywhere. He lets out a sharp breath and does just that. As soon as he feels the edge of this place, he opens his eyes once more. Sakura petals fall upon the immortal warrior, his lungs breathe life once more. Izuku grunts as he gets up, grabbing his spear with just the perfect amount of strength. He is completely sure of his victory. He watches the two walk away, probably towards the remaining two heroes. Izuku speaks up. The Jetavana temple bells ring the passing of all things. A sharp breath in. Twin sala trees, white in full flower, declare the great man's certain fall. He recites. I alone am the exception. He grasps his spear. Aura, at its core, was the world residing in oneself. Your ambitions, hopes and ideals formed deeply within your mind. Aura was the power that made this world a reality. Aura was a massless form of energy. He focused aura back into his spear, starting 2 rotations at the tip of the spear. The forces collide and are forced to go in the opposite direction. This repeats until they reach infinite velocity. Izuku, at the moment of sensing the periphery of the other world, had completely understood everything about aura. To put it simply, under heaven, over heaven, I alone am the enlightened one. He boasted, pointing to the ground with his spear, and the sky with his free hand. What the hell? Did you not get him? Nomu, kill him now. The hand villain said. The spear's tip screeched as the energy gathered. Slowly the blue aura spinning turned completely black, signifying that the energy was faster than light. Izuku intercepted the beast as it flew at him, slashing upward, peeking at the sky. A wide black arc fills the scene, cleaving through the beast. It doesn't stop there. The energy arc goes on to cleave through the building. It thankfully doesn't hit anyone or bring the ceiling down. Spoke Miles about UA's engineering team. What the hell? This wasn't supposed to happen. You cheated, right? You're a hacker. The hand villain said as he scratched his neck violently. Surrender, or see the same fate. Izuku said, calmly making his way toward the villain. Suddenly, a purple portal engulfs the villain. What? Wasn't he down? He looked to Aizawa. Aizawa shook his head. So they escaped? Very well. Izuku used his spear to hold himself up. Turns out that dying from breaking almost every bone in your body and having your face crushed in was tiring. Izuku would make sure to snuff out their location, in due time. He pants repeatedly, trying to gain his breath. The heroes that were supposed to get here finally get here. Midnight was the first to rush to his side. All Might followed soon after, having cleared up a routine check of the place in seconds. He raised up an arm to stop her. How did Ishin do this again? Ah. He takes a sharp breath in. Ka! He lets out a loud roar, regaining his energy. The people clearly look startled. Are you okay? Midnight asks, worried. Izuku pauses. Was he? No, he probably wasn't. Peachy. He answers with a smile. Namiri clearly doesn't look convinced but doesn't press for answers. Are there medics outside? He asks Namiri. Yeah, you can go see them, the ambulances are right outside too. Namiri says, motioning to the door. The other heroes are clearly weirded out by the scene they witnessed. He sighs, I wasn't asking for me, around 13 people need immediate medical attention, the rest should just need a cleaning crew since they're all dead. Izuku walks up to leave. Tsukachi's outside, you should go dash, All Might tries to say. Not in the mood, he'll know. Izuku says, tired. The mountain of a man is startled at his curt response but nods in understanding. I understand. If you need something feel free to ask. All Might says, smiling at him. Thanks, I'm sorry. He says as he nods. It's alright, Izuku. The man says, warmly. So warm that it kind of hurts. He spots Tsukachi outside talking to a few students. He rolls his index finger, gesturing to talk later. Tsukachi nods, and he nods back. He places a shikigami on the spear. And transfers it away, panting and grunting as he makes his way to his bike. He sits down and takes a breath. He promptly puts on his gloves and helm and lets the engine roar. If the police saw him speeding away at absurd speeds, no one mentioned it. Midoriya Izuku had a lot to think about. These thoughts could wait, the loud roars of the engine were killing them out. He feels bad for talking as he did with Momo, besides just leaving everyone there with no answers, however, his mind was now firing at a mile a minute. That place where he saw Ishin, was it perhaps heaven? He heard the dragon's cries, then, was it perhaps the Fountainhead Palace? Maybe it was the remains of the once destroyed land. As he cleans the grime off of his body, he wonders about the aspects of aura he is missing. He's pretty sure he attained enlightenment after dying to the Nomu. He'll need to fiddle with the infinite energy, to learn more about it, he supposes. On to more pressing matters for now. Nana, did you recognize that guy? He asks her, wrapping on a towel. I don't know, if I saw his face I might recognize him. She responds, shakily. Anything I can investigate? Izuku follows up, confused at her behavior. He might be my grandson? Ah. There it is. F-. He curses. He's going to have to investigate the entire Shimura bloodline now. What the F went so wrong that the boy was possibly involved with All for One? He checks the mirror after getting out. Probably best to get a haircut. His normal greenish-black hair with a large part white has grown to his shoulder blades. Quite a predicament in a long fight. Definitely best to chop it off. He sighs as he puts on a loose-fitting black shirt and gray sweatpants. He checks the time. An hour has passed since the attack. He dials up Tsukachi. The line rings twice before it connects. Tsukachi here. What's up? He responds. Investigation still ongoing? Izuku asks, putting on gloves and a jacket. Yeah, we found the corpse of that thing you killed, Tsukachi says, holding back his lunch. I see, are the students still there? Izuku asks to make sure. No, most of them left, classes for the day were cancelled, courtesy of Aizawa. Tsukachi answers. The Vigilante sighs, wanting rest but at the same time wishing to be done with this. I'll drop by for a bit to give my statement. Izuku says, grabbing his keys. Alright then. Tsukachi says non-committally, disconnecting the line. Izuku puts his phone away, proceeding to tie his boots. Time to check out the damage. The damage was too much, Izuku decided. The Nomu had revealed quite the many things. Izuku contemplates a few things as he's getting a haircut. One solid conclusion has arisen. All for One has definitely been alive. Only rumors surrounded his existence in the underground, but his current actions have brought his movement into the light. A few speculations can be made from this information. It is more than likely that the Faceless Man is the one behind the League of Villains. It is also more than likely that the Warper, referred to as Kuro, is a Nomu as well, due to it not having a real body, and its albeit slow, but present regeneration factor. He slightly regrets his anger at the man, figuring out that the BSTRD had no free will of his own and was simply following orders had left a bad taste in his mouth. The other big problem was the hand villain. Izuku was going to contact a few information brokers to get knowledge on the Shimura family. During his years clearing out Ouroboros, he needed information from places he couldn't get to or inquire about. He has a fair amount of contacts. He sighs as he checks out the cut he got. Why can't things just be simple for once? Why couldn't there just be a single set of solutions to a problem? Life was never that easy, he supposes. He thanks the barber for his time and leaves, heading onward to a simple convenience store. He buys a bento set and a burner phone. He asks the cashier lady to heat his meal up and heads to the washroom with his burner. He dials up a familiar number, the line rings thrice before connecting. Who is this? A distorted voice answers. Buying, I need info on a Shimura household, lived around the calendar year 2290 to 2300, search for a Shimura Tenko, if possible. He curtly responds. After a short pause, the voice answers back. Pleasure doing business, Kuro Oni, the wait will be as usual. He hears the voice smiling. Thanks as always, Ofnir. Izuku disconnects the line, and twists the fold-up phone in half, splitting it cleanly. He then proceeds to flush it down the toilet. You can never be too safe when dealing with that guy. He gets out and thanks the cashier. Enjoying his meal at the table. XXX. Midoriya Izuku is checking the mail on his PC, the usual wait time for the dealer is 8 hours, it should be any minute now. Not once has that person been late, or early. The email always arrives from a different account, likely a throwaway. It's the dead of the night when he hears the ping. He checks the file sent over. His stomach churns at the report. Shimura Kotaro, deceased, DNA reports found from ashes. Cause unknown. Shimura now, deceased, DNA reports found from ashes. Cause unknown. Shimura Hana, deceased, DNA reports found from ashes. Cause unknown. Shimura Tenko, missing. Presumed dead. The police concluded that the cause of death for the Shimura family was a stray villain attack. However, from the following observations. The League of Villains has had a disintegrator of sorts in their activity, destroying evidence and bodies and serving as someone who could break through even the most resolute of defenses. Said disintegrator was used on a UA wall, likely, and was the presence Izuku sensed that day. The hand villain also had exactly 6 hands wrapping him up. And lastly, Shimura Tenko was at the age of Quirk awakening during the time of disappearance. The following conclusion could be made. Shimura Tenko was 5 when he, hopefully, accidentally killed his family. All for one by some coincidence found the child. Said child was then taken under his wing to be trained, likely as a successor. Hey, Nana, what are you doing? Izuku asks, knowing she isn't listening or looking. Just catching up on some old TV shows, why what's up? Nana responds, lazily. I'm heading over in a bit, you might want to sit down. Izuku says, getting into his bed. He meditates into the realm of his mind. The scenery is the same as always, a simple Japanese house, next to another, placed by the beach. He knocks on her door, knowing she isn't going to take this well. The door opens, and he's in pajamas with a mug in her hands. Come in, she says as she yawns. Sorry for the intrusion. Izuku greets, getting inside. She leads the way into the living room. It's warm and cozy, with a kotatsu in the middle. They sit down opposite to each other. I assume it isn't good news with that look on your face. She points out. It's he pauses, then sighs, it's really not. I got the report back on the Shimura family. He says, voice heavy. Nana's face, though serious, lacks any negative tones, and her expression remains unreadable. I see, what came out? Her tone matches her face perfectly. Besides Shimura Tenko, they're all gone. Turned to dust. Izuku says. Nana does not respond for a while, only looking into her mug. The silence is long and Izuku makes no effort to break it. The long pause is broken by taking a large, audible breath in and releasing a long sigh. She looks back up, eyes watery, visible holding back tears. What do you want to do? She asks him. Izuku pauses. What did he want to do? Why would she ask that? Was she asking about Tenko? I have no opinions on the matter of your family, whatever you wish for me to do, I will. He said. He really did have no thoughts about the villain. The guy's known criminal record wasn't even that extensive, disintegrated bodies were hard to come by. Why you're leaving it up to me? She says, voice cracking. Yes? He's your grandson? Izuku says, tilting his head. Yes, but it isn't my decision, I'm not in that world anymore. She says, finalizing. Except, I am? What, do you want me to murder him or something? Izuku says, even more confused. What? No. She takes a breath. I just don't think I should be the one to make that decision. She says. What are you on about? I don't care about this guy. Sure, he's your grandson or whatever, but he's also batshit crazy. What do you mean? She says, confused. He was wearing 6, mummified, hands, he says, remembering the look of the guy. Huh? What's that got to do with anything? She asks, still not clear. He had 2 parents and a little sister. Izuku clarifies. She thinks for a moment. Oh dear God. She grimaces. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing against me so I don't really mind, but I just think it's kind of weird. He says nodding. She takes another pause, before finally deciding. Can you let me think on this? She says, taking agency. Sure, knock yourself out. He gets up. The conversation ends, Izuku having reached his goal of informing Nana. Only All Might would remain. All Might was a very understanding and patient person. However, he was understandably shaken when Izuku had told him that the man's late master was living in Izuku's head. Izuku can only imagine the man's reaction when he tells him that his late master's grandson is alive and on the other side. He sighs, the situation was definitely convoluted. He hears loud fireworks in the distance. Weird, 2 months have passed since the start of uni, so it should be the middle of July. Izuku doesn't believe there's a festival going on at the place he lives in. Maybe teenagers throwing a party? He reasons. That was entirely possible, considering it's almost 1 a.m. and pretty pleasant outside. Not unreasonable to have a bit of fun. Celebrating was fine. But what was odd was the time and on a Tuesday with no occasion. He checks the window to look for fireworks, the sound is coming from a high place, so probably around the rooftops. Izuku lives on the top floor of the 24-floor building, he doesn't see any fireworks. He concluded that the fireworks were most likely gunshots. He clicks his prosthetic on his left arm and puts the bulletproof suit and a utility belt containing pressurized cabins for dragon's blood vials. He promptly jumps off his balcony. He was barehanded, yes, but a spear would be inconvenient and constantly transferring it would waste Shikigami. The supposed gunfire has ceased, and Izuku is scouring a 500-meter perimeter where it could have occurred. 15 minutes of searching and he'd found absolutely nothing. He was losing hope alongside questioning his own intuition, but over Sekiro's lifetime, Izuku had learned to trust instinct more than anything. He pressed onward. After a few more minutes he came across signs of gunpowder, bingo. Crime scene found. Now for some further digging. There was definitely more than one gun, the pitches of the shots being different meant that the barrels were different. The casings he found on the ground were definitely 9mm, Izuku used those himself. He grabs it with his prosthetic arm and places it inside his belt. He searches along the roof, and just along a water tank is an open door. He walks on forward, on guard for any assailants. Though he doubts they'll be in fighting condition, considering the trail of blood he's following, you could never be too careful. He focused his senses and fanned out his aura. Sure enough, in an empty refuge area of the building, there's a woman. Clearly on the verge of bleeding out. If he wanted evidence and information, now was the time. He rushes over to the room and... oh dear God. That is definitely a hero. Someone Izuku recognized. Why the F was she bleeding out on a random rooftop? Think later. Act now. He chastises himself as he rushes over. She's lying flat on the ground, he can't ascertain where the bullets may have landed, but laying on your back isn't great. No one likes choking to death by their own blood. Her eyes are open and she looks visibly startled to see him. Good, she was conscious. I'm going to lay you on your side. He says, looking for her reaction. She nods. He braces her back with his palm and rests her on her side. She follows his lead and coughs out a fair pint of blood. Why are you here? She says, voice shaky and weak. Don't speak. Just wait a second. I'm here to help. Izuku clicks the pressurized container in his belt, which hisses as he does, and takes out a vial. He then closes it again. This will heal you of all your injuries and you will pass out. Anything I should know, or can I go ahead and call the cops? He says, holding up the bright pink vial. She violently shakes her head. Should I call the commission then? Izuku asks. No. She yells, ignoring her own injuries. Izuku pauses, staring at her. She looked like a wet cat at the mention of the commission. Disliking the idea was fine, Izuku wasn't a fan either. But wasn't Nagant made by the commission? The look in her eyes is pleading, begging him not to. What could they have done for her to possibly dislike them this much? Only one option then. Izuku's home was shrouded with Shikigami so that he could safely replace or exchange them with the ones on his person. They also served to protect his home. If the commission and the cops were off the table as well, then Nizu would be his last option. Hell. Fine. You're explaining everything when you wake up. Open up your mouth. Izuku says, opening the lid. She follows suit, and Izuku pours the liquid straight in. That tasted pretty nice. She passes out. Izuku drapes her over his right shoulder with ease. Hell, life must hate me. He thinks, heading to the roof. Stop being a beach. Shura says, munching on something. F you. Izuku says, grappling across rooftops. He's going to owe Nizu a whole lot after this. Izuku laid her to rest on his bed. As much as he wanted to take off her dirty but clothes, he could afford a dirty set of sheets. The least he could do was clean up her face and arms so the dried blood didn't stick. For the sake of his extremely expensive bed sheets and mattress. They didn't help with the nightmares, but he'd made sure to splurge on sleep-related things. He readies some warm water in a bowl and a towel. Izuku's bed is situated at the intersection of two walls, where the windows also meet. Lady Nagant looks mesmerizing, he has to admit. Her hair glowed in the moonlight that slipped through the curtains, her form seemed ethereal. The only thing that brought her back to this planet was her outfit. Her hero outfit was combat-oriented, black, armor padding at the vital points and combat boots, alongside a 4-part utility belt. Izuku dips the towel and cleans her face and arms up. The towel is dirty, but at least she's cleaner now. He'll have to ask her to take a shower in the morning. Would Nizu be awake at this time? No, probably not. He releases an annoyed sigh. The lady was probably going to be asleep for less than 12 hours, considering her injuries. He'll be going out until daybreak. He grabs his keys. Izuku grabs a spare set of clothes that she would need. He grabs a toothbrush as well, he had no spares at home. There were homemade donuts and other confections in case she was hungry, and Izuku could always just make something in case she was in the mood for savory, so he doesn't grab any food. He makes his way back swiftly. It's already 8 a.m. by the time he gets home. He prepares mise en place for a meal if she needs one, and brings out the baked goods from his pantry. He heads back into his room. She wakes up around 15 minutes after he does so. She stretches and yawns groggily, before remembering where she was. Good morning. He greets, looking up from his phone. Morning. She yawns. She checks her body and joints, stretching and twisting to see if everything's working. My injuries really are gone, that's a relief. She sighs. Indeed, how are you feeling? He asks, though she looked well, it was best to make sure. Good, that was the best sleep I've had in a while. She says, getting out of the bed. Izuku pauses, noticing the dirty sheets. As much as I want to know what went down last night, go shower first, I've left clothes in the washroom, Izuku says. She looks at her clothes and nods. Before I forget. He says, pausing before his bed. I take it you're hungry, do you prefer a sweet or a savory breakfast? He asks. She thinks for a moment. A bit of both? She says, tilting her head. Sure. There's towels in the room. Off you go. He says, shooing her. She sets off to leave, before pausing at the doorway. Which way's the bathroom? She asks, looking back at him. Down the hallway, to the right. He says, taking off the bed sheets, thankfully not much blood was on them, but it was covered in grime nonetheless. He shoves the dirty sheets into the laundry basket and gets to work in the kitchen. Tying his mother's pink apron on, he gets to work on some simple breakfast sandwiches. Nagant comes out a few minutes later and pauses once she's in the kitchen. Izuku takes a look at her. Yep, definitely pretty. Her cotton candy hair was damp and she had a towel around her neck, wearing a loose black shirt and gray sweatpants. He was respectfully observing. She stops walking and takes a look at him, clearly thinking something over. Why'd you help? She asks, gently drying her hair. Izuku contemplates that question for a minute. I heard gunshots in the neighborhood when I was at home. I decided to go check it out and came across you. He starts, taking the bacon out of the pan. He cracks 2 eggs into the fat. She's listening closely. Watching his actions like a hawk. You happen to be there, I happen to have some healing stuff on me. He says, scrambling the eggs. I see. Well, it's good to know there are people like you out there. She says, a ghost of a smile on her face. He doesn't press on for information, keeping things simple. There's a hair dryer in my room, do you need one? He says, preparing the eggs. She simply looks at him, wordless. Izuku holds her gaze, quirking a brow. Is there something on my face? He breaks the silence. Nagant, startled, answers, no, It's just weird to see the guy referred to as a demon in a pink apron is all. She says, pointing at him. You've heard of me? He asks. Anyone involved with hero work has. She says, placing the towel onto an empty chair. Didn't know I was that popular. She rolls her eyes. The hair dryer, it's in your room? She decides to brush him aside. Yep, it's the one you slept in. He says, cutting the loaves with a bread knife. He hears a hair dryer go off in his room. She's back a few minutes later. You can sit down, I'll get this ready in a second. He says, gesturing to the dining table. Okay. She pulls a chair and takes a seat. Izuku prepares the tray, full of baked goods, coffee and sandwiches. He takes the tray over and places it on the dining table. After taking his apron off, he proceeds to sit, matching her gaze. Thanks. She says, looking at him. Huh? What for? He asks. She pauses, opting to look at him as though he'd grown another head. He quirks an eyebrow. Thanks for the meal. She says, smiling. It's no trouble at all. He smiles back. He enjoyed cooking anyway. Thank you for the food. They say, having finished their food. You're really good at cooking, you know. she says, getting up to wash her hands. It's nice hearing that. Thanks. He says, flushing a little. It's been a while since he's cooked for someone else. Eating with someone really does make the food taste better. He wonders how many meals he's eaten alone. How many nights he spent staring at his bedroom ceiling, waiting for sleep to take him. He struggles to not want to live in the past. He wonders if he should have spent more time with his mother. Not the time for this. He snaps from his thoughts, someone else is here, that needs his help right now. So, on to more pressing matters, Izuku says, wanting to nip the issue in the bud. Though she has a look of disdain on her face, she nods. Where should I start? She asks confused. At the beginning, preferably. He says, sipping from his cup. She releases a drained sigh, then takes a breath. Have you heard of Project Mirage? She asks. Project Dash, surely that was a legend of sorts? I know the gist. He asks, wondering why she would bring that up. How much do you know? She follows up. Well, there's no concrete info, but I know about the fact that the Commission has a covert operation going on in the form of heroes. The supposed operation was to train them to act as public agents that are controlled by the Commission. The supposed agents have no autonomy on their own, though. So I don't really see what this has to do with anything. He asks her. It has everything to do with it. She says, looking at him with yearning in her eyes. Izuku pauses. Why would she lead him on instead of outright telling him? Safety? What could she possibly mean by that? Everybody knows a certain part of the government operates covertly, away from the public eye. Suddenly, it clicked. Nagant was heavily influenced and surrounded by commission work. You were a part of that project? He asks. Yes. I was made into an assassin for the commission. Whatever they wanted they took. Whatever they couldn't get, they took anyway. Regardless of the means used. She says, somberly looking back on her life. She's been working with the commission since her debut, so that means, oh God. He thinks the math through. How long have you been working for them? He asks to make sure. Well, I graduated early, I'm 25 now. I've been working for them for almost 7 years now. She says, sipping from her mug. What led up to yesterday? He asks, even though it's easy to guess. I was fed up. I told myself yesterday would be the last. I told the chairman I was resigning. When I did, he agreed and said there'd be one last job. When I reached the location and asked for the client. She led on. She was the target. He finishes. I see. Well, no more of that. He says, searching for his phone. What do you mean? She tilts her head. Izuku pauses. Yeah, Nizu's help is going to be needed. Project Overthrow the Commission needs to be jump-started is what I mean. He dials up Nizu. XXX. Nizu and the other teachers are in a conference meeting, discussing the happenings of the USJ. The entire teaching body is present, considering there was a terrorist attack on UA's property. Aizawa, 13, you two were present at the scene. Camera footage of the scene is corrupted, you both will have to preface this. Nizu states. They both present a detailed account of the happenings, including Izuku's steadfast handling of the situation. Though 13 was still having mixed feelings about a kid usurping a hero's role, she relented. He was extremely powerful and mature, and she wasn't willing to use her quirk on the villains. So Aizawa, you're trying to tell me that Izuku took care of them all, by himself? Midnight peers into his soul. Look, I know the kid's strength firsthand. He asked me to stay out of it, that I'd get in his way. Aizawa defends. And you know what? He's right. I supported him by disabling other quirks. Don't you think I'd be frustrated to have a FING kid fight for me? He finishes. Now, Aizawa, we are all on the same side here. All Might tries to break up. Aizawa turns to him, squinting his eyes at the man. No. You don't get a say in this. He's like this because of you. Aizawa points. All Might understandably squints back. What? How is this my fault? All Might asks, offended. He tries to do everything by himself. He thinks he's inconveniencing others when he's asking for help. You've been training him personally for like 2 years. He states. We did nothing but spar most of the time. Young Izuku was that way when I found him. All Might defends. Nizu coughs. Breaking up their quarrels immediately. Now, please maintain decorum in this meeting. He says, tapping the desk. Was he okay? Nizu asks, staring at Aizawa. Aizawa knew full well what he meant. Aizawa shakes his head discreetly. Nizu's face is pained, he ball his fist. Realizing the place he is in, he quickly collects himself. Namuri and All Might observe this. So, because he's too strong, he had to handle the situation by himself? Does he think that the teachers are incompetent? Vlad King asks. I highly doubt that. Midoriya is an amazing student and has been a wonderful teaching assistant in my mathematics class. Ectoplasm defends. I concur, the kid is more respectful and well-mannered than 80% of the people here. His insight in the field of physics is the best I've seen. Snipe agrees. Then why? Vlad King asks. It's likely he thought he needed to do something himself, Nizu says. That is definitely the case. Midnight agrees. But that isn't the point, is it? All Might questions. It isn't, the point is that he was right. Nizu says. The room stills. Instead of uproar, there is only silence. Nizu was not an ordinary being, he did not make statements based on feelings or maybes. Think about it. All Might was supposed to be there, but he used up all his time. Besides him, who could handle 100 villains and a biologically engineered being, built specifically to fight All Might? Nizu says. So the kid, Midoriya, he corrected, decided it was in his best interest to fight them all? Vlad King asks, put off by the news. He is extremely strong and he gets stronger every day. He trains endlessly, chasing strength and excellence like a thirsty man in a desert would water. Nizu claims. However, he takes too much on by himself. He needs to trust others to handle the workload, to finish the job. If he continues this way. Nizu thinks. Midoriya Izuku would end up alone, estranged from trust and reliance. This cannot continue. We need someone to keep him in check, someone he can trust to keep things safe, someone stronger than him. Nizu says. Don't we already have All Might here? Power Loader states, confused. The time constraint placed on him is an extremely restraining parameter. Nizu says. His close relationship with Izuku doesn't help either. Midnight states. Indeed, it doesn't. I'll look for someone after the sports festival. Nizu says, picking up his files. We're still doing that? Aizawa asks. As much as I didn't want to, the commission has tied my hands on this matter. There's also the fact that the event of the USJ wasn't made public either. Nizu's phone rings, and he checks the contact. It's the man of the hour, he exclaims, the room waits to gauge his reaction. He puts the phone on speaker. Hello? Nizu picks up. Yeah, there's kind of a situation, Izuku says. Namuri and Aizawa look worried, and he takes it off speaker. If you're calling me it isn't danger, it's trouble? Nizu asks. Yeah. So, you know that Project Mirage thing from the commission? Yeah. What about it? Nizu asks. It's real, Lady Nagant was a part of it, Izuku says. Nizu pauses. He thinks it over for a second. This could work to speed up the plan I already have. He smiles. I'll be there in a second. This was no matter to discuss over a phone call. What's the kid saying? Aizawa asks. Nothing of concern, this meeting is adjourned, you are all to proceed as normal, security during school trips, however, will be raised. I'll handle Izuku myself. Nizu says. You want us to what? Nagant exclaimed, face flushed as she got up from her seat. Please calm down, Miss Nagant. This is the most reasonable course of action to take. Nizu explained, raising his hands. Nizu doesn't make suggestions baselessly, however, to ask us to live together? Izuku placed a hand over his own mouth, contemplating. XXX. So, you're telling me the Dean of UA can somehow help me? I'm not exactly convinced. Nagant folds her hands. You should know he's not just the Dean, he's probably the smartest being on the planet. He says as he collects the plates. Is he? How's he going to help me then? She asks, standing from her seat. I have absolutely no idea. He is quite the enigma himself. He heads over to the kitchen. She follows him as he does. You're sure he's going to be up for the task? She asks him. He lets the tap go loose and readies a sponge and dish soap. Yes, even if I didn't have a good relationship with him, so far as he is concerned, your situation will act as a catalyst to speed up his plans to take down the current commission elders. He begins washing the dishes. Nagant pulls out a free clean towel from the oven handle. They shift into a seemingly practiced rhythm of washing and wiping the dishes. He wants to do that, why? She asks, skeptical of the rat's intentions. UA is a powerhouse for upcoming heroes, every graduate and in turn pulls number after number, the commission, vultures that they are, like dipping their toes in that. He explains, washing a mug. She's listening carefully as he continues. As the founder of Heroes as a profession, the commission likes throwing their weight around politically, the current one, anyway. Nizu and other agencies alike are not fans of that. So he was banding together like-minded people to dash. Rebel? She asks, interrupting him. That's a gross exaggeration, though I don't know his plans. I'd deduce it involves surgically taking care of the upper echelon of the commission, then taking control of it as a whole. He explains. She smirks, clearly liking the idea. Nice, I like his way of thinking. She says, wiping a mug. The doorbell ringing cuts off their smooth conversation. Thankfully, since the dishes are clean, Izuku wipes off his hands and heads to the door. Please come inside, he says as he answers the door. Sorry for the intrusion. Nizu greets, taking off his shoes. They all sit down at the dining table. Nagant's countenance is relaxed, she's clearly doing better than last night. Now then, how'd this come to be? Nizu asks. Izuku lets Nagant explain the things he's already heard. Quite the predicament this is. If I could ask, was the one sent after you an assassin like yourself? Nizu asks, formulating a plan. As in, they worked at the commission? She asks. Nizu nods. It's unlikely they were part of the same program, but they could have been hired, I wouldn't really know. She confirms. I see, do you take care of the bodies personally? He follows up. What? No, I don't know the first thing about hiding a body. She says. What do they do about the bodies then? Nizu continues. Well, we confirm the hit, after that the commission takes care of the rest. I believe they use third-party cleaners to get rid of the body. She rethinks. Izuku does not miss the glint in Nizu's eyes. Why was that particular piece of information enough to form something on? Izuku begins thinking. If the cleaners are only in contact with the commission and not with the hitmen, then it's extremely likely they wouldn't consider a known hitman in their community to be the target. And say they found an empty spot with just blood and no body, it was extremely likely that the cleaner that happened to come across the room could end up just cleaning the blood and confirming the job. To put it in simpler terms, the commission thinks you're dead. Izuku states. What? But, wouldn't they have made a statement to the public? She asks, raising a brow, not even worried about the possible ramifications of a government body thinking that you're dead. Did they make a statement about the other victims? He asks. She stops to think. It's more than likely that they'll come up with something after the public starts noticing your disappearance, but they have no such obligation to do so. He continues. What about the public's opinion? She asks, curious rather than afraid. Public opinion? That sort of thing is more easily influenced than an impressionable child. Twitter posts, news, media outlets and other things, the commission exercises control over a minor, but noticeable portion. He answers. Nagant doesn't respond, she seems deep in thought. However, with me involved. He smirks. We have quite the advantage here. He confirms. Indeed, we do. The commission will not last much longer. Nizu nods, seemingly done forming a plan. Nagant raises a brow at their words, out of the loop. They simply stare back, questioning her brow raise. Mind cluing me in? She crosses her arms, her tone a little annoyed. Ah? They both say. Well, allow me. Nizu says. Nagant's eyes DMN near bulged out of her head and she was sure her cheeks were red with embarrassment. You want US? To what? Nagant exclaimed, face flushed as she got up from her seat. Nizu was sweating, he did not deal well with a person's emotions. Please calm down, Miss Nagant. This is the most reasonable course of action to take. Nizu explained, raising his hands. Nizu doesn't make suggestions based on baselessly, however, to ask us to live together? Izuku placed a hand over his own mouth, contemplating. If his own cheeks were flushed, neither Shura nor Nana said anything. I don't understand. Why does she have to stay with me? He says, raising a hand questioningly. I don't get it either. Surely there's a better choice. She says, exasperated. There really isn't. To put it simply, you need to lay low from the public's recognition and in case the commission ever finds out about your existence with their information network, you'll have to be guarded. Nizu explains his absurd plan. You're having me on guard duty? What about when I'm not here? He asks, sweating. He hoped Nizu didn't know about him fortifying his own house with charms. Nizu smirks and his previous attitude disappears. You think I wouldn't know about the fortifications you've placed in your home? Naive of you, my little disciple. He chuckles. There was a simple reason for the protection charms at his house. Leaking aura every night just to make sure he wasn't attacked made him tired and extremely lazy in the mornings. How Nizu found out he didn't know, he wasn't sure if he wanted to know. He sighs, then clicks his tongue. Even then, why do you think just me is enough as protection? He asks, genuinely confused about where Nizu got his confidence from. Nizu smirks again, much to Izuku's ire, pulling out his phone. Izuku and Nagant both quirked an annoyed brow. He seems to be pulling up a video. Oh god, Izuku recognizes the background. It's his fight with the villains at the USJ. This is limited content, the footage was recovered after extremely arduous work from our IT team. Nizu's proud smile kind of set Nagant off. He sees himself swiftly take care of the small fry and move on to the main show. Izuku is going toe-to-toe with that beast, losing miserably. Thankfully, the footage skips after his death. Thanks, mystery editor. He thinks. He listens to his own recitation of a Shinto poem. Then comes the arrogant declaration. Under heaven, over heaven, I alone am worthy of honor. Superscript 1, phone. Izuku smirks. Izuku, though sure he attained enlightenment, cringes at his own statement. Pfft, what? Finding it difficult to express yourself, boy? Shura mocks. No, it's just kind of embarrassing hearing myself. Nagant, thankfully not religious, is unoffended by his statements. The pure black slash of energy cleaves it beyond half, leaving only partial halves left. Jesus Christ, that was crazy. Did you ruin the whole area or something? Nagant places a hand over her mouth in disbelief. Indeed, someone that powerful at the mere age of 18 was unheard of. That's precisely what he did. Isn't that impressive? Nizu boasts. No, shouldn't you be worried about repair costs? Izuku asks. I'm rich, it hardly matters. Nizu waves him off. Though that show was impressive, I still gain nothing from this setup, you know? Nagant states fairly. Would you prefer constantly being under watch and under heavier restrictions? We'd even have to have your food checked, not to mention setting up a rotation for your guards. Nizu points out. Nagant is clearly not fond of the idea. But there are positives. Izuku here is a very good cook. Oi. Izuku interrupts. He will clean and take good care of his guests. Nizu continues. Hey. Even so. Nagant isn't sure. I'm just being ignored? Very unfair. Even if we got you some bodyguards, isn't it better to have someone in the loop and not risk leaking intel? Nizu keeps on. I suppose you're right. Nagant had to agree. What do you say then? Nizu offers a hand. Hey, what about my thoughts? I accept. Nagant shakes the hand offered. Now then. My student, what are your thoughts on the matter? Nizu unashamedly asks. You're asking me after Alria. He cuts himself off and sighs. Yeah. Fine, the lady stays at my place. He grumbles, how long until the case solidifies? He confirms. Around 6 months at the minimum. Nizu states. That's pretty fast. Wasn't it 3 years last time? Legal work was slow after all. The case will speed up significantly with the information we have. Although, you should take that number with a grain of salt. Who knows the defense they might prepare? Nizu clarifies. 6 months. That's quite a long while. Sheet. We never asked for her next of kin. He clicks his tongue. Do you have any next of kin? Nizu followed up. Just my parents, they live in the countryside. I'll explain the situation to them myself. Her face has mixed feelings written on it. She left to make the call. Her tone was somber. For some reason, Izuku felt a tinge of pain shoot through his chest. Izuku, there's a few important things so you need to go today. Nizu said. Fine, I'll make lunch and leave. Can't have the guest going hungry after all. A 10 a.m. class, by Aizawa on ethics and public conduct, it's boring as hell. No labs or experiments to F around with and no hero course training or work. More importantly, Nizu said today Izuku had to go. Izuku was stuck wondering why. Now then. That concludes today's lecture. As for the news. He pauses. The silence is grim, nothing that comes out of his mouth is usually good news. The class waits in anticipation for his words. You will all be having a sports festival, it's quite an important affair. He says, tapping his sheets on the desk. It was just something normal? Half the class exclaims. What did you think I would say? He raises a brow. Yes, the modern Colosseum of Rome. Izuku thinks, clicking his tongue. He was not fond of the festival. It needlessly reveals the abilities of future heroes. Not only that, since the event was about as popular as the Olympics, it was broadcast everywhere. His first festival was pretty fun until he caught himself theorizing how to beat the people he was watching. Then he realized if he was to enter U.A, anyone with a brain and bad enough intent would do the same. Safe to say, it was offered as entertainment but served as a pretty heavy detriment to the kid's growth. Izuku raises his hand. Yes, Midoriya. He points. I'd like to opt out of the event. He declares. The class, including Aizawa, was stunned by his display. I'd like Hitoshi and anyone else who wishes to enter underground heroism to opt out as well. Their lives were important after all. Shinso looks at him, he gazes back sharply. The purple-haired boy nods. I'd like to heed his advice and sit out. Shinso agrees. A gloved hand is raised. I'd like to sit out as well. A nervous but soft voice exclaims. A bead of sweat drops from Aizawa's forehead. After a short pause, he speaks. I'm sorry, but Hero Course students have to participate in the event. He says, with gritted teeth. Is that so? Very well. He clicks his tongue. Aizawa, though clearly shared his sentiments, could do nothing about the issue. He sympathized. He proceeds to pull out his phone. 1AGC, classwork only. Sword guy. Dash whoever wants to dip out, come meet me in the gym. Sleep needs him. Dash is this a threat or something? Sword guy. Dash? Sword guy. Dash don't use that empty head of yours and just be there. Sleep needs him. Dash yes sir. By your word sir. Sir. Sword guy. Dash I changed my mind. Sword guy. Dash it's a threat now, smiley face. Invisigirl. Dash I'll be there. Sword guy. Dash see you then. Well, the rest depends on whoever checked the group chat. The class ends with the atmosphere in stasis. Momo pokes at his back. Sheet. He never texted her. Pissed, hey! Izuku. Why'd you ignore my messages? Momo asks, settling her books in her bag. Hei turns around and grabs her index finger. She looks surprised, not shaken. I'm sorry about that. A lot came up after all that happened. I'm sorry about yelling at you as well. He offers a weak smile. She smiles back, it's alright, the situation called for it after all. She says, dismissing his apology. By the way, just what happened to your hair? It's fully turned white, you getting old or something? She jabs. No, this is just from, it doesn't matter. He shakes his head. Momo is not stupid, she catches on. You're going to have to tell me what happened in there. She smirks. It's classified so that's impossible, Izuku says, grabbing his bag and getting up to leave for the cafeteria. Hey! Come back here. He hears Momo yell. XXX. He's in the training ground meant for duels. Waiting for 2, or more, students to come by. They both along with Momo enter at the same time. Momo shoots him a look. He ignores her eyes. So, why have you called us here? Shinso interrupts Momo's death stare. I take it none of you want to attend the festival? He asks to make sure. Pretty much. They confirm. To put it simply, I will teach you the way of battle, with weapons. He says, summoning his own spear. You want us to use weapons? Momo asks. Isn't that too much for just a festival? Hagakure asks. Hitoshi and Momo look at her with disbelief. They explain what the festival really was. So, in any case, the reason I want you guys to be able to use weapons is to hide your quirk to a certain extent. He explains. Of course, you can use it if you want, but know this. Broadcasting your abilities onto the world is basically suicide. It is akin to showing the enemy the weakness of your fortress. He continues. All 3 of them nod. But just a second. These 2 I get, why are you here Momo? He asks. I just thought it was interesting. She shrugs. Leave. I will be teaching whoever stays the way to kill. He grimly says. Momo's eyes bulge a little at his statement. Shinso looks unfazed, but he looks dead 100% of the time. Wait, kill? Isn't that too much? Hagakure asks. No, to wield a weapon means to kill. He tilts his head. There was no philosophy in wielding a blade. Many sects, like the Mount Hua, Wudon, Namgung and other clans imagined the sword as a way of life. They were wrong. To wield a sword means to leave behind nothing but a trail of blood, a pile of bodies. There was nothing to be found there but death. That was what Ashina martial arts are based around. The way of the sword, hell, the path of any weapon, was murder. End of story. After hearing this, if you wish to leave, then go. I will not blame you. He anticipates Momo and Hagakure leaving. He smirks when he sees Shinsu's resolute countenance. You're prepared I take it? He asks. Yes. Short and sweet. We have 1 month. To be frank, that's not enough to wield anything but the spear. You'll be staying behind for 2 hours every day. From now on you do not have free time. He says grimly. Shinsu's face looks unchanged. Good, that's the spirit. All your free time should be spent honing the skills I'm going to beat into your body. He smirks, summoning a simple spear. Wait, beat? Shinsu's face finally changes. Yes, we'll be sparring for 2 hours. Every day. He throws the spear at him. The purple-haired boy startles. Hey! Don't throw that. He chastises. Try not to die. Izuku says, readying his spear. He proceeds to spend the next 2 hours, literally beating the basics of weapon combat into the boy. Thankfully the quirkless training sessions and the kid's own training keep him from struggling to breathe after. Nice to see someone determined. Izuku will surely enjoy training him. For the first time in what feels like an eternity, Midoriya Izuku is nervous. The only time he remembers being nervous is when Ishin climbed out of Genikairo's neck. And that was a DMN long time ago. He wasn't even nervous about the entrance exams to his dream university. Why is he nervous then? You ask? He is waiting in front of his own door, wondering if he should use the key, or just knock. What the F, PFT, ha! What an absolute moron. Shura laughs. Hey, PFT. Don't laugh at my successor. Nana barely manages to disguise her laughter. If you're going to defend me, don't laugh yourself. He facepalms. Let's just knock. Just a minute. She says, her voice muffled from behind the door. The door clicks open, she's still in his shirt. Oh, you're back. She pauses, why didn't you just use your key? She asks. His eyes are that of a dead fish. Don't ask, he sighs. After getting in, he sets his bag in his room. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon right now, they should probably set her room up. He walks up to the sofa, noticing she was watching an anime, now muted. Did you eat yet? He asks, setting his bag down on the sofa. I did, yeah. She confirms, sitting next to his bag. He sets his helmet on the table and sits next to his bag, which serves as a barrier between them. Well, we need to visit a carpenter, buy you clothes and go shopping. It'll probably take a lot of time. He says, opening his phone. Sheet, we should probably get you a new phone, right? He asks. It's probably best to play it safe. She says. Did you live alone? He asks to make sure. Yeah, there's no one in there to notice, she explains. By the way, I'm not fond of blowing someone else's money, she says, brows furrowed. No need to worry, I'm good on money. He smiles. Is that so? She looks unsure still. Totally, I bought this place with my own money, you know? He says, defensively. So this isn't just off of your dad's pockets? She mocks. No, I never had a father. He says, not hurt at all. She bites her bottom lip, ashamed at her insensitivity. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to dash. It's okay, he cuts her off. Because it really was, he didn't care much for his biological father anyway. In any case, we'll go get furniture first, then we can go in whatever order you want. He says, getting up to grab his keys. Whatever order I want? She asks again. He nods, his eyes traveling around her body language and posture to figure out what she is feeling. You probably need a lot of stuff, it might take a while but we have all day. I'm not really knowledgeable on women's clothing either, so you're going to have to come with. He explains. Her expression is unclear, she's deep in thought. Maybe it's best to visit her parents as well. He thinks it might help alleviate the burdens on her mind. She's still in the clothes he lent her, so it was definitely best to go shopping first. She's clearly thought something over, and she chuckles. You're a weird one, aren't you? She says, laughing. He squints at her then pauses, let's just go, he flushes. If seeing her smile and hearing her laugh after yesterday's sight made his heart thump, he didn't say a thing. Feeling positive things in general was new to him. At the garage, he hands her his old helmet. I'm not the biggest fan of bikes. She says, putting the helmet on. It's fine, I'm a really good driver. He reassures. He sits first and starts the engine. She sits anxiously behind him, her hands not braced on anything. You need to grab onto me, you'll fall off otherwise. He says. His voice muffled from his helmet. Is that really dash, she cuts herself off. He feels her slender yet firm hands grab across his stomach. His cheeks redden. Calm yourself, you've been in a battlefield thousands of times. He shakes his head and drives. What do you know, you're actually a pretty good driver. She says smugly, taking off her helmet. I could have come here in half the time if I actually drove. He thought. MN. I told you right? He says as he takes off his own helmet. Well, in any case, let's get started, shall we? She pumps up. Yeah, the furniture first, though. He reminds her. Oh, she visibly deflates. He holds back a chuckle, which doesn't go unnoticed by her. She glares at him, with no real weight. Taking joy in my misfortune, are you? She frowns. Chill out, it'll be just a second. He smiles. How long could a bed and desk take anyway? XXX. She seemed satisfied with the clothes she bought. Though she was holding back in the beginning, after ample reassurance from Izuku's side, she let go of her inhibitions. Though the bike is pretty nice, how are we going to take care of the bags? She held her bags up to prove her point. He looks at the ones he's holding, before releasing a set of emblems. Replace. He says, the bags disappear. Oh? That's pretty neat, get mine too. She holds it in front of him. Replace. He says again. In any case, are you hungry? We've been at this for a while. He asks. Now that you mention it, I could really go for a cheeseburger right now, she says, brushing hair off her forehead. Fast food? I'm down, it's been a while anyway. He says. I should probably bring that up there. As they sit down at their table, having ordered their food, Izuku thinks about how to bring up the issue. They've both been sitting in silence for a few minutes, clearly both deep in thought. You know dash. I was dash. Ah? They both say. You go first, Nagant says. He looks at her for a second, then continues. I was wondering if you wanted to visit your parents? He says, albeit nervously. She looks unsure at the proposal. Won't it cause them trouble? She asks, unsure. No, so long as they don't reveal your existence to the world, you should be fine. He reassures. Besides, your parents will worry about you too, right? A simple conversation now will help clear up a lot of misunderstandings in the future. He explains. Her expression is still muddled. Hey, no need to worry about it too much. It's your choice at the end of the day. If you think seeing them now is too much of a risk, I will respect that decision. He says, trying to ease her worries. Her face seems a little clear now. I'd love to go see them, it's been quite a long time since I went back home, after all. She says, smiling. The setting sun emphasized her cotton candy hair, and the orange skies reflected in her eyes, softened by the smile on her lips. He hoped she didn't notice him staring. It's probably too late to ask for an autograph, right? He thinks to himself. Caught you swooning, have I, boy? Shura asks in a mocking tone. TCH, it's nothing like that, he defends. Well, I'm sure you can ask her to sign the book you've probably drawn her in? Nana joins the fray. You both can PSS off. He says, with his cheeks red. It's nice to see him happy, huh? Nana asks Shura. Well, it's better than having him mope about and break his back working. The kid deserves to smile a little. Shura agrees. You're what they call, tsundere, right? She laughs at him. Huh. Don't mock me, woman. I'll have you know I've slayed dash. XXX. The ride there is supposed to be long. But 30 minutes in, Izuku is not locking to go at the speed he is at. Though he really didn't want to scare Nagant. Hey, you mind if I speed up? He says, voice loud and muffled to keep up with the engine. Sure. So long as it dash, she is cut off. His engine roars and he finally goes over 80 km/h. What a pain it was driving this beast at that low of a speed. Her grip on him tightens, and he focuses completely on riding. When they get there, Nagant is extremely tired. Izuku on the other hand feels refreshed. Mom was right, men shouldn't be trusted. She says, holding a hand to her mouth. Hey, I won't be accepting these slanderous comments. You said I could go. I was being courteous too, I went pretty slow, he says, taking off his helmet. They're in the countryside, a traditional Japanese house in front of them. I'll wait outside. Izuku says, wanting to back out. No. They'll want to see you. She grabs his sleeve. Why would they want to see me? He asks. Just come. She grabs tighter. He begrudgingly agrees. She rings the bell. A burly man rivaling Izuku's height, with gray hair and a thick beard, opens the door. Kana! He exclaims, immediately pulling her into a hug. My little girl. It's been so long. Aim. She's back. He yells. Izuku watches, feeling distant at the display. Dad. Calm down, don't yell. I'm right next to you. And we have a guest, she whines. Oh, what's your name, kid? The man asks, letting go of Nagant. Izuku bows respectfully. Midoriya Izuku, sir. He says. The man seems to be appraising him, nodding after he's done. Well, don't stand there, come in. Says the man. Sorry for the intrusion. Izuku greets. The traditional house does not betray the insides, tatami floors and seats made for kneeling. A lady, who he assumes is Nagant's mother, has prepared tea at the table. Kana. It's so good to see you after so long. The lady hugs her. The lady is much shorter than Nagant, her hair is dark, with a grayish tinge to it, and soft wrinkles around her eyes give her a motherly look. It's really been a while, huh? What? Has it been 5 years now? She says, returning the hug. Welcome home, Kana. She says. I'm home. She greets back. Nagant and Izuku sit down opposite her parents. So, Midoriya, Kana roughly explained the situation. But I have to ask, will you really take care of her? The father asks. Izuku raises a brow and stares questioningly at the man. Hey, don't be too rough on the kid. The lady cuts in. Now, I'm Tsutsumi Aim, nice to meet you. She bows slightly. Midoriya Izuku, pleased to make your acquaintance. He bows deeply. The man abashedly rubs the nape of his neck. The lady elbows his ribs. Tsutsumi Satu, nice to meet you. He says. To answer your question, I don't really think she's someone that needs to be taken care of, she can handle herself. He explains. The only reason I'm involved is due to the fact that multiple people from the commission might end up looking for her. If they do, I'll handle them personally. He continues. You're confident enough to take on that many people? The man raised a brow. I can assure you he's right to be. Kana steps up. Satu is clearly jumped by her gesture. No need to get defensive, dear. Your father was just making sure you were okay. It's nice to know you have someone to rely on. The lady says. Nagant releases a breath, dismissing the worries of her parents as she speaks. Well, the situation will blow over in a year anyway. There isn't much to be worried about anymore. Kana explains. The parents look at each other and smile. What? Why are you looking at each other like that? She says, folding her hands. It's just nice to see you smile like that after so long. The lady places a hand on her cheek. She tilts her head down, her cheeks heating up. What? Who's smiling? She flushes. The air of the room turns sweet, the previous suffocation leaving Izuku. The initial conversation drags on, the usual formalities take place. The drive back home, though silent, feels less restrictive than before. He's glad that at least some weight was lifted over her weary shoulders. As they both are getting ready for bed, doing their nightly routine, he remembers. By the way, you never finished what you were going to say? Izuku asks. What are you talking about? She tilts her head, face wash still on her face. Afternoon, at the burger place? He reminds her. Oh, that. She finishes washing her face. I just wanted to thank you. She smiles. Izuku wakes up the next morning again, tears in his eyes due to a dream he no longer remembers. He gets back into his now changed routine, prepare breakfast and lunch for Kana, before heading out to work out. Followed by the usual classes at UA. She wakes up by the time he comes back from his workout. Morning. He says, placing his bag down near the sofa. Morning, she yawns. Already up, huh? I'm not a morning person at all. She stretches. Well, it's just a habit at this point. He says, heading over to the kitchen. So, what should I do now? She asks him. Why was she asking him? Whatever you want? He says, confused. He grabs a croissant from the Ziploc bags he stored them in. I can go outside? She asks, tilting her head. If you do, make sure to cover your face and not attract attention. And when you do go out, please give either me or Nizu a heads up. He says. Right. She answers. I know it might feel a little on the nose, but you're the smoking gun. Them being unaware of you as long as possible will grant us a decisive blow with ease. Izuku conveys. She looks into his eyes. I don't mind settling down for a little while, Midoriya. It'll be like a little vacation. She reassures him. I'll be off now. He says, finishing his meal. Come back soon? She sends him off. Huh? When was the last time he heard those words? XXX. He spends the rest of the day drowning through classes, waiting to spar with Shinso. You know, I've been thinking, shouldn't we be using non-lethal weapons like staves or something? The boy says. Izuku shakes his head. The weak do not have the luxury of offering mercy. No, you don't have the time to do that. If we started with a wooden weapon, you'd need to get used to a metal one too. He says, twirling his cross spear. I see. What will we be doing today? The boy asks nervously. Well, as much as I want to spar, you definitely need to get a handle on the basics. He says, readying his spear. He walks up to a large boulder nearby. Shinso stands beside him, watching his movements with great detail. Izuku slashes horizontally, and the ground cracks at the leakage of aura. Deflect, your opponent's attack, find an opening, if it doesn't exist dash. He pulls his spear in, the air vacuuming along. Grasp, the grip on your spear, prepare to move inward. And finally, ready enough aura to move, the very heavens should shake with agony at your blow. The rock in front of them has a hole torn through, crumbling after its structural integrity fails. You want me to be able to do all that? That's impossible. Shinso exclaims. Of course, I don't want you to do all that. Just practice the basic moves for an hour. We'll spar once you're done. He said. Shinso does not complain about the time, simply beginning to swing his spear a little awkwardly. Izuku fixed his stances for the time of practice. All right, let's stop here. He says, looking at Shinso's hunched posture. Shinso releases a long sigh, before sitting down on the ground. Let's go get something to eat. He says, transferring his spear. Shinso, though tired, puts his spear back into the weapons rack Nizu had built in the room. Though it was already 2 p.m., the campus was pretty lively. Wait, can we go back to class first? I left my things there. Shinso says, remembering. Sure, I don't mind. He says, nodding. They walked their way to the classroom. The personal lockers were situated in a centralized room where Aizawa usually taught. Surprisingly enough, there's a class going on. He looks to Momo, who shrugs and shakes her head. Extra? He mouths. Probably. She mouths back. He looks at Shinso and tells him to sit down. Shinso looks confused and asks him what this is about. It'll probably be over soon, just wait a minute. He says. Sure enough, class ends within 5 minutes. So, cafeteria today? Momo asks him. Yep, I forgot to pack my lunch. He says, heading to his locker. You two still doing those training sessions? Kirishima asks from behind them. Why do you ask? Izuku asks before Shinso says anything. Well, I got to thinking a few days ago. Isn't it like really bad if he had to reveal all of our strengths? Wouldn't villains just straight up take advantage of us? He explains. Oh? Look at shitty hair, finally thinking. Some mob character yells. Izuku ignores that familiar voice and nods. That's pretty decent insight. You're right, a lot of villains actually do watch the festival. It's the reason a lot of seniors start dropping out of the event. Izuku commends. Wait, why don't we get to back out then? Shinso jumps in. Internships. The first years have no reliable background or experience, so they usually end up having to go into the event. So that potential employers may get a grasp on your abilities. Izuku explains further. It doesn't make sense why they would allow me to leave though. Is Nizu being pressured? Izuku thought. So, I was wondering if I could join you guys? Kirishima asks earnestly. Izuku pauses. With what he'd seen, Kirishima did not use anything except his body. His hero suit was also quite thoughtless, for the lack of a better word. I suppose the fist techniques I've studied before might do? He recollects. Well, let me ask you first, would you knowingly kill a man? Izuku asks ominously. Kirishima clearly looks weirded out by the question. Well, I suppose if they were a bad enough criminal? He says awkwardly. Not a bad answer, I suppose. How bad of a criminal? Where's the line of ethical murder? He probes. I dunno, I'd have to think about it. He says, unsure. You have until tomorrow. Izuku says, patting his back. When they were heading into the cafeteria, a jam of humans in the hallways was unexpected. The hell is this about? Another alarm? The blonde Pomeranian says. No, nothing was rung, no notifications from the school either. Izuku confirms. They're crowding around just 1A? Be a little less obvious, at least. He thinks to himself. TCH, scouting out the competition? FING extras. Get out of my way. Bakugo quickly gets annoyed. Thankfully people give him room to leave. Claps are heard as he leaves, coming from a single blonde-haired person. So this is the rumored Class 1A, some pompous child exclaimed. Why are you people crowding around the class? Fans of ours? Izuku arrogantly claims. If the blonde man is irked, he doesn't give it away, smiling grimly and speaking with condescending demeanor. Did you know? The way for general education students to get into the hero course. The blonde says in an all-knowing tone. I do, actually. Izuku stays silent. We simply need to outperform you all at the festival. To put it simply, this is a declaration of war. We'll be coming for your seats. The blonde claims. Izuku barely controls his laughter. Man, PFTT, you're a dumbass, aren't you? Where's the cameras? Izuku laughs. Huh? What's with that reaction? The blonde says, backed by some other extras. Even if you guys did get transferred to our course, do you think UA has the authority to just give someone else a student seat? He mocks. Man, competition, huh? Izuku laughs. Let's just get something to eat, you guys can ignore the morons. Izuku says, gesturing for them to follow. DMN, he really was hungry. Izuku had borrowed the class to lecture the students about their suits. Now was the best time since after the festival, internships would begin. The atmosphere in the classroom was uncertain. The students waited for Izuku to begin explaining why he borrowed the room and held an extra class. He had borrowed the class with his background as a teaching assistant during his PhD. Now, then. I'll be beginning with why I called you here. You'll also understand why I asked Aizawa to make this lecture mandatory. He says, taking the podium. All of you are to revise your costumes, besides Momo and Shinso, who I've already spoken with. He said, anticipating an unsavory response. The class uproared. Why do you expect dash? Who the hell do you dash? And so on were heard. Izuku was no fan of wasting time, especially in this case since he had a simple hour. He bangs his hand on the desk. Silence. I am not here to waste my time, consider the implications I am about to highlight. Izuku yells. First, most of you aren't wearing any armor. Instant no, fashion is secondary to utility. All those that have exposed vital areas, including the neck, are to revise their costumes. Izuku explains. Again, these are crucial to your own safety. If you value your life over your looks, make the DMN changes, you know who you are. Izuku looks at a few students. 2. No heels for the ladies, or men, I don't judge, footing is the most important thing when doing anything standing up. Fall headfirst anywhere, you're likely dead, or heavily injured. He goes on. 3. Nothing that obstructs eyesight, or changes your vision, like tinted glasses, clunky headgear, and so on. Vision is almost as important as your footing. He says, looking at Uraraka and Kaminari. Wait, don't other heroes do a lot of the things you're telling us not to? Kaminari interrupts. If an accomplished person does something wrong, does that make that thing right? Izuku counters. No, it doesn't. Kaminari says, sitting down. Midoriya, my quirk already acts as armor, do I really have to change my suit? Kirishima asks. Do none of these guys have a brain? Izuku thinks to himself. Tell me, when you're getting shot in the chest. Repeatedly, would you rather have 2 plates of armor or 1? Izuku explains, without judgment. 2, oh I see now. Kirishima sits down. This last one is optional, but just as important in my personal opinion. Do not use bright colors if you can help it, stick to plain black or just camouflage if you must. Izuku finishes. Stealth is pretty important when considering night patrols or missions, for example, red is seen clearly due to its high wavelength and low dispersion. If anything, use extremely dark shades, if you're planning on using bright colors. He explains. The class calms down and reasonably thinks about the points strewn across. Now, you're probably wondering why I made this lecture an hour long. He begins. You'll be making your costumes, from scratch. Start with black and white, no colors. You can use my blueprints as the base. He pulls up a hologram. Can we not do this later? Zero asks. No, if you postpone this for later, you're never getting it done. Get the basic idea finished in this class. The final product is to be submitted to Aizawa 4 days from now. He states. If you need help, feel free to ask any questions. He sits down at the teacher's desk. Todoroki raises his hand. Yes, Todoroki? Why did your hair turn completely white? Are you old now? Or are you perhaps Todoroki asks. I meant questions with the suits, Izuku says, pulling his phone up. Oh. Todoroki sits down, dejected. No one seeks his help for the beginning 15 minutes. Midoriya-kun? An invisible woman walks up to his desk. Yes. Hagakure, what's the matter? He tilts his head, putting his phone away. Shouldn't she already have a DNA-based suit ready? He thinks back. I was wondering what to do for my suit. I can't wear anything, so . Excuse me? He interrupts. What the F-? Surely not? ? Her usual emotive behavior disappeared. What do you normally wear during hero course training? Izuku asks, not liking the image in his head. What do you mean what do I wear? She asks. Izuku knocks the joint of his index finger on his chin, repeatedly. You're telling me, the uni gave you those gloves and boots as your costume? Izuku asks, frustrated. Yes? She says confused. What the actual F-? Alright, come with me. He grabs her hand, gently. The rest of you, keep working. He dismisses. Midoriya-kun? This is kind of . They head outside the class. Okay, for starters, I want you to send a sample of your hair to the support department once we're done. I need to call someone. Izuku says. The line rings once, and Nizu picks up. You in the office? Izuku asks. Yeah, what may be the matter? Nizu asks. I'm heading there in a bit. Izuku says, gesturing for Hagakure to follow him. He cuts the call. When they first gave you the suit, what did you do? He asks. Well, I gave it back and asked them to remake it, but they messaged me back saying that it wasn't possible. She explained. That's so, he grinned. The atmosphere in Nizu's office is tense. Nizu has a smile on his face, but his body language betrays that. So, you're telling me they ? Yes. What is the support gear company UA is affiliated with? Izuku asks, pulling up the notepad on his phone. Gear Up, I believe, Nizu said. We'll be cutting ties with them, immediately. Nizu claims. That's fine and all, but what should she do for her suit in the meantime? He asks. You're acquainted with Power Loader, yes? Nizu asks, picking up the landline. I got it, Izuku says standing up. Hagakure follows his action. Could you come see me after your classes end? Nizu says. Okay. Hagakure answers. They both step out. Alright, I'll come with you, we're heading to the support department, Izuku says. Alright, do you know why he called me to his office? She asks nervously. Probably a lawsuit, Izuku states. What? She exclaims. Yep. He doesn't elaborate. No, what do you mean dash? We're here. He interrupts. He knocks on the door, then proceeds to walk in, ignoring the invisible girl. Oh, if it isn't the guy that ruined all my bots. The masked man disdainfully said. He spotted Mei in the back, tinkering away. I already apologized for that. He defends. Yeesh, take a joke, girls like boys that laugh, you know? Majima says. Izuku ignores his comment. He lets go of his weld gun and puts it back into place. So, what do both of you need? The masked hero asks. Not me, just her. I'm heading out. Izuku says. Showing her the way was enough. He feels a hand grasp onto him. Aren't I supposed to go to class after this? The lady says, looking into his eyes, probably. No, you're free to go, not like you can customize that suit either. He says, grabbing her palm and unhooking himself. She could handle Nizu. Probably. Now then, the training session for the day. Izuku was pretty proud of Shinso's skills. 2 weeks had passed and the kid had a good handle on the basics. Kirishima never ended up joining them, whether due to fear or second thoughts, Izuku was unaware. Just 2 more weeks until the festival. The end of March, the beginning of April. Cherry blossoms bloom this time of the year. Izuku had mixed feelings about this month. On one hand, it was always nice to see the petals bloom. The weather was perfect for outings. On the other, each time he'd see the sakura petals fall, his thoughts would go to the past. April was the month his mother died, after all. Shinso stopping his rhythmic movements snaps him out of his thoughts. Is that good enough? The boy asks. Yes, that's good enough for now, Izuku answers. Well, what now? Am I stronger? He asks, doubtful. On a fundamental level, yes, Izuku confirms. Let's cross spears again, Izuku says, grasping his spear. Shinso readies himself, preparing to strike first. A horizontal slash from Shinso, deftly parried. Izuku immediately moves to counter with a move of his own. Shinso matches his blade, slashing downward. His spear's momentum plummets, shooting to the ground. Shinso moves to move, hoping to end the match. Izuku jumps forward, stopping the move by stepping on the blade of the spear. What the dash? Shinso is thrown off. A simple push to his chest causes the boy to fall over. Still no match for you, huh? Shinso says. Of course, if I lost to anyone in this place I'd isolate myself in the mountains and train for 20 years. Izuku says, offering a hand. But still. To grow this much in a short time? He's definitely talented. Izuku thought. Shinso grunts as he grabs his hand. You're that confident? Shinso asks. Yes. Izuku curtly responds. Shinso pauses, whether to question his statements or laugh at him mentally. Izuku is unaware. What now? Now that I've mastered the basics? Shinso asks. I wouldn't say you've mastered them, but your question still stands. Izuku says. He takes a long pause. You should teach him. Shura says. Oh? Why do you think so? Izuku asks. The flames of hatred tell me that he doesn't carry much darkness. He's diligent too, having someone to teach would serve as a good experience for you as well. Shura explains. Izuku pauses to think about that. Not like you to actually give a good reason. He retorts. Listen here, boy. I was the dash. Izuku mentally cuts him off. Hey, you good? Kind of spaced out on me there. Shinso awkwardly says. Oh, I'm fine. He snaps from his thoughts. Next up, is aura. Izuku says. Aura. Shinso parrots. Theory and fundamentals will come later. Let's get that engine up and running first. Sit down. Izuku commands. Shinso follows his words, sitting down Indian style. There is one condition I have. Izuku prefaces. What is it? Shinso asks. You are, under no circumstances to teach this to anyone else. Izuku says. There's no need to make him my disciple yet. I haven't taught him anything that important for now. He thinks. Alright, I agree. Shinso says. Izuku places both of his palms on Shinso's back. Now, think back on your life, each choice you've made, every good decision, every instance you were kind. Everything that made up the good memories. Izuku says, channeling aura. It kind of burns. Also, there isn't much good about my memories. Shinso says. Izuku takes note of that comment. It'll burn worse. Now think of the bad, each instance you wronged someone, and when someone wronged you. Think of the times you wished death upon innocent people, times where you thought that life itself had done you a disservice personally. Izuku says, speeding up. It kind of burns a lot. Shinso says, grunting. Focus, imagine a world where nothing but you exist, where there is only your life and its happenings. How does that world look? Is it bright? Is it beautiful? Or is it ugly? Does it look like God itself decided to personally make a trash can made for the bottom feeders? Izuku continues. Shinso has taken to biting into his shirt to quell his yells. Imagine this world as the only thing that truly exists, all your pain, your misery, your struggles. The good, the bad, all of it, is the only thing that is real. He was mostly done, just for the final touches. Now, visualize it. How does it feel when you look inside that world? Izuku asks, stopping his flow of aura. Shinso sighs at the pain stopping. It should feel just like Dash. It feels like home. It's ugly, filled with nothing but bad memories, but it's home. Shinso says. Good, you succeeded then. We'll be spending the last few weeks on enhancements and the like. Izuku says, getting up. Shinso was still on the floor. The F are you doing? Get up, we're not done with the 2 hours. Izuku says, grabbing his spear. Are you serious? I just felt like acid was poured into my bloodstream, can we not? Shinso asks, lying flat on the floor. Oh? Look at this brat, fine, you can just die lying there. No. Wait. I'll get up. Shinso exclaims, frantically standing up. Go get your spear. Izuku commands. Shinso sighs and follows his words. I wonder if he'll reach the plane me and Ishin did. Will you be able to show me your world, Shinso? Izuku thinks to himself. XXX. He opens the door with his key, and then announces his arrival, as his courtesy. I'm home. He says, taking off his shoes. Kana was watching a romance film on the TV. Welcome back. She greets. Is she watching La La Land? Pretty neat. He says, setting his bag down. It is, right? I've been wanting to watch it for the longest time, but I never found the time. They're both so cute together. She said, unaware. Welp, get ready to cry. It's a classic. I'll go take a shower. He says, getting up. The shower was cold, he got in and out quickly. He needed to get some academic work done, so he got to that in his room. An hour or so later, he walks out. Sure enough, Kana is sobbing quietly on the sofa. Yeah, me too, girl. Even Shura was angry at the ending. It wasn't bad or anything, it was written perfectly. It was simply bitter. Like life itself. It's so unfair. Ugh. Now my day is ruined. She exclaimed, frustrated. Izuku is about to get baking. Today was a day off of work anyway. Since Kana was available. Hey, my lady, would you like to bake your sorrows away? He asks. Kana looks nonplussed but decides to play along. I'll have you know, royal chef, I've lived on nothing but instant ramen and convenience store bentos. She says smugly. That isn't something to be proud of, you know. He says. Her attitude remains unbroken. Well, I'll teach you, baking is way easier compared to cooking. Well, simple things anyway. He says. She looks interested, a contrast to her previous expression. We'll start with just some bread. Pretty rudimentary. The baking session ends with Kana's hair covered in flour. But hey, at least they got some bread done. That was pretty fun. Kana says. He smiles at her, baking is pretty fulfilling. Nothing better than eating the bread you worked for. Izuku says. It's nice to see that visiting her parents really helped her. He wonders how long they stayed out of contact. He'd rather not think about that. Hey, you listening to me? She asked, waving her hands in front of him. Sorry, spaced out. He said. I was asking if you could teach me how to bake? She asks, her cheeks a little red. Sure, I don't mind. He says casually. That was pretty easy, are you not going to charge me coin? Oh royal chef, she teases, her tone a young lady's. Please, my lady, all you need to do is ask. He bows. PFTHA haha, she laughs. Hey, don't laugh. You started this. He says, embarrassed. He throws a patch of flour at her as revenge. She throws some back. He sneezes. What? Can't talk what you dish out? She teases again. It is on. The flour battle lasts for a few minutes before they realize the kitchen is all dirty. Oh, it's been a while since I've had that much fun, Izuku, thank you. She smiles at him. Their flour tussle had painted her cheeks a beautiful pink. God, she's pretty. Happy to help. He smiles back. I'll help clean. She says, grabbing a cloth. I'd appreciate that. He thanks her, picking up a cloth of his own. Izuku is humming a tone, folding butter sheets into his croissant dough. Kana is watching him with concentration. Extreme concentration. SHEWASTOTALOYNOTLOKINGATHFOREARMSTHIOTHEALOYANGATHOTFOREARMSTHIOTHEALOFFHSROLLEDS. Izuku finishes up with the batch of dough and looks to Kana. It looks pretty easy, but you're bound to mess it up the first time. Izuku says, looking at her. She seemed dazed. Tsutsumi-san? He waved his hand over her face. Oh, yeah, got it. She nodded. She begins making her batch of dough. By the way, isn't the UA Sports Festival soon? She asks, kneading away. Oh yeah, it is. He says, cutting the dough into long pizza shapes. Shouldn't you be worried? She asks. Ah, that reminds me, I need to get my sword picked up later this evening. He notes nonchalantly. Kana opts to simply look at him, any response having died on her tongue. She doubted he had any reason to worry, but still, to carelessly tutor someone at baking of all things before an important event was. Her train of thought was interrupted by Izuku's voice. Speaking of the festival, do you want to come watch? He asks her, rolling the pizza-shaped cut dough into a croissant. Won't people from the commission be there? She asks, uncertain. Ah, shoot, you're probably right. Maybe just the TV then? He says, embarrassed. Yep, just the TV. She says. It was fine, really. Working as a sniper made her dislike crowds, them being prime assassination spots. Now, we rest the dough. He says. Nagant hasn't even finished folding her butter in yet. She looks to him for help. Izuku watches her, staring at him. Help? She asks. No, I quite like seeing you look confused. He says smugly. You have a bad personality, please fix it. Kana says, sticking out her tongue. After helping Kana with her dough, he heads out to get his sword again. The next morning, he meets up with Shinso, who is a nervous wreck due to the upcoming event. They share curt nods and both walk towards the campus. It was early, 6 in the morning to be precise. Students were to arrive before 7 a.m. and make their way to the stadium at 9 a.m. They needed to arrive early for routine checks, uniforms, health, etc. I get that you're my teacher and all, but was it fine to spend the last 2 days doing nothing? He asked, anxiously. Izuku takes a good look at Shinso, before answering the question. Shinso, I capped out the written test and the physical test, do you think I was spending the last 2 days working my butt off for that result? He asks, trying to provoke his thinking. You weren't? Shinso asks. No. All the work that I needed to do, I did after finishing high school, would 2 days change the end result? He replies. Shinso takes a short pause, thinking about what he just said. So you're saying I've already done what I can? He asks. Yes. All that's left is to do your best. He nods. You remember what I told you? Izuku asks, to confirm. Yeah, to not use my quirk, at all. Shinso confirms. By the way, your mood looks dimmer than usual, did something happen? Izuku asks. Oh. I tried to pet a bunch of cats on the way here, but they all ignored me. He says, with great pain in his voice. I see. Izuku says, patting Shinso's back. Well, it's good Shinso already knew why he wasn't supposed to use his quirk. Objectively speaking, the greatest part of his quirk was the mystery. If it was broadcasted into the world, it would be his undoing. They enter the classroom. Though it's quiet, a few people are still in. Morning. He greets Momo, sitting down beside her. Shinso takes the seat in front of him. How are you feeling? Pumped? Izuku asks. Mostly nervous, my mom's gonna be in the stands. She says, grim faces. Oh? I haven't seen Auntie in quite some time, she stepped down right? He asks, remembering the headlines. It was the news that sparked the loss of contact between them. The one that lasted almost 3 years. Izuku lost his mother, while Momo got hers back from the corporate world. That alongside going to different schools, Izuku dipped into vigilantism and overworked himself to the point where even the idea of keeping ties was absurd. He knows it's his fault. He pushed everyone away. It wasn't their job to read his mind. It's just. He sighs, cutting his thoughts off. It all spiraled downwards after Inko left. At least Momo and he were friends again, he's thankful that fate brought them together once more. She did, yeah. It's good to have her back. Momo says, nodding. I bet it is. He thinks. He doesn't mean to be bitter. He doesn't, it's just, he probably hasn't let go yet. That's likely why he never seems to sleep well anymore. What an awful start to an awful event. Maybe he could make things a little interesting. XXX. They're waiting in the wings of the stadium, eager for their arrival to be announced. Unlike his hero suit, he's wearing a normal black suit alongside his trusty black eye patch, with no enhancements. There was no way he was going to wear that absurd jersey the college provided. Now, The students of 1A, the hero course of UA. They are the ones entering the field. He hears Midnight announce. How dramatic. He doubts this year would be different for the remaining classes. The class begins walking uniformly, with 1B and the remainder shadowing them. And right behind them are the classes 1B through K. She finishes. The rest of the classes are unenthused about this, but they make no derogatory remarks about Izuku's class. He doesn't know why everyone is mandatory in this event. To not make them feel excluded perhaps? It is what it is, he supposed. I'll be requesting the record-breaking candidate up on the stage to perform a speech. Hop on up. Midoriya Izuku, she exclaimed, from up high on the stage. He stares at her for a bit, raising a brow. After getting a wink back in response he sighs. So, what's all this then? Why wasn't he notified? He hadn't prepared a speech. He smirks, remembering his previous thoughts. Maybe this could be interesting. He bends down in front of the stage, instead of opting to climb the stairs. White lightning wails throughout his body, lustfully licking at his skin, begging to be used. He jumps, landing perfectly on the stage. The crowd roars at his entrance. He nods at Nemuri. She flashes a motherly smile that doesnotmakehisheartache. He smiles back at. He taps the mic to check if it's functioning. You're all probably wondering why someone as overqualified as me is attending this event. Sadly enough it's mandatory. I will assure you though, I plan to make things fair. He starts, letting uncertainty grow. Whispers echo throughout the stadium, questioning his words. What you just saw was my quirk in action. I will refrain from using it the entirety of the festival. It is my gift to those that are questioning my presence here. He says. The classes start speaking loudly, judging him for his every move. You all probably think that I'm arrogant. You know what? You're right. I was quirkless for 15 years of my life, and there was still no one my age standing on the same level as me. Honestly speaking, you're all going down. He offers all of you a thumbs down, smirking arrogantly as he does. He drops the mic after. The crowd gets impossibly loud, the people in the stands and the students roaring with excitement and rage. Phew. Nemuri whistles, good job riling them all up. She says, looking at the crowd. He nods, before jumping back down. Surely that was too much? Shinso asks him. Everyone hates you now. He says looking around. Keep watching, I'll make it worse. He smirks. They want publicity? I'll show them publicity. He thinks to himself. The only person the tabloids are getting is him. The first event is relatively boring. An obstacle race. In his 3 years at UA, it's happened twice before. He already knows the vast amount of obstacles they have. They're placed in a tunnel, the course is 5 kilometers. The only interesting part was the fact that 1A was in the back, fitting considering they were the hero course. Todoroki's energy is fired up, clearly readying an attack. Well, if they get stopped by something as meager as this, that's all they were worth. He thinks. 3, was that Mike? 2. And Aizawa? 1 dash. It seems that they both are the announcers this year then. Start. Izuku disappears the instant he hears those words. Shinso is right behind him. You can do it if you try, eh? He asks him, sprinting. How far back are they? Shinso asks in disbelief. Why don't you check? Izuku asks. Shinso looks back, then back up front. Holy sheet. They're so goddamn slow. Shinso exclaims excitedly. This is just the beginning. Wrong, you're just fast. Don't you feel the strength in your veins? Izuku asks. I do, it's just hard to imagine. Shinso mumbles. Well whatever, I'll see you at the end, try to keep up. Izuku said as he sped up. The remainder of the race is uneventful, if it could even be called that. Izuku has a pretty decent lead, second place is 2 solid minutes behind him, that is Shinso, tackling for his spot against Todoroki and Bakugo. There's no way Shinso loses this. He thought, looking at the minefield in front of him. Forming an optimal path in his head was important, execution would come next. A few seconds later, he sprints right across. The crowd roars as he sprints out from the tunnel. And that's Midoriya. Taking first place for himself. Mike announces. He didn't particularly break a sweat, a 5-kilometer run was measly, not worth mentioning. It was going to be a close match between those 3, probably. As predicted, Shinso comes second, followed by Bakugo and Todoroki. How'd you lose the lead by that much? Izuku asks his student. Shinso takes a sharp breath in before answering. A 0-pointer ended up slowing me down, he says, disappointed at himself. Izuku smiles at him. Humble, that was good. A forgivable mistake, have faith in yourself Shinso, you wouldn't have gotten second place if you were weak. This isn't luck. Izuku says, trying to build some confidence. I'll try my best. Shinso says, rubbing the nape of his neck. Just a few seconds later, other students begin rushing in. Well, they should be capable of at least that much. Izuku thought to himself. UA wasn't a hero school with the highest cutoffs in the world for nothing, after all. A few minutes later, the rush of students seemed to slow down and eventually come to a complete stop. That makes all of our lovely competitors for round 2, Namuri announces. She allows the aforementioned students to gather themselves, before beginning another announcement. The next event will be decided by a picker wheel. She exclaims. Izuku doubts it was random. Analysis over the late years UA has lasted shows that it only actually cycles between 5 events, the rest laying there as placeholders. Midnight pulls the lever, the crowd waits in anticipation for the next event. With a loud ding, it stops at Cavalry battle. Seriously? Of all things it had to be that. He thought to himself. It is the Cavalry battle this year. She announces. The crowd, along with Izuku himself, is very unamused. After running a boring race, the last thing he wants to do is a cavalry battle. He pauses his thoughts when midnight seems. However, there's going to be a twist. The first place this year will get a headband worth 1,000,000 points. They're also restricted to continue alone, she claims. The crowd cheers, exhilarated to watch Izuku suffer. The remaining opponents in the arena seem to be eyeing the headband. Midnight had thrown him. The rest of the teams received theirs from a sorting box. But before that, a 10-minute water break for the kids. She interrupts. I suppose this is better than having a single team that wouldn't lose under any circumstances? Nana consolates. Yeah, it's better this way. He agrees. He feels nostalgia coming from Nana. You've been here before, right? He asks, leaning next to a wall. She affirms, it's changed quite a lot over the years. It's natural, I suppose. She responds back. Izuku notices Shinso forming teams a distance away. Nice to see him be social for once. The buzzer rings a few minutes later, cutting off his and Nana's conversation. All teams ready? She asks. When no objections came through. Start. Izuku was situated in the far corner. The people in the arena had given him enough respect to not go straight for him. He doesn't make a move, or plan to, considering the free victory headband is on his head. All he really needs to do is defend. He doesn't allow himself to relax, that would mean DEATH losing, after all. He doubts he would lose, considering the enlightenment he gained recently. He's still leaning against the wall when he senses 20 people, 5 teams, near his vicinity. Not a bad strategy. He thinks to himself. As though a strategy really matters, just use that. Shura provides. It wouldn't be fair if I did. Izuku responds. If they come at you, they should come prepared to lose. Shura claims. He summons his sword, dismissing Shura's arrogance. There was no need to use that when the people he was against were simple hero prospects. He thought that until he spotted all of 1A, with Kendo in Momo's team. Momo, Ida, Bakugo, and Todoroki were the heads. What a grand celebration. He exclaims, what great deed I must have done to deserve such a lovely entrance. He continues. TCH. Katsuki clicks his tongue, don't pin me together with these runts. He exclaims. This happened on accident, okay, you aren't allowed to hate me afterwards. Momo defends. It's nothing personal, Midoriya. Todoroki coldly states. I am extremely sorry for this imbalance. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Ida mechanically apologized. They all had smirks on their faces, the only thing betraying their faces were the slow streams of sweat and extremely cautious behavior. It was a simple standoff, 1 versus 20. I'm not allowed to blame you afterwards? He looked at Momo, and she gulped, then you aren't either. He claims. We'll let you make the first move, an extra deserves to get a chance at least. Katsuki exclaims. The air of that part of the arena is shaken. I take it you're using it then? Shura asks. He ignores the demon and prepares. He closed his eyes, feeling the depth of the prayer he was about to recite. Fields of bodies, mountains of dead. Down Dragon Spring River, our country bled. He unsheaths his blade. A fiery god. Demon wolf, in red. The crowd surrounding him braces, as though that would help. Reality imposition. Reality imposition. Aura is, in its simplest form, energy. The path begins with enhanced senses. From there, one needs to create a world where the aura can rest and recover. This world is initially created unconsciously, with simplistic, uncomplicated concepts and sights. However, as a martial artist would begin learning the enhancement part of aura, they would need to be in tune with themselves, to use it efficiently. As a person slowly garnered mastery over their aura, they would need to solidify their world, to exert force or bring the energy within them, outside. Reality imposition was only possible if one knew themselves, wholly and without doubt. Reality imposition was to bring that world that you solidified for decades, outside, literally imposing your world into another. And since this world was something that aura gathered and rested at, bringing it out would make a place super saturated with aura, the possibilities were endless. Half a second is more than enough. He thinks to himself. The scenery around them changes just for an instant, going unnoticed by all but a select few. The proud castle of Ashina burned brightly behind him in the distance. The arena changes to the battlefield he's familiar with, bounded by nothing but a river of blood. The sight of bodies littering the battlefield takes him back to the time he fought off the sculptor. Now was not the time. Izuku is standing behind the teams, with all their headbands in his hand. The team leaders feel their forehead empty. Upon checking it, their suspicions are confirmed. What happened? Momo asks. Look behind you, Izuku states, from behind them. Bakugo looks the most furious, Todoroki seems startled more than anything, and Ida seems to be blaming himself. He swirls around the 4 headbands along his index finger. You probably didn't even see what happened. He claims. Their wide eyes and silence give him an answer. Since I don't want this to happen again, I'll just dash. He opens his palm, using the flames of hatred to burn the bands. What the hell are you doing? Katsuki exclaimed. You're a smart cookie, don't ask stupid questions now, Izuku responds. Bakugo grits his teeth, deciding against speaking. The others stare at him, with no thoughts in mind. If you didn't catch what happened, you aren't getting what's on my head. Try other teams if you don't want to fail. He shoos them, feigning boredom. The teams look offended at his statement. What's stopping us from working together and getting your band? Kirishima calmly asks. The time constraint, you have 30 minutes until you lose, Izuku responds. Unless you want to keep trying your luck and waste the time away banging your head against a wall, I suggest going for other headbands. He wanted his class to go forward. This was not the time for strength checks. The teams are sensible, they grit their teeth and begin their search for more headbands, leaving Izuku behind. Izuku pays no mind to the positions the board displayed. XXX. Now that that's taken care of, we'll be proceeding on to the yearly tournament. She announced. The audience enjoyed this very much, considering the energetic cheers they received. Before that, however, a 15-minute break for the hard workers. Mike elaborates. Izuku took the time to scout out those that were in the crowd. The league had previously attacked in a confidential location. It was likely that 1A was being watched. Tsukachi and Shizuoka's finest were assisting UA with the investigation, outside of UA walls, that is. Izuku has been killed, and stabbed in the back by his own father. Fellow students could very well be traitors. There's no way Nizu hasn't thought of that. He notes. Nizu likely had countermeasures ready, and Izuku trusted his teacher. Besides a few heroes, he doesn't detect anything noteworthy. He finishes up on due diligence. He makes his way to the pavilion where the students are supposed to be seated. As he makes his way, however. Midoriya, a second of your time? A voice he recognizes speaks from behind a wall. What is it, Todoroki? He asks. Not the location for this. Follow me. He motions. Since it sounds serious, Izuku decides to play along. They stop inside a waiting room. So? What is it? Izuku asks. Todoroki takes a short second. Your quirk, the one you used in the beginning, it's a lot like All Might's. He says. Is our cover blown already? He panics internally, not letting emotion show on his face. Shoto pauses then continues, are you his illegitimate son or something? He asks with a staid face. Izuku tries to hold back his laughter. He fails miserably. I was being serious, Shoto says, a light pink staining his cheek. Oh, God. That was the most I've laughed in a long while. Izuku recovers. I'm not related to him at all. He answers through a bout of laughter. I was asking because, he pauses, Endeavor is my father. He says. Izuku leans back and gasps, placing a hand on his chest in mock surprise. No sheet? For real? I never would have guessed. He says sarcastically. Shoto pays his antics no mind and continues. I think you're still related to All Might somehow. If I'm right, it means I have to beat you. He says dramatically. Izuku thinks about that for a moment. Is that why you want to become a hero? He asks. My left side was given to me by my father, I will abstain from using it and become the #1 hero. He says, clenching his left fist. Izuku sighs, annoyed. Say, do you like your father? He asks. I get that it's probably trauma response, but please be a little self-aware. He thinks to himself. Shoto stares at him in disbelief, of course not. He exclaims. Then why can't you see that you're behaving exactly like him? he says, with a cutthroat attitude. What? Shoto stares at him, confusion clear on his face. I've had a few run-ins with Endeavor, not the best of times, for him, that is. I know his history quite well. He mentions. Yagi-sensei is quite a gossiper, very unlike him. He thinks back. You do? Todoroki asks. He wanted to become the number one with just strength. Look where that got him. Your goals and behavior are quite similar to his. You need to take a long hard look at yourself. He says, leaving the room. Phew, better get some water in before the break ends. Nana mentions. Right. Edgy teenagers were not easy to deal with, and that conversation felt aggravating, like it took years off of his undefined lifetime. Cementos had the stage ready in record time. Experts were still experts, it seems. Everyone but one student from 1A passed, and Ojiro and a 1B team he was with failed. A set amount of students from Class B seemed interesting. He hoped the fights would be fun. I summon Midoriya, Izuku and Hitoshi Shinso onto the stage. Present Mike announces. He and Shinso share a look, before jumping off the pavilion. They finish up stretching quickly. Both fighters ready? Midnight asks. No. Izuku stops her. She turns off the mic momentarily. What's the problem? Midnight asks. His spear, where is it? He asks. It wasn't approved, they said that a support item needed to relate to my quirk. Shinso defends the school. I see, Izuku says, not allowing anger to show. We're all good then? Midnight asks. They both nod. 3 beeps and the horn will indicate the beginning of the battle. Midnight heads back up to the referee's stand. A beep. He summons his cross spear, throwing it to Shinso. I didn't need your pity. He says, grasping the spear. Another beep. It isn't pity. He unsheaths. Well, I'm thankful. He gets into a stance. Another beep. I'll only be defending. Come at me. The horn sounds. Shinso moves swiftly, dashing forward with resolution in his steps. A move, Izuku notices. He parries, with no difficulty. TCH. This isn't about brute strength, Shinso. Technique over force, finesse over strength. Izuku says, annoyed. Shinso recovers, moving forward with a downward slash, and Izuku parries. Shinso spins into a slash to Izuku's right, using the momentum of the parry. That's right, that's exactly it. He smiles. Izuku counters, parrying his right slash and Spartan kicking him in the chest. Hey! Shinso exclaims, you said you'd defend. I lied. Izuku dashes forward, aiming for a downward slash. Shinso gets up and dodges the slice, and Izuku immediately moves for a horizontal slash. Shinso parries, and Izuku counters with a kick straight to the side of his face. Shinso blocks with the wooden end of his spear. A standstill. It ends here then. Izuku enforces aura within his right fist, punching Shinso in the chest. Shinso recovers in record time, however. Ring out, Midoriya is the winner. Aizawa announces. Izuku walks out of the field to give Shinso a handshake. A shame, indeed. I would have loved to continue that. We'll pick up after this thing ends, yeah? He says, holding out his hand. Shinso shows a rare smile, yeah, sure will. What a show of sportsmanship. Give it up for these two. Mike exclaims, clapping. As they make their way to the pavilion, Izuku decides to tell him something. I'm proud of you. You came this far with nothing but spars and training. In just 2 weeks, you've made unprecedented growth. He pats Shinso on the back. Shinso looks away, clearly embarrassed. It's all thanks to you. He says. My teachings would be nothing without your efforts, just take the DMN compliment. He says, ruffling his hair. He sits down next to Momo, and Shinso sits behind him. Todoroki and Shiro are next, what do you think? Momo asks. Nothing to be said there. Izuku sighs. The third match also ends in the blink of an eye, with Kaminari heavily relying on his quirk against Ibra, who held a type advantage. He was bound to lose. The fourth match was at least a little entertaining. Mei came to use Ida to advertise her products, to snag some investors and left the stage. The fifth concluded in a flash as well, with Mina quickly acidifying the Frenchman's belt. Now, please enter the stage, Yayorozu Momo, and Fumigate Tokoyami. Mike announced. Momo looks at him and nods. Don't rely on your quirk, he's fast, he won't give you the time. He offers. She nods, moving towards the stairs. Good luck. He says as she leaves. The horn sounds, indicating the beginning of the match. Momo quickly generates a sword, opting for aggression instead of defense. Good start. He thinks. She repelled the first blow, smacking a dark shadow across the face. She sprints towards Tokoyami, who is waiting for Dark Shadow to recover. Dark Shadow recovers as she's just a foot away, immediately withdrawing. However, she's faster, a blow across his chest immediately causes him to falter. The wound is shallow, but a sword held to his neck forces him to surrender. The fierce Yayorozu Momo is our winner, Mike announces. She looks shaken, holding the sword tightly, before letting it drop to the ground. She heads back to the pavilion. With a sigh, she sits back down. What's the matter, you won, did you not? Izuku asks, quirking a brow. I hurt a classmate, she sighs. I don't know how you do it, hurting someone with a sword feels so personal. She says. He doesn't need to think to answer that. The path of the sword is the path of murder. It's an instrument to kill. It's something I acknowledged as soon as I started practicing. Besides, you'll have to hurt people in the future, or they'll hurt you. It's just how it is. He answers. She doesn't respond. Only stares at his face. She seemed to search for something in his eyes. What it was something he couldn't know. Question mark. He quirks a brow. She looks away. Could you teach me after this? She asks. If you find the resolve, I'd be happy to. He smiles. If she would learn, he'd rather be the one guiding her instead of a second-rate. Thanks. She says, smiling back. Uraraka seemed nervous, he noticed. Uraraka-san? I have a few books on how to beat Katsubakugo. He corrects himself, if you need them. They'd be quite the help. He offers, pulling up his bags. Uraraka smiles brightly, before shaking her head. I can't, you've helped us in the quirkless sessions a lot already, and I even decided against joining your after-class lectures. She says, resolved. I see. Quite admirable of her, good luck then. Thanks. She says as she leaves. After a decent pause, Shinso speaks up. What do you think? You've been right so far. Shinso asks. You're making bets, aren't you? He asks, Shinso nods. Anger issues is winning. Izuku says. I see, Shinso says, clicking his tongue. You shouldn't underestimate her like that, it's pretty rude, Momo says. Didn't mean to, besides, there's not much room for her to win with the reliance on her quirk. The direct way would be to just try to touch the guy. He explains. Momo is listening, he continues, which isn't going to happen in any universe, he isn't a moron. The next would be a debris shower, which is probably what she's going to go for. Momo stays quiet at his declaration, opting to watch the coming match. A sharp loud bang indicates the end of the match. As ear-ringing as ever. Thought Izuku, rubbing his ear. That concludes our match. After 5 minutes, the first match of round 2 will start. Stay tuned. Mike announces. Ha, she sighs, you were right, quite the shame. She shakes her head. I think it was an admirable effort. The technique and thought she put into this was something. Izuku says. I hope she feels okay. He follows up. Momo's face lights up in realization, I'll go check up on her. Give her my best. He says getting up. Good luck. Shinso offers. HRN. A grunt in response as he walks away. He makes his way to the waiting room. As he opens the door, he realizes Todoroki is in the same room as him. Ah, he says, entering. Todoroki looks up from his seat for a moment, then looks down again. He sits down a good distance away. The silence begins getting awkward before the double-haired boy opens his mouth. My father wanted to surpass All Might, Todoroki speaks up. Izuku quietly listens on. It became his goal in life, his sole purpose for living. One he ended up failing. He takes a breath in. So, he decided that since he himself couldn't surpass All Might, he would create a perfect being, one that mitigated the downsides of his own quirk. Izuku's face turns grim. A quirk marriage? He guesses. Todoroki nods, yes. That's why, I'll beat you here, with nothing but my ice. He clutches his right fist. Izuku takes that in for a moment. Why did you choose this path? He asks after thinking. What do you mean? Todoroki asks. Did you choose to become a hero, for the sole purpose of disappointing your father? If you did, there's other ways of accomplishing that. He asks. Why I became a hero? Todoroki mumbles to himself. Their conversation is inevitably cut off by the announcers. I'd like to call Midoriya and Todoroki to the stage. Aizawa announces calmly. Izuku decides to go on ahead. Izuku is walking towards his side of the wing of the arena, when he senses an unsavory presence just before the exit. There is a burly man with his face on fire, that is standing in the hallway. He sighs as he walks up towards the man. Izuku eyes him up and down. The F, do you want? The burly man clicks his tongue, still lack respect, brat? Respect is earned, not given out. Izuku snaps back. I see your sharp tongue hasn't changed. The man says. I see your fragile ego hasn't changed. He quips. The man begrudgingly accepts his loss in a battle of words. The man seems to understand that Izuku is willing to hear him out, so he decides to get to the point. Your quirk seems to be quite powerful. The man says. You haven't even seen it in use yet. Izuku says. The man is clearly taken aback. Izuku begins leaving. At least try to give Shoto a good match. The man scoffs. Izuku releases an annoyed sigh, before turning around. You think it'll matter? He asks. Fire is taboo. He says, snapping his fingers. The fire that burned on the man's face is put out. What the dash? The man is surprised, unable to muster his mustache. It doesn't matter what your son tries, he will lose. Whether it be half or all he has. Izuku says, walking away. The crowd cheers as Izuku steps into the arena. Izuku drones out the announcer as he begins recapitulating Todoroki's battles. The first move was always his strongest one, an imposing glacier summoned from his dominion over ice. There was no reason for Todoroki to change his pattern. On the contrary, he was more likely to follow that pattern. Well, it's not like that's going to work. He shrugs. I'll show him just how futile the use of ice will prove to be. Both fighters, ready? Midnight asks. When no objections are made. Begin. As predicted, Shoto slams his right hand into the ground, instantly generating oversized spikes of ice that rapidly accelerate towards Izuku. Izuku had already decided what to do, so he let himself be engulfed by the freezing monstrosity. The glacier peaks as it collides against him, surrounding him completely. Everyone watching, including Shoto, is surprised at this. Shoto squints his eyes. Are you trying to pity me or something? He spits out. Izuku smirks. No. The eye patch placed on his right eye burns off, his green eye glowing red. The flames of hatred burn freely, surrounding him. They scream, a loud screech echoing along the stadium as the fire makes contact with the ice. The imposing glacier is no more, only fire remains. The homicidal thoughts running rampant cave as Izuku reins the fire in. Izuku cracks his neck and rolls his shoulders. He decides to stave off the flames, not wanting to show all his cards. That was definitely your best shot, yes? Surely you know how futile your ice will be. He says, dusting off shards from his shoulders. Shoto grits his teeth in rage before sending another wave of ice. It's just by a little bit, but it's definitely slower. He notes. Instead of letting himself get hit, however, he dodges to the right and begins sprinting towards Shoto. Shoto sends out another wave, and Izuku is forced to dodge to the center. Is he trying to squeeze me in? He thinks to himself. Another wave of ice coming straight towards him confirms his suspicions. He stops in place, grabbing the sword kept away on his waist. I didn't think I'd be using this with anyone except Shinso. To think that he'd force my hand this far. The announcers are fired up. Izuku has been ignoring them consistently this far. He assumes a stance and focuses his aura into the blade resting within the sheath. This is a movement he has practiced countless times, the dragon flash. The ice almost engulfs him again. He unsheaths his sword. As he slashes, a blunt hit catches the ice in its place, causing about half of it to shatter. Just a second later, however, the wind pressure breaks down the remaining ice. He sheaths his sword again, dishing out attacks of those levels repeatedly. Just looking at Shoto was enough. His frostbitten body was shivering pathetically as though he'd just spent a winter in the Arctic. Izuku clicks his tongue and dashes forward, and at unseen speeds he is already aiming for a kick. It lands straight to Shoto's chest. Shoto, though flung back, generates a wall of ice, preventing him from going out of bounds. The boy seemed to realize that he couldn't keep his distance any longer, as doing so would result in a ring out. Shoto sprints forward and stomps his right foot. Izuku readies a boxer's stance alongside his aura, before punching the ice. He immediately grabs Shoto's collar and throws him to the center of the arena. He cracks his knuckles. I'll show you just how futile your actions are, Izuku says, shuffling his feet. And just how great of a motivator pain can be. I'll beat you, and show my DMN old man that I don't need his fire. Shoto says, looking at Endeavor in the stands. Moron, where are you looking? Izuku's right hook is already at his face by the time Shoto looks back. The result is a large bruise across his left cheek. Izuku does not relent. Each time Shoto is on the verge of falling out, Izuku grabs his ankles or some element of his clothing and throws him back in the ring. After the third throw-in, Shoto feels burning pain all around his body. He feels pain even when trying to walk. Shoto is meekly standing, covered in frostbite. Izuku is staring at him in complete disgust. The only twinge of pain Izuku feels is from his calloused knuckles aching from beating the sheet out of Shoto. Tell me, is your mother fighting this battle? Izuku says. Shoto, shakenly replies, what the hell are you on about? Do you think that your quirk belongs to your parents? Izuku prods. Of course, Shoto answers quickly. Then is everything you do an action of your parent? What the F remains of you then? Who are you, Todoroki Shoto? Izuku pokes. Are you a simple amalgamation of your parents having NTRCRS, or are you a human being, making your own choices and living your life? Who are you, Todoroki Shoto? He says, unsheathing his sword in rage. Shoto's face is uncertain, filled with odd emotions. Suddenly, however, his face clears. Before the boy lights up in flames. To think that you would help your enemy in battle. Shoto says, unleashing his fire. Don't get it twisted, brat. You are an opponent, not my enemy. Izuku emphasizes, pointing his sword at him. The battle begins once more. The fire Shoto uses is crude and rigid, though it doesn't lack force, it isn't nearly as flexible as Endeavor's flame which he's experienced before. It's like using an atrophied limb, huh? The flames are fast and burn hot. Izuku dodges another wave and dashes forward. Shoto responds by engulfing himself in flames, not allowing him to get close. Izuku back handsprings away quickly, not wanting to singe his skin. Whilst Shoto seems to bring back his ice, presumably to cool himself down, Izuku takes off his cufflinks and jacket. He rolls up his sleeves as Shoto cools off. Sorry, but I've seen all I needed to see. Shoto seems to be charging something with both fire and ice before. Fire is taboo. He says with a snap of his fingers. The fire on Shoto's left side and around the arena disappears. What? Shoto startles. Izuku is immediately in front of him, sheathed sword in hand. He hits him clean on the side of the head, earning a knockout. He grabs onto his unconscious body and drapes him over his shoulder. Midoriya Izuku wins. Mike excitedly announces. The crowd roars, and Izuku walks off the stage, in wait for the nurse bots. After they take the boy off his shoulders, he dusts off his jacket and cufflinks from the floor, rolls up his sleeves and puts it back on. The next matchup is Big Hands Girl vs Bakugo. It's pretty clear who the winner is going to be. Izuku's next match is with the vine-haired lady. He sits back down beside Momo, scarfing down a bottle of water. That was quite the match. She says, complimenting him. HRNG. He swallows, thanks, he did better than I thought he would. Izuku says, wiping his lips. Was ragdolling him across the stage really necessary? Shinso asks. Yep, he was taking me too lightly. I can forgive everything except arrogance. Izuku says, nodding. That comment earns him a side-eye from Momo which he simply shrugs off. Fair enough, I won a month's salary in just a few hours thanks to you, I'm not gonna judge, Shinso says. So what's the verdict for this one, fortune teller? Momo asks. Bakugo. The girl's durability isn't high enough to overcome his firepower. Izuku says. Someone in the back clearly doesn't like his comment. TCH. Openly mocking our president like that. Do you think you're that great? A voice Izuku recognized mocks him from the back rows. Izuku turns around slowly. No, I was making deductions from watching everyone all this time. He says calmly. I meant no offense to your president. He says. The blonde-haired boy clicks his tongue and stops talking. The match ends with Bakugo not holding back and winning. As the match ends he realizes something. Sheet, I didn't make lunch. He says. Shinso looks at him with a brow raised. How is that a problem? I'm pretty sure there's a party at UA after this, right? Izuku shakes his head. I won't be attending that. Why not? Shinso asks. I'm not exactly the guy for large parties. More of a tech guy, if there's nerds around, I'll have a good time. He smoothly lies. Well, more like a half-lie but still. When his name is announced, he hurriedly heads back into his waiting room. XXX. With the previous patterns the vine-haired woman had shown, he had a solid plan in mind. The lady would wrap herself in vines as protection and send the remaining forest at her unfortunate enemy. Safe to say that the strategy has worked pretty well thus far. It also would be safe to say that something like that was not going to work on Izuku. As the announcers call the beginning of the match, the girl assumes her strategy once more. Wrapping herself in vines, she begins the attack. Seeing no other option, he draws his sword. Wasting no time he performs the spiral cloud passage, an art consisting of 9 strikes. Between each strike a shockwave of aura is released. Safe to say the vine stood no chance. He slashes through the cocoon the lady had made and places his blade at her throat. Yield. He says. She raises her hands up in surrender. I give up. She says. The reason you lost is because you left it all to your powers, try doing better next year. Izuku criticized. He puts his sword down from her throat. I appreciate the input. Says the lady, a slight smile on her face. He nods in response. Izuku looks to the announcer's chamber. As soon as he is announced the winner, he sheaths his sword and heads back into the waiting room. The final match was all that remained. Bakugo Katsuki was someone who could never even hope to beat Izuku as he was. The blonde moved rigidly, only expelling explosions through his palm when he could be doing so much more. It was quite a shame. Izuku had this fight practiced 1,000 times. He'd fought him during middle school, he's seen him fight now. The next match would consist of Izuku being able to predict 20 of the blonde's moves beforehand and winning effortlessly. He walks up to the arena, already running through countless scenarios in how this match could go. After all, he already had more than enough data on Bakugo. Izuku stares him down eye to eye as he does so. Bakugo has the signature frown on his face as he does so. Both fighters ready? Midnight asks. She nods to the announcers. Let the finals begin. Aizawa announces. Izuku taunts him, come at me, I'll end this in an instant. The plan was to taunt him to his signature right hook which he'd been using across the tournament. Likely an unconscious action. Bakugo's expression spurs, you goddamn useless piece of shit. He says, charging with his. Midway through he PPS his right fist back. How predictable. He thinks to himself. He effortlessly weaves left of the right hook, and counters with a strong punch to his liver. Bakugo tries to counterattack with an explosion to his face, but immediately falters. To ensure his victory, Izuku lands an uppercut. Bakugo passes out. The crowd is unnerved, likely due to the anticlimactic ending. Winner. Midoriya Izuku. Aizawa announces. A bundle of awkward claps quickly turn into a barrage of them. We'll be announcing the top 3 within the next 20 minutes. Stay tuned. Mike says. Izuku sighs in wait for the award ceremony, walking up to the pavilion again. Do you have a grudge against him or something? Shinso asks. Izuku thinks of an excuse for a moment. I think I left my oven on preheat is the best he could come up with. Sure Momo says, eyeing him suspiciously. It wasn't like he could say he forgot to cook for the person staying at his house without incriminating vital information, after all. Bakugo, the Vine Girl, Shiozaki Ibara, and Izuku are called to the stands. Here we have the sports festival winners of this year. Midnight says, cracking her whip to get the audience's attention. Now the medals will be presented B-. I am here. With the medals. They interrupt each other. After sharing apologies, they begin with the ceremony. First up, Miss Shiozaki. Your performance during the festival was nothing less than commendable. Ample endurance during the run, and great identification of your strengths. Congratulations on 3rd place. He places a bronze medal on the lady's neck. Second up dash. Save it. Something like 2nd place isn't even worth speaking about. Just hand it to me. Bakugo says, calmly. Did losing like that get him depressed? Izuku thought to himself. Very well then. Here you go. All Might says, handing him the medal. All Might has a sweet grin on his face as he walks up to Izuku. I swear to God if he says dash. Izuku, my boy. Well done on 1st place. I'm proud of you for coming this far. Especially without the usage of your quirk. Quite the historical feat you've achieved. All Might says, patting him on the shoulder. Izuku smiles and nods. Graciously accepting the medal. He puts up a peace sign as they take a photo with All Might. Thankfully, only UA's personal media staff are allowed inside the venue, so Izuku only has to dodge the media as he makes his way to his bike. He ignores the group chat pinging. It was likely something about the party anyway. Momo and Shinso could explain his absence. After successfully dodging all the media outlets positioned outside the stadium, Izuku rides off on his bike. Thankfully, when he gets home it's just high noon. He notices that Kana hasn't woken up yet. Deciding to let her rest, he walks off to take a shower, wanting to wash away the sweat and grime from the previous event. After getting out of the shower, he puts on a pair of black sweatpants and a plain white t-shirt. He makes his way into the kitchen. Today was a day he'd probably celebrate, with his mother's signature pork cutlet over rice. Katsudon. He reaches into the bottom cabinet and measures out 2 cups of rice. He'd probably make something to eat with rice in the evening anyway. After washing the rice, he places it into the rice cooker and sets it to cook. He gets some onions sliced and ready, and cracks 4 eggs into the bowl since he was cooking for Kana as well. He gets the pork chops ready, seasoning them with salt and pepper, and moves on to the breading station. With the flour, egg and panko ready, he decides to get a large skillet out. He zones out as he hears the pork sizzle into the oil. The simple recipe his mother had left behind was probably not even that great. Countless other chefs had probably made better recipes. However, none of those could remind him of the days he could never get back. The memories of her that always haunted him in his nightmares plagued him even now. He feels empty now, a crippling void in place of what she was to him. Who she'd been to him. She said she was a mother first, anything else, later, right? What a beautiful lie that was. She probably could have escaped easily, yet on that destined day, she chose to fight. But wasn't Izuku to blame as well? Did he not suggest that his mother get back in the groove and do what she wanted to? Did he not play his part in her death? As the sound of the pork sizzling changes along with its smell, he snaps from his thoughts and smacks his cheeks. He sets the table and already has 2 bowls ready. It's already 1:15 and she still isn't out of bed. He decides to check on her. He knocks once, no answer. He knocks twice, with no answer. "Tsutsumi-san?" he calls. Still no answer. How late could she have slept? To still be in bed at almost 1 p.m.? He didn't wish to invade her privacy, but lunch was ready. "We can't exactly have the cutlets get soggy. I'm coming in," he says, opening the door. She's still wrapped in a blanket, sleeping away without a care. As he gets closer, he notices faint tear marks on her cheeks. A tinge of regret passes through his heart. Was this the best choice? To keep her locked in his home? Not allowing her to leave without a bodyguard? No, it probably wasn't. It was, however, their only choice. Maybe Izuku could speed up the plan somehow. Maybe snowball the case in some way? He'd need to think about that. He clears his throat. "Wake up, sleepyhead, it's 1 in the afternoon," he says, his voice slightly raised. The lady lazily opens her eyes, blinking before noticing him. "Izuku?" she asks hoarsely. His heart did not flutter. That was probably the hunger talking. He hands her the water bottle on her nightstand. As she drinks, he explains, "I've made lunch already, freshen up and come eat." "Okay. Give me 5 minutes," she says, taking off the blanket. He heads out of her room, not wanting to intrude. She's back looking fresher, though still a little sleepy. "Dig in," he says. "Thank you for the food." They both pray. XXX. They're both sitting on the sofa, watching a random TV show. "Wait, the festival was today, right? How'd it go?" she asks. "Nothing interesting happened, besides maybe one match," Izuku says, looking away from the TV towards her. She raises a brow. "Did you win?" He raises another back. "Of course." "Right," she says. "Are there highlights?" "Probably on YouTube. The whole event was live-streamed, if my memory serves well," Izuku answers. "I'll check that out later then." "I have to ask though, did you have fun?" she asks. Izuku immediately responds, "Not really, I was wondering if I should ditch it just to go make some bread with you. I prefer baking with you than those meaningless brawls," he answers. She stares at him in disbelief. All right then. At least it was over quickly." She smiles, her cheeks flushed. Is he not embarrassed? She thinks to herself. Why is she, oh God? I just realized what the F I said. He panics internally. Well, what's done is done. The katsudon was really good, by the way. She says, albeit a little awkwardly. Thanks, that means a lot. It's my mother's recipe. He says, smiling. The conversation drags on as they both forget about the TV show. Izuku had decided to finish his patrol at night since the media would probably hound him if he went out during the evening. He'd asked Kana if she wanted to go somewhere in the evening, but she'd said she was tired. They decided to stay home and make some chocolate chip cookies since the jar was close to running out. Kana is startled as he enters at 3 a.m. from his window. She was sitting on the sofa, eating cookies and milk in her pajamas. Izuku wasn't one to judge, but considering the patterns she'd usually followed, this was an oddity. He sets his sword aside and takes off his tie. Are you okay? Izuku asks. What? A girl can't eat chocolate chip cookies and milk at obscene hours in the night? Nagant quips. You can eat the entire jar if you want to, we can make more later. He says, shaking his head with a smile. Her tightened expression eases, the air in the room has calmed. He continues, in the morning. I saw tear stains on your cheek. He replies, his eyes softening. Though she's taken aback by his declaration, she remembers what happened in the morning. Is something wrong? You don't need to hold anything back. He says. She really didn't, and he hoped she knew that. They've adjusted quickly to each other, within just a month. He wants her to feel comfortable. She contemplates for a while, not knowing what to say. Her breath hitches. I've been having nightmares. I've always had them, but just 6 months ago they escalated pretty badly. She confesses. He scrunches his brow in thought, were you not fine just days ago? I was. I just don't know, I feel horrible in the mornings with broken sleep in the night. That's why I woke up so late. She says, hugging her knees. Is it possible that due to her lifestyle change, she responded positively? But since this became her new normal, she shifted back to that? He thinks it was maybe best to get therapy. The question was from whom? Have you tried anything to abate them? He asks. I did try a lot of things, yeah, nothing seemed to work though. She says. You slept fine when I got you here? He asks, to check the continuity. She thinks back, then answers, I did. I wonder why. She asks unsure. Maybe it's because she passed out after taking dragon's blood. Izuku notes. Izuku, thinking about her well-being, says, I can come back and check on you every night, if you want, that is. I'll wake you up if there's signs of discomfort or the sort, he asks. Her eyes shoot up to him, half filled with guilt. That'd be helpful, but I don't wish to trouble you too much. She shakes her head. Immediately, he responds, it's no trouble at all. I don't sleep until way in the morning. It was true, he's had insomnia ever since he'd lost his mother. Oh. She says softly, I'll be troubling you a bit then. She says, smiling. I'm gonna go take a shower now. He says, getting up. All right then. She says, getting up as well. The night passes without worry. XXX. The next morning Izuku is in class, spending his time wondering why he was called there. There was no hero work designated, besides the student internship applications. Izuku was in no need of internships, he could simply continue vigilantism. Izuku's thoughts are fixated on endeavor, oddly enough. For Kaina's sake, he'd been thinking of ways to topple the commission. The first thought that came up was endeavor. Izuku could get enough evidence piled to take away his license, hell, maybe he could even get him arrested for excessive force, collateral damage, and civilian casualties. However, Endeavor had an overwhelming amount of followers who liked his bad cop personality. If he could prove Endeavor's abuse, his followership would receive a stark decline. There were only a few requirements, a major one being getting Todoroki's family to testify. He'd be speaking to Todoroki for his thoughts. After drowning out Aizawa's voice for the nth time, he rejoices when the class finally ends. Izuku, the dean will be seeing you, the rest of you are dismissed, Aizawa says. Izuku gets up with his bag. You couldn't have lead with that? No, he told me not to, Aizawa says, shaking his head. So you're not pulling my leg? Izuku asks. Aizawa raises a brow. Why would I waste my time like that? Sure buddy, sure. Fair enough. He says, getting up. The way to Nizu's office is the same as usual. With a nod to his assistant, he walks in. Ah, you're here, Nizu says, looking up from his papers. Izuku nods and stands in front of the desk. Why did you call for me? I believe the next session we have is tomorrow? Take a seat, Nizu says. Izuku follows. Tea, he offers. Sure, some chamomile would be nice. Izuku takes it. Since Nizu asked him to sit, this would probably take some time anyway. Nizu pours out 2 cups and they both take sips. I called you here for 2 reasons. Number 1 is the incident in USJ. Nizu explains, setting his cup back on the plate. Izuku gulps his tea down and follows Nizu's actions. Tsukachi said the only leads were about All for One. Did something else come up? Nizu shakes his head. This is about you. Ha? What about me? Izuku asks, tilting his head. The teachers at the venue were relatively powerless. Proof being the fact that the best that Aizawa was able to do was assist you. Nizu says. And? I already established that the level of enemies in there was too high. The mobs weren't strong, but their numbers would have decimated him. Izuku explains. Nizu allows him to go on. I've known him for almost the entirety of my life. He's married and I wasn't about to let him fight a meaningless battle to meet a meaningless end. Izuku explains. I can understand that. However, that is not my point. My point is, there was no one you could entrust the situation to. Nizu rebutted. Izuku raises a brow in confusion. How is that a problem? I wrapped up the situation fine, and I've gotten many times stronger since that fight. If something like that arises again, I'd pack it up in less than half the time. He says. That is exactly the problem. You cannot be kept in check anymore. Nizu says. What? What was he saying? Izuku's heart thumps in disappointment at Nizu's distrust. I am by no means saying that I don't trust you dash. Then why? What is the point of keeping me in check? Izuku asks, his anger bleeding through regardless of his control. Nizu slams his fist on the desk. The point is that you won't lose yourself again. That's not gonna happen. Izuku defends. Seriously? How can you expect me to trust you when you went radio silent on us and went on your FING crusade? The only goddamned reason I supported your vigilantism is because I expected you would be reasonable. That trust has been lost long ago. Nizu reprimands. And I know you DMN well. I know for a fact that if he decides to target you, the first thing you are going to do is leave. Izuku grits his teeth. Not because he was angry, but because he understood. After all, if All for One did start singling him out, Izuku planned to leave for MT Congo and get back Hyrule. About 2 years ago. Izuku had spent his morning studying, and the rest of his day fighting. Kuro Oni was a notorious vigilante that the cops could quite come in contact with. He'd already fled the scene each time his sightings were reported. Though his actions were a criminal offense, he legally couldn't be arrested, and even if he was, prosecution was not feasible since vigilantism laws specify quirk usage. Izuku had developed chronic insomnia sometime after losing her. Sharp pains would go through his chest each time he thought of her memories. She'd plague his dreams every single night. He was suffering. But this was nothing new. He'd been dealt a bad hand at every corner of life. It's just that this time his mother isn't there with him. He sighs, getting down into his bed for a brief moment, to charge up for his vigilante duties. After about an hour, he gets back up again. His room is slightly messy and his bed isn't made, but it's fine since he isn't planning on sleeping anyway. He folds his clothes and checks out his whiteboard. It was usually taped with paper with a bunch of organized criminal reports from Tsukachi's shop and his research on them. He looks over a report on the sting operation Tsukachi and his team are undergoing. There's supposedly a drag ring that functions in the posh areas of Tokyo. However, recent information indicated that there might be cases of kidnapping and human trafficking tied to them. The squad was supposed to meet their contact in the police force to report information. Izuku was waiting for the location of their main base of operations to be released, so he could go in and assassinate the important personnel. With a heavy grunt, he latches on his prosthetic and jumps out of his balcony. His personal operation moves without an iota of error. He'd sneaked in through the main gates. Since the criminal operation was spread out, it was unlikely they had enough people to guard the whole place. He'd already gotten the important files relating to the case and stored them in a drive. Now, he could take out the leader without hesitation. The leader is assassinated. Izuku copies the files and sends them over to the cops from an anonymous source, creating a spoof loop to mask his device. Just in case they don't find the files, he leaves a pen drive on the leader's body. This isn't where the story ends, however. Izuku's despair begins when he actually bothers looking into the files. 300 locations in Japan alone, upwards of 5,000 spread around the world, concentrated in Asia, the States, various Gulf countries and a fair bit of Southern and Eastern Europe. If it was this many locations? Oh God. Japan wasn't even the main target, was it? Don't tell me? Is it that same goddamn ring again? He thinks in rage. That was the beginning of Izuku's second year in vigilantism turning into a hell of his own making. He'd tried to get rid of every location by himself, spreading himself so thin he began cracking at the seams. Skipping food, and not even bothering to sleep for weeks, his attendance had dropped significantly. But in his mind, he needed to do something. The police would take too long, who knows about the sheer amount of corruption already spreading through their roots. In his mind, there was no one left to trust. No one left to leave his back to, no one to entrust a job well done. After all, if you want a job done right, you best do it yourself. This was a sentiment Izuku resonated with all his life. This is a sentiment he has continued with for his entire career. However, even if he had no one to leave his back to, there were people that cared about him. There were people that noticed his weary eyes, who noticed the tiredness that was usually deep in his soul, seeping outside. They noticed his unusually snappy behavior, they watched him crumble apart to pieces. Until Nizu could no longer calm his mind at Izuku's distrust. Nizu orders him to sit down. Tea, he asks. No thanks, I'd rather get to the point, Izuku says. This is about your college degree, Nizu says. Izuku raises a brow. I know I've been missing days, but my attendance is solid. Even if I was to be absent the remaining year, I'd still have enough credits to graduate. And if you were outed as a vigilante? Nizu asks. Izuku's eyes widen. How long? Since you started. If you don't want your own life ruined going down this path, you will listen to what I say. Nizu says, scowling. Izuku owes Nizu a lot. He decides to nod. Once you graduate this year, you will leave for France for your master's. This is not up for debate. Until then, put down that mask and sword. Nizu finalizes. Isn't somewhere else in Europe fine? Why France? Izuku asks. You know DMN well. Why? You had all of us worried. Go apologize to All Might as well as Miss Midnight and Aizawa. They're the ones that brought this up a long time ago. I should have listened to them. Nizu says in disappointment. Izuku closes his eyes, feeling shame, and opens them again. I'm sorry. He says, bowing deeply. Seriously? How can you expect me to trust you when you went ghost mode on us and went on your FING crusade? The only goddamned reason I supported your vigilantism is because I expected you would be reasonable. That trust has been lost long ago. Nizu reprimands. Nizu sighs. Anyway, that wasn't my point. My point is that someone is going to show up tomorrow. They were interested in you and want to take you in for your internship. Do I need to take an internship? Izuku asks. Yes. Vigilantism isn't a viable resume experience. Nizu says. I guess you're right. Izuku acknowledges. In any case, I've also talked this person into becoming a teacher under special circumstances. You will be sparring with them tomorrow. Be ready. Nizu says. Who is this person? Izuku asks. You'll study them if I tell you. You're dismissed for now. Nizu orders. Sheesh, really chewed you out, huh? Shura provides. No, if this person is reliable enough, I don't mind a leash. Besides, Nizu's right. If the kids here were under fire because of me. Izuku drags. Wouldn't it be better to just have them help? Shura asks. No. He'd just be sending them to die or lose their livelihoods. Nana immediately says. Besides, what would their help even do? Even All Might is slowly losing his time. The more I grow stronger, the worse his abilities seem to get. I even told him to stop the sparring and just conserve his time. Izuku says, sighing. Izuku had his head down in class, his head was in pain and his hands wobbly, so he decided to nod off. Aizawa was probably going to yap on about some knowledge Izuku could do without and dismiss the class. He could use the downtime to get some sleep in. Midnight bursts open the classroom door with excitement. Izuku was still blissfully napping away. He was used to gunshots and yelling on the battlefield, where he'd sometimes rest for as low as 5 minutes to gain some energy back. Ya? Midoriya? Shoto wakes him up. He grunts. What's up? He asks, rubbing his eyes. It is your turn, Shoto says, pointing at the teacher's desk. Ah, thanks. He says, getting up. After walking up to the table he notices Aizawa is sleeping in his bag. What was I supposed to do? Izuku asks Midnight. A hero name, write one down and present it to the class. Midnight whispers to him. Vigilantism isn't a viable experience. He remembers Nizu's words as he picks up the mini whiteboard. Sekiro, the Sword Saint. He says, presenting it to the class. Midnight grimaces slightly, remembering the body she saw that day. Todoroki raises his hand. I have a question, doesn't the Seiki come from one-armed? He asks. It does, Izuku answers. But you have both your arms? Shoto asks. It's been cut off twice before, once permanently and once temporarily. He answers cryptically. Todoroki begins thinking heavily about what that means and sits down. I'm not going to say that name is forbidden, but is that your final choice? Midnight asks. It's who I am. He answers. Midnight nods and he goes back to his seat. A starving wolf. That really was all he was. Once classes end, he gets up to put on his black long coat and gloves. He plans to speak to Todoroki on certain things. He's stopped by none other than Kirby on the way. Can I have a minute of your time? She asks. Can we walk as you talk? Izuku asks. Yeah. She begins, have you spoken to Itakuin recently? She asks. Now that you mention it, he was a no-show. Well, that isn't odd though I suppose. He says. What do you mean? She says, raising a brow, he hasn't missed a day, hell he even came in here with a cold. She says. Oh, you haven't heard the news yet I take it. He says, at her confused countenance he responds, the hero killer attacked his brother, Tensei. He says. Her eyes gape, oh god, I had no idea, I'll call him right now, she says. Just leave a missed call. I sent him quite an amount of messages when I heard the news, he left me on read. Even Tensei himself replied to me. He's probably angry. Izuku responds. Angry? I don't think Ida would be so angry that he would ignore all of his friends. She asks. Izuku releases a breath, heading out the main gate, you're naive, then. I've known him for a long while, he becomes quite ruthless if you insult his family. Now if someone were to actively harm them, I wonder how he'd react. Izuku spots Shoto in the corner of his eye, wait up. When Shoto stops he briefly turns to Ochako, he'll bounce back. Don't worry too much. He says, leaving.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.